Welcome, dear friend. I'm so glad you clicked on my book. My name is Elena, and I'm here to whisk you away to a magical world of romance, where love, passion, and a little bit of mystery await. So grab a coffee, a cuppa, or your favorite drink, find the comfiest spot to relax, and let's dive in together. And hey, if you enjoy my novel, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe. It means the world to me and helps me keep creating these stories for you. Now, let's begin this enchanting journey. Chapter 1. Alpha's Burden. The forest floor barely registered Jonathan Riverdale's weight as he moved with predatory grace between ancient pines. Morning dew dampened his boots, but his footfalls remained silent, a skill honed through years as Alpha. Beside him, his beta, Marcus, matched his pace with practiced ease. "The northern border is secure," Marcus reported, his voice low despite being miles deep in Riverdale territory. "No sign of rogues since we drove off that lone wolf last month." Jonathan nodded, inhaling deeply. The crisp mountain air carried the sense of his domain: pine sap, deer trails, the distant musk of a bear, and the comforting smell of pack. Everything as it should be. "And the dispute between the Harrises and Moores?" Jonathan asked, referring to two families whose disagreement over hunting grounds had escalated to growling matches at the last pack gathering. Marcus grimaced. "Still tense. Old Man Moore claims the Western Creek has been his family's territory for 3 generations. Harris argues the pack agreement of '86 extended their range to include it." "I'll hear them both out this afternoon," Jonathan said, his tone leaving no room for argument. "This ends today." The morning patrol continued in comfortable silence. At 6'4", with shoulders broad enough to fill any doorframe, Jonathan cut an imposing figure even in human form. His presence alone typically settled most disputes. Few were foolish enough to challenge an alpha in his prime. The sun climbed higher as they completed their circuit, emerging from the tree line to view Riverdale pack territory spread below. Cabins and modern homes blended with the landscape, smoke rising from chimneys despite the mild spring weather. His people, his responsibility. "You've built something good here," Marcus commented, following his alpha's gaze. "Your father would be proud." Jonathan's jaw tightened at the mention of his predecessor. 5 years since the old alpha's passing, and the weight of leadership still pressed heavier with each season. "We'll see after I deal with the territory dispute," he replied, starting down the path toward the pack houses. The main lodge buzzed with activity when Jonathan entered. Conversations hushed momentarily as pack members acknowledged their alpha with respectful nods before resuming their business. Jonathan moved through the space with authority, nodding to elders and ruffling the hair of cubs who darted around his legs. In the council room, the Harris and Moore families already waited, tension thick enough to cut with claws. Jonathan took his seat at the head of the ancient oak table, Marcus standing at his right. "Alpha," both family heads greeted in unison, then glared at each other. "Let's resolve this," Jonathan stated flatly. "Moore, you speak first." The older werewolf launched into his argument, detailing historical claims with passionate gestures. Jonathan listened intently, his expression neutral despite the repetitive nature of the grievance. Halfway through Harris's counter-argument, it happened. A pull, subtle at first, like a fishing line tugging gently at his sternum. Jonathan straightened, his attention suddenly divided. The sensation intensified, drawing his focus eastward, toward the human town of Pinecrest. "Alpha?" Harris paused, noticing Jonathan's distraction. Jonathan blinked, forcing himself back to the present. "Continue." But the pull persisted, growing more insistent. His wolf stirred restlessly beneath his skin, an unusual occurrence during daylight hours when his control was absolute. Something called to him, someone, with a force he'd never experienced. "Enough!" Jonathan finally interrupted, rising to his feet. Both families fell silent immediately. "The Western Creek will serve as shared territory. 2 days for Moore, 2 for Harris, alternating. Any violation results in exclusion from both hunting grounds for a month." He delivered the verdict with such finality that neither party dared object, though neither looked entirely satisfied either, the mark of a fair compromise. "Marcus, see that it's recorded," Jonathan ordered, already moving toward the door, drawn by the inexplicable summons that thrummed through his blood. Jonathan! Marcus caught up to him outside, concern evident in his voice. He rarely used his alpha's first name except in private. What's wrong? Jonathan stopped, rolling his shoulders as if he could dislodge the sensation. Nothing. I need to check something. Handle the afternoon patrols. Before his beta could question further, Jonathan strode away, fighting the urge to break into a run toward whatever called him with such persistence. Night fell with Jonathan no closer to understanding the strange pull. He'd driven to the outskirts of Pinecrest, circling the human settlement without entering, unwilling to admit what his instincts already knew. Eventually, he'd forced himself to return to Packlands, the sensation following him like a shadow. Sleep came reluctantly, his wolf pacing restlessly in his mind. Then the dream began. Moonlight bathed a clearing he didn't recognize. In its center stood the moon goddess, her form shifting between woman and wolf, silver light emanating from her being. Jonathan knelt instinctively, head bowed before the deity all werewolves revered. "Rise, Alpha of Riverdale," her voice echoed like wind through trees. "I bring you both blessing and trial." "I am honored by your presence," Jonathan responded, the ritual words coming automatically. The goddess's form rippled, and the clearing transformed. Suddenly, he stood at the edge of a brightly colored room filled with small tables and tiny chairs. Children's artwork decorated the walls, and the scent of crayons and glue hung in the air. In the center, a woman knelt beside a small boy, helping him with a painting. Her chestnut hair fell in waves past her shoulders, and when she looked up, warm brown eyes crinkled with a smile that sent a jolt through Jonathan's chest. "She is your mate," the goddess declared. "The other half of your soul." Jonathan couldn't tear his gaze from the woman. She radiated a gentle strength, patience evident in every movement as she guided the children around her. Human children. "She is human," he stated, the implications crashing down like an avalanche. "Yes!" The goddess circled him, her form flickering between woman and wolf. "Your laws forbid such unions, do they not?" Jonathan swallowed hard. "For good reason. Humans are fragile. They cannot know our world without endangering it. The council would never—" "I do not ask what your council would permit," the goddess interrupted, her voice sharp as winter wind. "I have chosen her for you. What you do with this gift is your choice, Alpha of Riverdale. But know that rejecting a true mate has consequences that reach beyond your understanding." The vision shifted again. The woman, his mate, stood at a forest edge, looking into the trees with longing and fear mingled in her expression. Behind her loomed shadows with gleaming eyes, threats Jonathan couldn't identify but instinctively knew would harm her. "She will need your protection," the goddess whispered as the dream began to fade. "And you will need her heart." Jonathan jerked awake, sheets tangled around his sweat-soaked body. A howl built in his throat, his wolf closer to the surface than it had been since his first transformation. With effort, he swallowed the sound, aware of sensitive pack ears nearby. The dream's details remained crystal clear, not the usual fading images of sleep, but sharp as memory. The woman's face burned in his mind, along with the certainty that she waited in Pinecrest, unaware of the bond already forming between them. A human mate. The worst possible complication for an alpha whose authority rested on upholding pack law. Jonathan showered quickly, dressed, and slipped out before dawn. He drove through darkness to the one person who might offer guidance without immediate judgment. Elder Vivian's cottage sat apart from the main pack dwellings, surrounded by herb gardens and protected by wards few understood. As the pack's oldest member and former Luna to Jonathan's grandfather, she held knowledge that predated written pack records. He didn't need to knock. The door opened as he approached, Vivian's tiny frame silhouetted against warm light from within. "I've been expecting you," she said, her voice surprisingly strong despite her 93 years. "The goddess walks in dreams tonight." Jonathan ducked to enter the low doorway, the scent of herbs and old magic enveloping him. "You know why I'm here?" "Sit," she commanded, and despite being alpha, Jonathan obeyed. Some authorities transcended pack hierarchy. Vivian studied him with pale blue eyes that missed nothing. "Tell me what you saw." He described the dream in detail, watching her expression shift from curiosity to concern and finally to resignation. "A human mate," she sighed when he finished. "The goddess has not chosen such a pairing for an alpha in 7 generations." "The last time?" Jonathan asked. Vivian's gaze turned distant. "War followed. The human was rejected. The alpha mated a suitable she-wolf instead, and the pack nearly destroyed itself from within. The imbalance of denying a true mate poisoned his leadership." Jonathan's hands clenched. "And if I accept this mate? The pack law explicitly forbids revealing ourselves to humans unless absolutely necessary. Taking a human mate would break our most fundamental rule." "Yes," Vivian agreed simply. "It would. The council would challenge my leadership. Some might leave the pack entirely." "Also true," Jonathan growled in frustration. "Then what choice do I have? The pack must come first." Vivian reached across the table with gnarled fingers, gripping his wrist with surprising strength. "The goddess does not make mistakes, young alpha. If she has chosen this human for you, there is purpose beyond your understanding." "What purpose could possibly justify risking everything we've built? The safety of our pack depends on separation from humans." "Perhaps that separation has become its own danger," Vivian suggested. "Packs grow isolated, rigid in thinking. New blood, even human blood, brings change." Jonathan stood, unable to remain still with his wolf so agitated. "I can't risk pack stability for personal desire." "Can you risk denying the goddess's will?" Vivian countered. "The pull you feel will only strengthen. Your wolf recognizes its mate, even if your human mind resists." The truth of her words resonated uncomfortably. Already the pull toward Pinecrest had intensified, a constant awareness like a compass needle seeking north. "What would you have me do?" he asked finally. Vivian rose slowly, moving to a shelf lined with ancient books. "First, you must find her. Learn who she is before making any decision." She selected a small leather pouch, pressing it into his hand. "This will help control your wolf's impulses when near her. The first meeting with a true mate can overwhelm even an alpha's control." Jonathan pocketed the pouch, its contents rattling softly. "And if I find her, what then?" The elder's expression softened with something like pity. "Then you face the hardest choice an alpha can make, between what has always been and what might be." She touched his cheek with weathered fingers. "The path ahead holds pain either way, Jonathan Riverdale. But remember, the goddess offers no gift without purpose." Dawn broke as Jonathan left the cottage, the first rays of sunlight doing nothing to warm the chill that had settled in his bones. His wolf pushed toward Pinecrest with renewed urgency, while his human side calculated the risks of even approaching his supposed mate. He would find her, this woman with warm eyes who taught children. He would observe from a distance, confirm whether the dream was prophecy or madness. And then he would make the impossible choice between pack law and the moon goddess's will, between duty and the mate he never wanted. Chapter 2. Ordinary Life. "Miss Ava, Tyler won't share the blue crayon. Miss Ava, I spilled my water. Miss Ava, Emma says my drawing is stupid." Ava Sinclair took a deep breath as the cacophony of 4-year-old voices competed for her attention in the sunlit classroom of Pinecrest Early Learning Center. Monday mornings always tested her patience, but she maintained her warm smile as she navigated between tiny tables. "Tyler, remember our sharing rule? 10 minutes each with special colors." She gently placed a timer beside the pouting boy. "Emma, we use kind words in our classroom. How would you feel if someone called your art stupid?" With practiced efficiency, Ava mopped up the water spill, redirected Emma to apologize, and knelt beside Tyler to ensure the crayon-sharing timer was understood. Just another morning in the life of a preschool teacher. She had just finished setting up the finger painting station when a wail erupted from the reading corner. Lily Chen, the smallest child in the class, lay sprawled on the carpet, her face reddening as she worked herself into a full tantrum. "I want my mummy!" Lily screamed, little fists pounding the floor. "I want my mummy now!" The other children froze, watching with wide eyes as Ava calmly approached and sat cross-legged beside the thrashing child. "I hear you, Lily," she said softly, making no move to touch the girl. "It's hard being away from Mummy." Lily's screams continued, though the volume decreased slightly at Ava's acknowledgement. "Your Mummy will be back after lunch," Ava continued in the same gentle tone. "She's thinking about you right now, just like you're thinking about her." From her pocket, Ava produced a small fabric heart, one of many she'd sewn over the weekend for exactly this purpose. "This is a pocket heart. When you miss your mommy, you can hold it tight and it helps carry your love to her." She placed it on the carpet within Lily's reach. "Would you like to try?" The tantrum subsided to hiccuping sobs as Lily eyed the small red heart. After a moment's hesitation, she snatched it up, clutching it against her chest. "Deep breath in," Ava demonstrated, "and out. That's it." Within minutes, Lily had calmed enough to join the other children at the finger-painting station, the fabric heart safely tucked in her pocket. Crisis averted. Teaching assistant Meg shot Ava an impressed look from across the room. "You've got the magic touch," she whispered, as they prepared paint cups together. Ava shrugged, though she couldn't help feeling a small glow of satisfaction. "Just experience. I remember feeling that way myself." The morning progressed with the organized chaos typical of 15 preschoolers discovering the joys of finger painting. Ava moved between tables, praising creativity, preventing paint-eating incidents, and occasionally sneaking glances at the clock. Despite the challenges, these moments, small hands creating with uninhibited joy, reminded her why she'd chosen this career. By lunchtime, the paintings hung drying on the clothesline strung across one wall, and 15 pairs of hands had been more or less successfully cleaned. As the children settled with their lunch boxes, Ava slipped out to the staff room for her own brief respite. There she is, the tantrum whisperer. Sarah Peterson, who taught the 5-year-old class next door, greeted Ava with a grin. "Meg told me about your pocket heart trick with Lily. Brilliant." Ava slid into a chair at the small break room table, unwrapping her sandwich. "Not brilliant, just desperate. I was up until midnight sewing those things." "Which is exactly why you need a life outside these walls," Sarah declared, pointing an accusatory carrot stick. "Speaking of which, how was your weekend? Any exciting dates I should know about?" Ava rolled her eyes, having expected this line of questioning. Sarah had appointed herself matchmaker since Ava's arrival in Pinecrest 2 years ago. "My hot date was with a sewing machine and Netflix," Ava replied dryly. "Very steamy." "Ava," Sarah groaned, "you're 28, gorgeous, and wasting your prime years surrounded by sticky fingers and nap mats." "I happen to like sticky fingers and nap mats," Ava countered, though a familiar emptiness tugged at her chest. She did love her job, the children, the creativity, the purpose it gave her days. But sometimes in quiet moments, a longing for something more crept in. "Look," Sarah leaned forward conspiratorially. "My husband's cousin just moved to town. Architect, 32, divorced but no kids, and according to his Instagram, he enjoys hiking and has all his own teeth. Let me set you up." Ava laughed despite herself. "Setting the bar high with the teeth requirement. In this town? Absolutely." Sarah grinned. "Come on, one dinner. What's the worst that could happen?" Images from her last blind date, a man who'd spent 2 hours discussing his fungal nail infection, flashed through Ava's mind. "I've learned never to ask that question." "Fine," Sarah sighed dramatically. "Die alone surrounded by finger paintings and glitter. See if I care." "That's the plan," Ava agreed cheerfully, though the words rang hollow even to her own ears. It wasn't that she opposed dating. She'd just never felt that spark, that connection romance novels described. Each date ended with polite thanks and relief to return to her quiet apartment. The conversation shifted to upcoming curriculum plans, but Sarah's questions lingered in Ava's mind. Was something wrong with her? At 28, most of her college friends had partners, some even children of their own. Yet here she sat, fulfilled by her career but returning each night to an empty apartment, with only her plants for company. The lunch bell chimed, ending her brief reprieve. Ava gathered her things, pushing away the melancholy thoughts. Her kids needed her present and positive, not dwelling on vague dissatisfaction with her personal life. "Think about the architect," Sarah called as Ava headed back to her classroom. Ava waved without turning, already mentally preparing for the afternoon's activities. The school day ended with the usual flurry of backpacks, parent pickups, and last-minute bathroom emergencies. As the final child departed with a sticky hug around Ava's knees, she surveyed the classroom battlefield. Blocks scattered across the carpet, remnants of afternoon snack ground into the floor, and finger painting still awaiting collection. Meg had already left for her evening class, leaving Ava alone with the cleanup. She didn't mind. The quiet after hours gave her time to think and prepare. As she straightened the reading corner, Ava's thoughts turned to Max Weber, a quiet 4-year-old who struggled with letter recognition. While the other children made progress with the alphabet, Max became increasingly frustrated and withdrawn during reading activities. An idea had been forming in Ava's mind, personalized tactile letters that might help him connect shapes with sounds. She'd brought materials from home, planning to create a special set just for him. The classroom clock showed 5:30 p.m. by the time she finished cleaning. Most teachers had already left, but Ava settled at her desk, pulling out felt, scissors, and glue. Principal Davis had long since stopped questioning her late hours, recognizing her dedication even while encouraging better work-life balance. "You can't pour from an empty cup, Ava," he'd reminded her just last week. But this didn't feel like emptying herself. Creating these materials for Max filled her with purpose. One by one she cut colourful felt letters, adding texture with different materials, sandpaper for M, velvet for V, bumpy fabric for B. Each letter also featured a small picture representing its sound. The school grew quieter around her as evening settled in. Occasionally she heard the janitor's cart rolling down distant hallways, but otherwise she worked in peaceful solitude. By 7 p.m, Ava had completed the alphabet set, each letter stored in its own pocket of a hanging organizer. She photographed her work for her teaching portfolio before packing up, satisfaction warming her chest. Max would have these tomorrow, and maybe, hopefully, they would make a difference. Outside, twilight had deepened into night. Ava pulled her light jacket closer against the spring evening chill as she locked the classroom door. The school parking lot stood empty except for her blue Honda, looking small and vulnerable under the single functioning light. Her apartment lay just 15 minutes away by foot, one of the perks of small-town living that had drawn her to Pinecrest after college. The walk home usually cleared her mind, the transition between teacher Ava and just Ava. Tonight, however, something felt different. Halfway home, passing the edge of the municipal park that bordered the forest preserve, Ava felt the distinct sensation of being watched. She paused, scanning the tree line that loomed dark against the night sky. Nothing moved, yet the feeling persisted, a prickling awareness that raised goosebumps along her arms. "Hello?" she called, immediately regretting drawing attention to herself. Her pepper spray remained buried somewhere in her purse, unreachable without setting down her work bag and supply tote. Silence answered, broken only by the rustle of leaves in the light breeze. "You're being ridiculous," Ava muttered to herself, quickening her pace nonetheless. Too many true crime podcasts. Still, she couldn't shake the sensation of eyes following her movement. Something about the quality of the darkness between the trees seemed almost sentient, waiting, assessing. By the time she reached her apartment building, Ava had nearly convinced herself the feeling stemmed from fatigue and an overactive imagination. She fumbled with her keys, glancing over her shoulder one last time at the empty street before slipping inside. The familiar comfort of her small apartment, plants crowding every windowsill, bookshelves overflowing with children's literature and teaching resources, helped settle her nerves. She went through her evening routine on autopilot: simple dinner, shower, cup of tea with a novel. Yet as she prepared for bed, the strange sensation from her walk home lingered like a shadow at the edge of her consciousness. Something had shifted in her world, though she couldn't identify what or why. "Tomorrow will be normal," she promised her reflection as she brushed her teeth. The woman in the mirror, chestnut hair pulled into a messy bun, warm brown eyes showing signs of fatigue, looked unconvinced. The dream began like many others. Ava in her classroom, children gathered around for story time. But as she opened the book, the walls dissolved, transforming into towering trees. The children vanished, leaving her alone in a moonlit forest clearing. A sense of expectancy hung in the air, as if the forest itself held its breath. Ava turned slowly, her dream self unafraid despite the unfamiliar surroundings. At the clearing's edge, partially concealed by shadow, something watched. Something large. She should have been terrified, but dream logic prevailed. Instead of running, she moved toward the presence, drawn by an inexplicable certainty that it meant no harm. As she approached, golden eyes materialized in the darkness. Not human eyes, but not entirely animal either. They regarded her with an intelligence that transcended species, filled with an emotion she couldn't name but somehow understood: longing, recognition, inevitability. Ava reached out, her fingertips inches from touching whatever waited in the shadows. The alarm's shrill beep shattered the dream. Ava jerked awake, heart pounding as if she'd been running. Sunlight streamed through her curtains, the forest and golden eyes fading like mist. Yet the feeling remained, a hollow ache in her chest, a sense of incompleteness she'd never experienced before, as if she'd been on the verge of discovering something vital, only to have it snatched away. Ava pressed a hand against her sternum, trying to ease the strange longing that had followed her from the dream world. What was happening to her? First the sensation of being watched, now this vivid dream that felt more like memory than fantasy. "Get it together," she told herself firmly, swinging her legs over the bed's edge. "You have 15 4-year-olds counting on you to be the sane adult in the room." Still, as she dressed and prepared for the day ahead, Ava couldn't shake the image of those golden eyes watching from the forest's edge, or the certainty that something in her ordinary life had fundamentally changed. Chapter 3. First Encounter. Jonathan Riverdale stood motionless among the pines, his imposing frame concealed by the forest's edge. From this position, he had a clear view of Pinecrest Early Learning Center's code playground without being visible to casual observers. The school's cheerful yellow exterior and colourful play equipment contrasted sharply with the ancient woods at his back. 3 days had passed since his dream of the moon goddess. 3 days of internal struggle, of his wolf pushing toward Pinecrest while his human side calculated risks. Finally, unable to resist the pull any longer, he'd tracked the sensation to this small preschool tucked against the forest preserve. And there she was. The woman from his vision stood amid a swarm of small children, her chestnut hair caught in the spring breeze. She wore simple jeans and a green cardigan over a floral blouse, nothing remarkable by human standards. Yet to Jonathan's enhanced senses she glowed like a beacon. He inhaled deeply, filtering through code playground scents, plastic warming in the sun, sandbox sand, the distinct aroma of children, until he caught her essence. Vanilla, something floral he couldn't name, and beneath it all a scent uniquely hers that called directly to his wolf. His fingers dug into the rough bark of a nearby pine as instinct urged him forward. "Claim," his wolf demanded. "Ours." Jonathan reached into his pocket, fingers closing around Elder Vivian's leather pouch. The herbs inside helped dull the mating urge, allowing his human mind to maintain control. He'd need that control if he hoped to observe without revealing himself. The woman, he still didn't know her name, clapped her hands, gathering her charges into a line. Her voice carried to him clearly despite the distance. Walking feet to the swings, friends. Remember to take turns. Her smile transformed her entire face, crinkling the corners of her eyes exactly as he remembered from the dream. Jonathan found himself leaning forward, drawn by the simple joy she radiated. A bell rang, and another teacher emerged from the building. The two women conversed briefly before his mate, no, the preschool teacher, he corrected himself, led her group to the code playground equipment while the other returned inside. Jonathan settled against a tree trunk, prepared to watch from a distance. Just observation, he told himself, learning who she was before making any decisions. Yet his wolf paced restlessly beneath his skin, unsatisfied with this passive approach. Ava counted heads for the third time, a habit ingrained through years of teaching. 14. She frowned, scanning the code playground again. 14 children when there should be 15. Meg, she called to her assistant who supervised the slide. Do you see Max? Meg pointed toward the sandbox. Wasn't he building a castle with Tyler? Tyler sat alone in the sandbox, methodically filling and emptying a plastic bucket. No Max. Alarm tightened Ava's chest as she did another quick count. Still 14. She moved swiftly between play structures, checking behind the equipment shed and under the picnic tables. Max, she called, trying to keep panic from her voice. Max Weber, where are you? The other children, sensing her concern, stopped playing to watch. Lily pointed toward the far end of the code playground where the fence met the forest preserve. Max was chasing a butterfly, she announced with 4-year-old certainty. Ava's gaze snapped to the fence line. A small section sagged where maintenance had flagged it for repair last week, creating a gap just large enough for a small child to squeeze through. Meg, keep the others together, Ava instructed, already moving toward the fence. Call the office if I'm not back in 5 minutes. Heart pounding, she slipped through the gap, scanning the forest edge. School protocol strictly forbade leaving school grounds with students, but protocol meant nothing if Max had wandered into the woods alone. Max, she called, louder now that she was away from the other children. Max Weber, answer me right now. Only forest sounds replied, bird song, rustling leaves, the distant chatter of squirrels. Ava moved deeper among the trees, panic rising with each step. The forest preserve stretched for miles. A 4-year-old could quickly become hopelessly lost. Max! Jonathan heard the commotion from his observation point. The teacher's increasingly worried calls, the quickening of her heartbeat that his enhanced hearing detected even at this distance. Something was wrong. Movement to his right caught his attention. A small boy, no more than 4 or 5, wandered between the trees about 50 yards away. He followed the erratic path of a monarch butterfly, oblivious to the fact that each step took him deeper into the forest. Jonathan assessed the situation instantly. The child had wandered from the school grounds, and the teacher, his mate, searched for him, her panic evident in her voice. If the boy continued his current trajectory, he would miss her entirely, heading into denser forest where even in daylight, dangers lurked. He moved without conscious decision, silent despite his size as he circled to intercept the child. The boy remained focused on the butterfly, unaware of Jonathan's approach until he knelt directly in his path. The child stopped abruptly, blinking in surprise at the large man who had seemingly appeared from nowhere. "Hello," Jonathan said, keeping his voice gentle despite his imposing presence. "You must be Max." The boy nodded, showing no fear, a fact that both relieved and concerned Jonathan. Children should be warier of strangers, especially in forests. "I was following a butterfly," Max explained seriously. "It had orange wings." "I saw that," Jonathan replied, "but I think your teacher is looking for you. She sounds worried." As if on cue, the woman's voice called again, closer now but moving in the wrong direction. "Max, where are you?" Max's eyes widened. "That's Miss Ava. Am I in trouble?" Ava. Finally he had her name. "Not if we find her quickly," Jonathan assured him, offering his hand. "Shall we?" The boy considered for a moment before placing his small hand in Jonathan's much larger one. "Okay." Jonathan guided the child toward Ava's voice, moving at a pace that accommodated Max's short legs. His wolf stirred with anticipation. After days of resistance, he would finally meet his mate face to face. Ava pushed deeper into the forest, branches catching at her cardigan as rational thought gave way to primal fear. Images of search parties and tearful parents flashed through her mind. How could she have let this happen? The gap in the fence had been reported. She should have kept closer watch. "Max!" she called again, voice cracking. "Please answer me." A movement ahead stopped her mid-step. Through the trees a figure approached, a man impossibly tall and broad-shouldered, walking directly toward her. Beside him, holding his hand, trotted Max Weber, apparently unharmed and chatting animatedly. Relief crashed through Ava so powerfully her knees nearly buckled. Max was safe. Then, as the pair drew closer, relief transformed into something else entirely. The man who emerged from the trees with her student looked like he'd stepped from the pages of a rugged outdoorsman magazine. Dark hair, slightly too long, framed a face of sharp angles and strong features. He wore simple jeans and a Henley that did nothing to disguise the powerful build beneath. But it was his eyes that captured Ava's attention. A hazel so light they appeared almost golden in the dappled sunlight. Golden eyes, like those from her dream. Ava froze, an inexplicable recognition washing over her. She'd never seen this man before, yet something about him resonated with familiarity so profound it stole her breath. "Miss Ava!" Max's voice broke the strange moment. "I found a butterfly and a forest man." The forest man stopped a respectful distance away, though his eyes never left Ava's face. Something intense burned in his gaze, assessment, curiosity, and something deeper she couldn't name. "He wandered quite far," the stranger said, his voice a deep rumble that Ava felt more than heard. "Fortunately, I was hiking nearby." Ava finally found her voice, professional concern overriding the bizarre reaction to this stranger. "Max, we've talked about staying with the group. You know you're never supposed to leave the code playground." She knelt to the boy's level, checking him for injuries. "Are you okay?" Max nodded enthusiastically. The butterfly was orange and black. It went up, up, up. He pointed skyward. "Then Mr. Jonathan found me." Jonathan. The name settled in Ava's mind with strange significance. She stood, extending her hand toward the man who had returned her student. "Thank you for bringing him back. I'm Ava Sinclair." "Jonathan Riverdale," he replied, reaching for her offered hand. The moment their skin touched, something electric shot up Ava's arm. Heat bloomed in her cheeks as an inexplicable current passed between them. Jonathan's hand engulfed hers completely, warm and calloused, and he seemed equally affected by the contact, his pupils dilating visibly, jaw tightening as if in restraint. For one disorienting moment, the forest around them seemed to fade, leaving only this connection between them. Ava's pulse quickened, her body responding to his proximity in ways she'd never experienced with any man. Something primal and undeniable hummed in the air between them. Jonathan released her hand first, stepping back slightly as if needing distance. He inhaled deeply, his expression momentarily shifting to something almost pained before smoothing into polite neutrality. "You should fix that fence," he said, his voice rougher than before. "The forest isn't safe for children alone." The practical comment broke the strange spell. Ava nodded, placing a protective hand on Max's shoulder. "Yes, we've reported it. Thank you again for your help, Mr. Riverdale." "Jonathan," he corrected, his gaze still intense enough to make her skin tingle. "Jonathan," she repeated, the name feeling right on her tongue. "I should get Max back to his class." He nodded, making no move to follow as she guided Max toward the code playground. Ava felt his eyes on her back with each step, that same sensation of being watched she'd experienced walking home. Had he been the presence she'd sensed that night? The thought should have frightened her, yet somehow it didn't. At the fence line, she couldn't resist looking back. Jonathan still stood where they'd left him, a commanding figure against the forest backdrop. He raised a hand in silent farewell, and Ava found herself returning the gesture before helping Max through the gap. Jonathan remained motionless long after Ava and the child disappeared from view, his wolf howling in protest at letting their mate walk away. The brief contact had nearly shattered his control, Elder Vivian's herbs proving barely adequate against the mating urge. Her scent clung to his hand where they'd touched. Jonathan raised it to his face, inhaling deeply. The physical reaction had been mutual. He'd heard her heartbeat accelerate, noticed the flush spreading across her cheeks, sensed the confusion and attraction mingling in her expression. She'd felt the connection, even without understanding it. Jonathan turned back toward the depths of the forest, needing to run, to process what had just happened. Finding the boy had forced his hand earlier than planned, but perhaps the moon goddess had orchestrated even that. His wolf pushed toward transformation, craving release after the strain of maintaining human form in his mate's presence. Jonathan waited until he'd put sufficient distance between himself and the school before surrendering to the change. Bones cracked and reformed, muscle and sinew rearranging in the familiar pain of shifting. Within moments, a massive black wolf stood where the man had been. He shook out his fur, senses expanding in this form, then launched into a ground-eating run. As he raced through the forest, Jonathan's thoughts remained fixed on Ava Sinclair, her warm brown eyes widening in recognition, her gentle handling of the child, the electric shock of their touching hands. His mate, a human preschool teacher with no knowledge of his world or the bond already forming between them. Pack law forbade human mates for good reason. Humans were fragile, their lives brief compared to werewolves. Revealing their existence risked exposure to the wider world. Taking a human mate meant either turning them, a painful process with no guaranteed survival, or watching them age and die while the werewolf remained vital. The council would oppose it. Some pack members might challenge his leadership, and Lydia Blackwood, daughter of his father's oldest ally, had been raised with the expectation of becoming his Luna. Yet against all these obstacles stood the undeniable truth. The moon goddess had chosen Ava Sinclair for him, and now that he'd met her, touched her, his wolf would accept no substitute. Jonathan slowed as he approached pack territory, shifting back to human form. Decisions loomed that would affect not just his future, but his entire pack's. For now, though, one thing was certain. He would see Ava Sinclair again. His wolf would accept nothing less. Chapter 4. Denial. The pack house hummed with afternoon activity as Jonathan strode through the main entrance. Pack members nodded respectfully, some pausing mid-conversation at the intensity radiating from their alpha. Jonathan acknowledged them with brief nods, his expression revealing nothing of the turmoil beneath. He found Marcus in the strategy room, maps of territory boundaries spread across the ancient oak table. His beta looked up, immediately sensing something had changed. "You found her," Marcus stated rather than asked, reading the truth in Jonathan's rigid posture. Jonathan closed the door before responding. "Yes." "Human?" "Yes." Jonathan paced the length of the room, unable to remain still with his wolf so close to the surface. "A preschool teacher?" Marcus absorbed this information, his expression carefully neutral. As beta, his loyalty was to both alpha and pack, sometimes a delicate balance. "The council meeting is in 2 hours," he finally said. "Elder Blackwood plans to discuss Lydia's return. The arrangements—" "I know what arrangements he plans to discuss," Jonathan interrupted sharply. "Nothing has changed, not yet." Marcus raised an eyebrow. "Hasn't it?" Jonathan stopped pacing, fixing his beta with a hard stare. "I met her, that's all. No decisions have been made. And the mate bond?" "Is my concern, not the council's." Jonathan's tone left no room for argument. "Until I decide how to proceed, this stays between us." Marcus nodded, though concern lingered in his eyes. "As you wish, Alpha." Jonathan turned to leave, then paused. "I'll be running the North Territory, alone." Without waiting for a response, he exited, already pulling his Henley over his head as he headed for the forest. His wolf demanded release, and for once Jonathan didn't fight it. The Northern Territory stretched wild and untamed, perfect for an alpha needing to clear his head. In wolf form, Jonathan pushed himself to physical limits, leaping fallen logs, fording icy streams, climbing rocky outcroppings. As if speed and exertion could somehow outrun the implications of what had happened at the forest's edge. Ava Sinclair. Even thinking her name sent a jolt through his system. The touch of her hand had confirmed everything Elder Vivian warned him about. The mate bond had begun forming the moment they met, an invisible tether linking them across species boundaries. His wolf recognized her as theirs, would accept no other. Yet pack law remained clear. Humans and werewolves did not mix. The risks were too great. Exposure, rejection, the inevitable complications of different lifespans. Generations of alphas had enforced this separation for good reason, and then there was Lydia Blackwood. The arrangement between their families predated Jonathan's birth, an alliance strengthening both bloodlines. Elder Blackwood controlled the Eastern Territories. His support had been crucial after Jonathan's father died. The expected union between Jonathan and Lydia would cement pack stability. Breaking such an arrangement wouldn't just disappoint Lydia, it would potentially fracture alliances built over generations. Jonathan pushed harder, muscles burning as he scaled a steep incline. At the summit he paused, raising his muzzle to the afternoon sky. The wolf wanted to howl its frustration, to announce to the world that it had found its mate. Jonathan forced the impulse down. Hours passed as he ran, the physical exertion doing little to resolve his dilemma. By the time he circled back toward Packlands, the sun hung low in the western sky. The council meeting would begin soon. Jonathan shifted back to human form near the pack house, dressing in the clothes he'd stashed before his run. His body felt better for the exercise, but his mind remained no clearer than before. One thing had become certain during his run: seeing Ava once would not be enough. Whether he ultimately followed pack law or the moon goddess's will, he needed to know more about the woman chosen as his mate. The council chamber fell silent as Jonathan entered. 8 pack elders sat around the circular table, with Marcus standing respectfully against the wall. At Jonathan's nod, his beta took his place at the alpha's right hand. "Forgive my tardiness," Jonathan addressed the council. "Border matters required my attention." Elder Blackwood, a silver-haired man whose powerful build hinted at the formidable wolf he'd once been, inclined his head. "The borders must always be secured. We were discussing the upcoming full moon ceremony." Jonathan took his seat, face betraying nothing of his inner conflict. "Proceed." "As you know," Elder Blackwood continued, "my daughter returns from her studies abroad next week. The timing aligns perfectly with the spring gathering." Another elder, Clara Wilson, nodded enthusiastically. "The pack has waited long enough for a proper lunar. The spring gathering would be ideal for announcing your union." Jonathan kept his expression neutral despite his wolf's immediate rejection of the suggestion. "Lydia has been away for 2 years. Perhaps we should allow her time to reacquaint herself with pack life before making announcements." Elder Blackwood frowned slightly. "The arrangement has stood for decades, Alpha. Both families agreed when you were children. The pack expects it. And the pack will have what's best for its future," Jonathan replied smoothly. "I merely suggest patience. Lydia may have changed during her time among humans." "My daughter knows her duty," Blackwood stated firmly. "She returns ready to take her place as Luna." The discussion continued, moving to preparations for the spring gathering. Jonathan participated appropriately, offering opinions on security and provisions while carefully avoiding any firm commitment regarding Lydia. Throughout the meeting, he felt Marcus's occasional glance, his beta sensing the careful omissions in Jonathan's contributions. When the council finally adjourned, Elder Blackwood lingered, clearly wanting private words. "My daughter asks about you in every call," the elder said once they were alone. "She's eager to begin your life together." Jonathan chose his words carefully. "Lydia is an exceptional woman. Any wolf would be fortunate to have her as Luna. But not just any wolf was promised to her," Blackwood reminded him, eyes narrowing slightly. "Is there something I should know, Jonathan? You seem distracted." Leadership carries many burdens, Jonathan deflected. Please give Lydia my regards when you speak with her. The elder studied him a moment longer before nodding. 3 days until she arrives. The pack will celebrate her return and the future it represents. After Blackwood departed, Marcus approached. That was skillfully handled. Also completely dishonest. Jonathan rubbed his temples, a headache forming. What would you have me say? That the moon goddess has chosen a human preschool teacher as my mate instead of his daughter? Eventually, yes, Marcus replied bluntly. This can't remain hidden, Jonathan. Not with Lydia returning, not with what a mate bond means. Jonathan knew his beta was right. Denying the bond wouldn't make it disappear, yet acknowledging it meant upending everything. Pack traditions, alliances, his very leadership. I need time, he finally said. Time to understand what this means, what she means. Marcus nodded, though concern remained evident in his expression. Just don't take too long. Some things can't be outrun, even by an alpha. And the third little pig said, Not by the hair of my chinny chin chin. Ava read dramatically, holding the picture book so her students could see the illustrations. 15 pairs of eyes watched with rapt attention as she continued the familiar tale. All except Max Weber, who studied her with unusual intensity from his spot on the reading carpet. Miss Ava, he interrupted suddenly, are you drawing the forest man's eyes? Ava blinked, glancing down at the notepad beside her. To her horror, she'd been absently sketching while reading. And Max was right. The page contained several attempts to capture a pair of remarkable golden hazel eyes. She began, quickly closing the notepad. Let's focus on our story, Max. Where were we? Ah, yes, the wolf was huffing and puffing. She continued reading, cheeks burning with embarrassment. This was the 3rd time today she'd caught herself thinking about Jonathan Riverdale. Something about their brief encounter had lodged in her mind, replaying whenever her attention wandered. The intensity of his gaze. The electric shock when their hands touched. The strange sense of recognition that defied logical explanation. By the time story hour ended and the children dispersed to activity centres, Ava had regained her composure. She tucked the incriminating notepad into her desk drawer, determined to focus on her responsibilities. Earth to Ava, Meg's voice broke into her thoughts. That's the 2nd time I've asked if you want me to set up the science table? Sorry, Ava shook her head. Yes, please. The magnifying glasses and leaf specimens. Meg tilted her head, studying Ava with growing amusement. Okay, spill. You've been floating in the clouds all day. Does this have anything to do with Tall, Dark and Rescue from yesterday? I don't know what you're talking about, Ava replied primly, busying herself with organising crayons. Please, Meg scoffed. I saw him from the Code playground. The guy was gorgeous, and you practically melted when he handed Max back. He helped a student. I was grateful. End of story. Meg hummed skeptically. That's why you've been sighing into space and drawing in your notepad all day. Before Ava could formulate a suitably professional response, the classroom door opened, and Sarah poked her head in. Lunchtime, ladies. Meg, can you cover both classes for 20 minutes? Mrs. Peterson needs help with the fundraiser forms. Meg agreed, and before Ava could protest, Sarah had linked arms with her, practically dragging her toward the staff room. Now, Sarah declared once they were seated with their lunches, tell me everything about the mysterious forest man who rescued Max. Meg texted me all the juicy details. Ava shot a betrayed look toward the door. There's nothing to tell. He found Max wandering in the woods and brought him back. I thanked him. That's it. That's it? Sarah repeated incredulously. Meg said you two had enough electricity between you to power the whole school, and apparently he was, and I quote, built like a lumberjack fantasy. Despite herself, Ava laughed. Your sources are exaggerating. So you're saying he wasn't gorgeous? Ava hesitated, images of Jonathan's strong features and intense gaze flashing through her mind. I didn't say that. Aha! Sarah pointed triumphantly. I knew it. What's his name? Is he local? Did you get his number? Jonathan Riverdale. I assume he's local, and no, I didn't get his number. He returned a student safely. It wasn't a dating opportunity. Sarah's eyes widened. Riverdale? As in Riverdale Properties. They own half the commercial real estate in the county. Old family, very private. Seriously loaded. This information surprised Ava. Jonathan had seemed rugged, outdoorsy, not like the wealthy businessman Sarah described. Are you sure it's the same Riverdale? Has to be. There's only one Riverdale family around here. Sarah leaned forward eagerly. This is perfect. He's single as far as I know. Keeps to himself, but that just adds to the mystery factor. Sarah, Ava interrupted firmly, I'm not interested in pursuing a man I met for 5 minutes while responsible for a student. But, no buts, I have 15 children depending on me to be focused and professional. Romance isn't on my agenda right now. Sarah sighed dramatically. Fine. Waste the obvious chemistry with Mr. Tall, Rich and Handsome. Die alone surrounded by finger paintings. That's the plan, Ava replied, the same hollow feeling accompanying the words as before. Yet this time, an image of golden eyes challenged her conviction. Jonathan found himself at the forest edge again the next afternoon, drawn inexorably to the school where Ava taught. He'd created a plausible excuse, checking the property line where pack territory bordered public land, but the truth was simpler and more complicated. He needed to see her again. From his vantage point among the trees he could observe without being seen. The children played in the Code playground, their high voices carrying clearly to his enhanced hearing. And there she was, moving between groups with natural grace, her laugh floating across the distance when a small girl showed her something in a bucket. His wolf stirred restlessly. Watching wasn't enough. It wanted closer contact, confirmation that their mate was real and not some moon goddess-induced hallucination. Jonathan forced himself to remain still. Approaching her at work again would raise questions, draw attention. If he decided to pursue this impossible bond, it would need careful handling. If. The word rang false even in his thoughts. His rational mind might still debate options, but his wolf had already decided. From the moment their hands touched, creating that electric current between them, denial became merely a delaying tactic. Movement near the repaired fence caught his attention. Ava stood alone, gazing into the forest with an expression he couldn't quite interpret. Was she looking for him? The possibility sent a surge of satisfaction through his system. For a breathless moment he thought she might have spotted him. Her gaze seemed to fix directly on his position, a slight furrow appearing between her brows. Then a child called her name, breaking the connection as she turned away. Jonathan exhaled slowly, both relieved and disappointed. Not yet. The timing wasn't right. Ava turned from the forest edge, responding automatically to Lily's call for help with the jump rope. All day she'd felt that same sensation of being watched, the prickling awareness raising goosebumps despite the warm spring afternoon. Was he out there? The thought both thrilled and unsettled her. This is ridiculous, she muttered to herself as she demonstrated proper jump rope technique. You're acting like a teenager with a crush. Yet she couldn't deny the pull she felt toward the forest preserve, the inexplicable certainty that Jonathan Riverdale was somehow connected to the strange sensations she'd been experiencing. It's just physical attraction, Ava reasoned as she guided her class back inside after recess. He's objectively handsome. Anyone would react the same way. The explanation felt inadequate, failing to account for the dream that had preceded their meeting, or the sense of recognition that had passed between them. Still, the alternative, that some deeper connection existed between her and a man she'd met once, seemed too fanciful for her practical nature. Ava had built her life around rational choices. After an unstable childhood in the foster system, she'd created security through education and career. Her students provided the family connection she'd always craved, her teaching the purpose that drove her forward. A random attraction to a stranger didn't fit her carefully constructed world. Better to focus on what she could control: her classroom, her students, her professional development. Yet as afternoon faded into evening and Ava prepared to leave school, she found herself lingering at the forest's edge once more, scanning the trees for a glimpse of golden eyes. "This has to stop," she told herself firmly, turning away with deliberate purpose. Whatever happened yesterday was a momentary connection, nothing more. The hollow ache in her chest as she walked home suggested otherwise, but Ava refused to acknowledge it. Some paths were better left unexplored, some feelings better left unexamined, no matter how golden his eyes or how electric his touch. Chapter 5. Promise to Another. The convoy of black SUVs rolled through Riverdale Pack territory with metropolitan precision, dust billowing behind expensive tires on the rarely used access road. Pack members paused in their daily activities to watch the procession, exchanging knowing glances. The Blackwood heiress had returned. Jonathan stood on the main lodge steps, dressed in the formal attire Pack tradition demanded for such occasions. Dark jeans, crisp white shirt, and the ceremonial leather vest bearing the Riverdale crest. Beside him, Elder Blackwood practically vibrated with anticipation, while the other council members arranged themselves in order of rank. The lead vehicle stopped before the lodge, and the driver, one of Blackwood's personal security, hurried to open the rear door. A slender leg emerged first, clad in designer jeans and ending in stiletto heels entirely impractical for Packlands. Then Lydia Blackwood unfolded from the SUV with practiced elegance, sunglasses shielding her eyes despite the overcast day. 2 years in Europe had transformed the girl Jonathan remembered into a woman of sophisticated poise. Her dark hair fell in an expensive cut that framed high cheekbones and full lips curved in a confident smile. She wore a white cashmere sweater that probably cost more than most Pack members earned in a month, accented with jewellery that glinted gold against her olive skin. "Daddy!" she exclaimed, embracing Elder Blackwood with genuine warmth before turning to Jonathan. Her smile shifted subtly, becoming something more calculated as she assessed him from behind her sunglasses. "Alpha Riverdale, you've grown more handsome in my absence." Protocol demanded Jonathan welcome her with the traditional greeting between aligned families. He stepped forward, taking her offered hand and brushing his lips across her knuckles. "Lydia, the Pack welcomes your return." She removed her sunglasses, revealing eyes nearly as dark as her hair. "Only the Pack, Jonathan." Her voice carried a teasing lilt, but the question held weight that everyone present recognized. "And I, personally," he added smoothly, aware of Elder Blackwood's watchful gaze. "Your presence has been missed." Satisfaction flickered across Lydia's features as she turned to greet the council members. Jonathan stepped back, maintaining his alpha composure while his wolf remained conspicuously silent. 2 years ago, before the moon goddess's intervention, he might have appreciated Lydia's beauty and confidence. Now, he felt nothing beyond the obligation of their family's arrangement. Marcus caught his eye from the edge of the gathering, one eyebrow raised in silent question. Jonathan gave an imperceptible shake of his head. Not now. "I've planned a welcome feast," Elder Blackwood announced proudly. "The entire Pack will celebrate your return tonight." Lydia linked her arm through her father's. "Wonderful. But first I must freshen up. The drive from the airport was positively primitive." She glanced at Jonathan. "I assume my rooms are prepared?" The question carried implications that rippled through the assembled Pack members. By tradition, the future Luna would occupy the east wing of the Alpha's house, a physical claim on territory and position before the official mating. "Of course," Jonathan replied, the words tasting like ash. "Marcus will show you." As his beta led Lydia toward the waiting Pack vehicles, Jonathan felt Elder Blackwood's hand clap his shoulder. "A perfect match," the older wolf declared. "Strong bloodlines, proper training, and beauty besides. You're a fortunate alpha, Jonathan." Jonathan nodded, unable to voice agreement but unwilling to contradict the elder publicly. His gaze drifted toward the distant tree line, beyond which lay Pinecrest and a preschool teacher with warm brown eyes who knew nothing of Pack politics or arranged matings, or the impossible choice her existence forced upon him. The welcome feast transformed the Pack's communal dining hall into a celebration space. Tables groaned under the weight of traditional dishes. venison, wild turkey, fresh-caught trout, and vegetables from the pack's gardens. Pack members dressed in their finest, the atmosphere electric with anticipation. The return of Lydia Blackwood represented more than one wolf's homecoming. It signaled the imminent union of two powerful bloodlines and the securing of the pack's future. Jonathan sat at the head table, Lydia positioned at his right as tradition dictated for the future Luna. She had changed for the feast, her designer jeans replaced by a burgundy dress that hugged her curves while remaining tasteful enough for pack sensibilities. The Blackwood family pendant, a silver wolf with ruby eyes, hung at her throat, a not-so-subtle reminder of her lineage. "Remember when we snuck away during the harvest festival?" Lydia leaned close, her voice pitched for his ears alone. Her hand rested on his forearm, fingers tracing idle patterns against his skin. "You were so shy then. I had to practically drag you behind the storage sheds." Jonathan took a measured sip of wine, recalling the adolescent fumbling she referenced. At 16 he'd been flattered by the attention of Elder Blackwood's beautiful daughter. Now her touch left him cold. "That was a long time ago," he replied neutrally. "Not so long." Her fingers continued their possessive exploration, moving to his thigh beneath the table. "I've learned quite a bit in Europe, you know. Things I'm eager to show you." Before Jonathan could formulate a response that wouldn't insult her while establishing boundaries, Elder Wilson rose to offer a toast. Grateful for the interruption, he shifted subtly away from Lydia's touch. "To the return of Lydia Blackwood," the elder proclaimed, raising her glass, "and to the union we have long anticipated. May the moon goddess bless the joining of Riverdale and Blackwood bloodlines." "Here! Here!" The pack's response echoed through the hall as glasses raised in unison. Jonathan lifted his glass automatically, his expression revealing nothing of his inner conflict. Across the table, Marcus watched him with knowing eyes, concern evident beneath his beta's usual stoicism. Lydia basked in the pack's approval, her smile radiant as she acknowledged the toast. To all appearances, she was the perfect future Luna, beautiful, well-connected, born and raised in pack traditions, everything an alpha should want in a mate. Yet as the feast progressed, Jonathan found his thoughts repeatedly drifting to a yellow school building at the forest's edge, and a woman whose simple touch had affected him more than Lydia's deliberate seduction ever could. "You're going to wear a hole in my floor," Marcus commented dryly. After the feast, Jonathan had retreated to his beta's cabin under the pretense of discussing security arrangements. In reality, he needed escape from Lydia's increasingly obvious advances and the pack's expectations. "She's moved into the East Wing," Jonathan stated, continuing his pacing. "Her clothes are in the closets. Her scent will permeate the house within days." Marcus leaned against his kitchen counter, arms crossed. "That was always the plan. You've known this day was coming since you were children." "Before the moon goddess intervened," Jonathan corrected sharply. "Yes." Marcus studied his alpha carefully. "You still haven't told the council about your human mate." Jonathan stopped pacing, running a hand through his hair in frustration. "How can I? You saw them tonight, raising toasts to my union with Lydia. The alliance with the Blackwoods has stood for generations." "And pack law regarding human mates has stood even longer," Marcus pointed out. "Yet the goddess chose her for you anyway. That must mean something." "It means I'm being torn in two directions," Jonathan growled. "The pack expects me to mate Lydia. My wolf demands I claim Ava. There is no middle ground." Marcus was silent for a long moment. "Have you considered that perhaps the pack needs change? Our numbers dwindle each generation. Isolation has protected us but also weakened us." "You sound like Elder Vivian," Jonathan muttered. "The old wolf has wisdom," Marcus replied with a slight smile. "Jonathan, I've been your beta since we were barely out of adolescence. I've never seen you as distracted as you've been since meeting this human. Your wolf has chosen whether you accept it or not." Jonathan sank into a chair, suddenly exhausted. "And what of my responsibility to the pack, to tradition?" "Your first responsibility is to lead us well," Marcus said quietly. Can you do that while denying your true mate? Can you be the alpha we need while living a lie? The questions hung in the air between them, unanswerable yet demanding resolution. Finally, Jonathan stood. "I need to run," he said, already moving toward the door. "Clear my head." Marcus nodded, understanding the need for wolf form release. "Just remember, Lydia won't wait patiently forever." She returned with expectations. "I know," Jonathan acknowledged grimly. "That's what worries me." Lydia Blackwood stood in the center of the East Wing's main bedroom, satisfaction warming her chest as she surveyed her new domain. The room had been prepared exactly as she'd instructed in her messages. Cream-colored linens on the massive four-poster bed, fresh flowers on every surface, her favorite scented candles creating an atmosphere of sensual welcome. She ran her hand along the antique dresser, already filled with her designer clothes. The connecting door to the alpha's bedroom remained closed but unlocked, a symbolic barrier soon to be eliminated entirely. 2 years she'd spent preparing for this moment, enduring European finishing schools and the tedium of human society to become the sophisticated Luna the Riverdale pack deserved. Unlike some werewolves who resisted human influence, Lydia had embraced it, learning to navigate both worlds with equal skill. She understood fashion, politics, business, all tools that would elevate the pack beyond the provincial existence they currently maintained. And Jonathan. Her lips curved, remembering how he'd filled out since she'd left. Always handsome, he'd matured into his alpha power, his presence commanding respect without effort. Yes, he'd been somewhat distant at the feast, but that was to be expected. Jonathan had always been serious, bound by duty and tradition. She would change that, loosen him up, make him understand that being alpha didn't mean sacrificing pleasure. Lydia moved to the full-length mirror, assessing her appearance with critical eyes. The silk nightgown clung to her curves, the deep red colour complementing her olive complexion. Her dark hair fell loose around her shoulders, and she wore the subtle perfume that had drawn compliments from men across Europe. Perfect, irresistible. She glanced at the clock. Jonathan would have returned from the feast by now, perhaps already preparing for bed. The official mating ceremony wouldn't occur until the spring gathering, but there was no reason they couldn't begin re-establishing their connection more intimately. With a confident smile, Lydia moved toward the connecting door. Tonight would mark the beginning of her reign as Luna of the Riverdale pack. The forest clearing bathed in moonlight. Ava stood at its center, her chestnut hair silver in the lunar glow, wearing a simple white dress that made her look ethereal. She turned as Jonathan approached, her warm brown eyes lighting with recognition. "You found me," she said simply. Jonathan reached for her, his wolf surging with joy as their hands touched. The electric connection flowed between them, stronger than before. She stepped into his embrace without hesitation, fitting against him as if created for that purpose. "I've been waiting," she whispered against his chest, "even before I knew who I was waiting for." He tilted her face upward, drawn to her lips with inevitable gravity. Just before they touched, Jonathan jerked awake, the dream dissolving into darkness. His body thrummed with unfulfilled desire, his wolf whining at the loss of their dream mate. For a disorienting moment, he thought he still smelled Ava's scent, vanilla and something floral, before realizing another fragrance had invaded his bedroom. Expensive perfume. Lydia. She stood in the doorway between their rooms, the silhouette of her body clearly visible through red silk. The moonlight streaming through his windows illuminated her confident smile as she registered his wakefulness. "I thought I heard you return," she said, her voice a practiced purr as she moved toward his bed. "I've been waiting all evening for us to have some private time." Jonathan sat up, sheets pooling at his waist. His wolf, already agitated from the dream of Ava, growled in rejection of this intruder. With effort he maintained his human control. "Lydia," he acknowledged, his voice deliberately neutral. "It's late." She laughed softly, perching on the edge of his bed with casual intimacy. "That's rather the point, isn't it?" Her hand reached for his bare chest, fingers tracing the contours of muscle. We have so much catching up to do. Jonathan caught her wrist before she could continue her exploration, holding it firmly but not painfully. This isn't appropriate. Surprise flickered across her features, quickly replaced by determination. We're practically mated already, Jonathan. Everyone expects it. The ceremony is just formality. The ceremony matters, he countered, releasing her wrist and putting distance between them, as do pack traditions. Lydia's expression hardened slightly. Since when are you such a traditionalist? I seem to recall you being quite eager to break rules when we were younger. We're not children anymore, Jonathan stated flatly. I'm alpha now. My actions carry weight. Exactly. She leaned closer despite his obvious withdrawal. You're alpha. You make the rules. And I've waited 2 years to be with you again. Her hand returned to his chest, sliding downward with clear intent. No one would blame us for anticipating our union. Jonathan caught her hand again, his patience thinning. Lydia, stop. Something in his tone finally penetrated her determination. She pulled back, studying him with narrowed eyes. What's wrong with you? This isn't the welcome I expected. I apologize if I gave you false expectations, he said carefully. But much has changed since you left. The pack faces challenges that require my full attention. Challenges? She repeated skeptically. The pack is stronger than ever. My father says your leadership has been exemplary. Her eyes narrowed further. Is there someone else? The direct question caught Jonathan off guard, his momentary hesitation damning in its silence. Lydia stood abruptly, silk rustling with her movement. I see. Her voice had lost its seductive warmth, turning cold as winter rain. Who is she? Someone from the northern packs? There is no one, Jonathan lied, hating the necessity but unprepared for the truth to emerge this way. Only the weight of responsibility. Lydia studied him, disbelief evident in her expression. You forget how well I know you, Jonathan Riverdale. Something has changed. She moved toward the connecting door, pausing with her hand on the frame. Or someone has changed you. Lydia. No matter, she interrupted, her composure returning with visible effort. We have time. The spring gathering approaches, and with it, our official announcement. Her smile returned, though it didn't reach her eyes. Whatever distraction occupies you now, remember your duty to the pack, to our families. The door closed behind her with deliberate softness, more unsettling than if she'd slammed it in anger. Jonathan fell back against his pillows, the scent of Lydia's perfume lingering unpleasantly in his room. His wolf paced restlessly, rejecting the intrusion into their territory, craving the vanilla floral scent of their true mate. The dream of Ava had felt more real than Lydia's physical presence beside him. More right. The contrast only confirmed what his wolf already knew. No matter what pack tradition dictated, no matter what alliances had been arranged, his heart and soul recognized only one mate. But acknowledging that truth would set him against generations of pack law and the expectations of wolves who had followed him loyally for 5 years. It would potentially fracture alliances and create enemies where he now had allies. Jonathan rose from his bed, moving to the window that faced east, toward Pinecrest, toward Ava. Somewhere in the human town she slept, unaware of the turmoil her existence had created in his world, unaware that she had been chosen by forces beyond human understanding to be the mate of an alpha werewolf. The moon goddess had set an impossible choice before him: honor pack tradition and deny his true mate, or follow his heart and risk everything he'd built. As dawn approached, Jonathan remained at the window, torn between duty and desire, tradition and truth, the path laid before him and the one his heart demanded he follow. Chapter 6. Divided Heart. The pack council chamber fell silent as Jonathan finished outlining his proposal. 8 pairs of eyes regarded him with expressions ranging from confusion to outright suspicion. Let me understand this correctly, Elder Wilson finally spoke, her weathered hands folded precisely on the ancient oak table. You want to create a formal outreach program with human schools, specifically the elementary school that borders our territory. Jonathan maintained his alpha composure, though he felt Marcus shift slightly beside him, his beta already anticipating the resistance. "It's a security measure," Jonathan explained, his tone leaving no room for argument despite the half-truth. "Human children have breached our borders twice in the past month. Rather than reinforcing fences that will only spark curiosity, we establish a controlled presence." Elder Blackwood frowned, the lines in his face deepening. "Controlled presence? We've maintained separation for generations, Alpha, for good reason. And that separation has created mystery," Jonathan countered. "Mystery breeds investigation, by creating a legitimate reason for pack members to interact with the school, teaching forest safety, wildlife awareness. We control the narrative." He didn't mention Ava, didn't need to. His wolf practically howled her name with every heartbeat, the pull toward her growing stronger each day since Lydia's return 3 days ago. "Who would manage this outreach?" Elder Wilson asked, skepticism evident in her tone. "I would," Jonathan stated flatly. "As Alpha, I should establish the initial parameters. Once the program is running smoothly, others can be trained to continue it." The silence that followed carried weight. Jonathan knew what they were thinking, that such tasks were beneath an Alpha's dignity, that human interaction should be minimized, that his time would be better spent on pack matters. On Lydia. "I believe it has merit," Marcus spoke up, surprising the elders. "Prevention is wiser than reaction. If human children are already finding their way onto our land, better to address it directly than wait for incidents." Jonathan shot his beta a grateful look. Marcus understood the real motivation behind the proposal, but supported it anyway, a true friend beneath the formal pack relationship. "The Alpha's time is valuable," Elder Blackwood said carefully. "Perhaps another wolf could—" "I've made my decision," Jonathan interrupted, allowing a hint of Alpha authority to colour his voice. The elder subsided immediately, though disapproval remained evident in his expression. "Then it's settled," Jonathan continued more diplomatically. "I'll arrange a meeting with the school administration this week. The program will focus on forest safety, wildlife identification, and environmental education, all perfectly normal human concerns that give us legitimate presence without raising suspicion." The council couldn't openly oppose their Alpha's decision, though the atmosphere remained tense as the meeting concluded. Jonathan ignored the whispered conversations that followed him out, his mind already racing ahead to the implications of his choice. He would see Ava again, soon. The thought sent anticipation coursing through his system, his wolf practically preening with satisfaction. "That went well," Marcus commented dryly as they walked toward the main lodge. Jonathan snorted. "About as well as telling them I'm considering a human mate." "Which you're not," Marcus replied, the statement more question than assertion. Jonathan stopped walking, glancing around to ensure privacy before responding. "I don't know what I'm considering anymore. I just know I need to see her again." "And Lydia?" The question carried all the complications Jonathan had been avoiding. Lydia, who had claimed the east wing of his house. Lydia, whose father controlled vital hunting territories. Lydia, who expected an announcement at the spring gathering less than a month away. "One problem at a time," Jonathan muttered, resuming his stride with new purpose. "First, I need to establish contact with the school." Marcus fell into step beside him, loyalty overriding his obvious concerns. "I'll handle the council fallout. You focus on not getting caught between an expectant fiancé and a human mate who doesn't even know werewolves exist." Jonathan grimaced at the accurate assessment of his predicament. "When you put it that way, maybe I should reconsider." "Too late," Marcus replied with unexpected gentleness. "Your wolf has already decided. The rest is just details." Details that could destroy everything Jonathan had built as Alpha. Yet as he returned to his office to draft the outreach proposal, he couldn't bring himself to regret the decision that would bring him back to Ava's orbit. Principal Davis's monthly staff meeting had already covered budget updates, upcoming standardized testing, and the PTA fundraiser when he cleared his throat for a final announcement. "Before we adjourn, I have exciting news, he said, beaming at the assembled teachers. Riverdale Properties has approached us with a community partnership opportunity. Ava, who had been mentally planning her afternoon art activity, refocused her attention at the familiar name. Riverdale. Like Jonathan Riverdale, the man from the forest who had returned Max safely. The man whose golden eyes still appeared in her dreams nearly a week later. Mr. Riverdale has proposed a forest education initiative, Principal Davis continued. Given our unique location bordering the nature preserve, he feels our students would benefit from structured outdoor learning experiences. As if summoned by her thoughts, the staff room door opened, and Jonathan Riverdale himself entered. Ava's breath caught in her throat. If anything, he was more imposing than she remembered. Tall and broad-shouldered in dark jeans and a charcoal button-down that did nothing to disguise his powerful build. His dark hair was neatly combed, though still long enough to suggest wildness barely contained. When his gaze swept the room and landed on her, Ava felt the same electric jolt she'd experienced at their first meeting. A slight smile curved his lips, there and gone so quickly she might have imagined it. Thank you for allowing me to interrupt, Jonathan addressed Principal Davis before turning to the staff. As some of you know, Riverdale Properties manages significant portions of the forest preserve bordering your school. We've noticed increased activity along the boundaries, specifically curious students. His eyes flickered briefly to Ava, and heat rose in her cheeks as she remembered Max's adventure. Rather than build higher fences, Jonathan continued, we thought education might be more effective, teaching children to respect the forest while satisfying their natural curiosity in a supervised environment. Principal Davis nodded enthusiastically. Mr. Riverdale has generously offered to fund and personally oversee a weekly program. Each class would participate in age-appropriate activities, nature walks, wildlife identification, conservation projects. Ava found herself leaning forward, genuinely interested despite her confusion about Jonathan's presence. The program sounded perfect for her preschoolers, who constantly asked questions about the forest they could see from their code playground. We'll need a teacher liaison, Principal Davis added. Someone to coordinate with Mr. Riverdale on curriculum integration. Before Ava could process the implications, Sarah's hand shot up beside her. Ava would be perfect. Her class already does nature themes, and she has that whole earthy nurturing vibe going on. Ava shot her friend a mortified glance, but Principal Davis was already nodding in agreement. Excellent suggestion. Miss Sinclair, would you be willing to serve as our liaison? It would involve some after-school planning sessions. Trapped by professional obligation and suddenly aware of every eye in the room, especially a particular pair of golden hazel ones, Ava managed a composed nod. I'd be happy to help. The children would love more structured outdoor learning. Perfect. Principal Davis clapped his hands together. Mr. Riverdale, does that work for you? Jonathan's expression revealed nothing of his thoughts as he nodded. Miss Sinclair and I have already met briefly. I look forward to working together more extensively. Something in his tone sent a shiver down Ava's spine. Not unpleasant, but unsettling in its intensity. As the meeting adjourned and teachers gathered their materials, she found herself rooted to her chair, uncertain how to approach the man who had somehow engineered this situation. She didn't have to decide. Jonathan made his way directly to her, his presence drawing curious glances from her colleagues. Miss Sinclair, he greeted her formally, though his eyes held warmth that belied the professional tone. I hope you don't mind being volunteered. Ava stood, acutely aware of their height difference as she tilted her head to meet his gaze. It's an interesting coincidence that you've created a program requiring school partnership right after finding one of my students in the woods. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Is it a coincidence? Or efficient problem-solving? That depends on your actual motivation, she replied, surprising herself with her boldness. Jonathan's eyes darkened slightly, something primal, flickering in their depths before he controlled it. My motivation is exactly as stated, safety and education. Though I won't deny I'm pleased you'll be the liaison. The admission hung between them, too direct to ignore but too ambiguous to challenge. Before Ava could formulate a response, Sarah appeared at her elbow, practically vibrating with suppressed excitement. "Mr. Riverdale, I'm Sarah Peterson, kindergarten teacher and Ava's best friend." She extended her hand with a dazzling smile. "I've heard so much about you." Ava shot her a warning glance that Sarah blithely ignored. "Have you?" Jonathan replied, shaking Sarah's hand briefly. "Interesting, since Miss Sinclair and I have only met once before." "Quality over quantity," Sarah quipped with a meaningful look at Ava, who silently contemplated the professional ramifications of strangling a colleague. "Sarah, don't you have recess duty?" Ava asked pointedly. "Not for 10 minutes," Sarah replied cheerfully before turning back to Jonathan. "Will you be joining us for the Spring Festival next week? It's our biggest fundraiser of the year." "I hadn't planned to," Jonathan began, before his gaze returned to Ava. "Though I'm open to persuasion." The way he said it, as if her opinion alone would determine his decision, sent another wave of heat through Ava's system. This was rapidly spiraling beyond professional interaction. "We should discuss the forest program details," she said, deliberately steering the conversation back to safer territory. "Perhaps tomorrow after school, unless that's too soon." "Tomorrow is perfect," Jonathan replied, his intense focus making it seem as if they were alone in the crowded staff room. "I'll bring preliminary materials for your review." As he left, nodding politely to Principal Davis on his way out, Ava released a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. Sarah immediately grabbed her arm, pulling her into the empty copy room. "Oh, my God!" Sarah's eyes were wide with excitement. "That man is not starting a forest program because he cares about children learning to identify pine trees. He created an entire educational initiative just to see you again." "That's ridiculous," Ava protested, though a small part of her wondered the same thing. "He's a businessman. This is probably a tax write-off or community relations effort." "A businessman who personally wants to teach preschoolers about squirrels?" Sarah raised an eyebrow. "Please. The way he looked at you, like you were the only person in the room." "You're exaggerating," Ava insisted, though the memory of Jonathan's focused attention made her pulse quicken. "Besides, even if you were right, which you're not, getting involved with someone connected to the school would be unprofessional." "Unprofessional, maybe? Worth it?" "Absolutely." Sarah grinned. "Just promise you'll give me all the details after your planning session tomorrow." As Ava returned to her classroom, she tried to focus on the educational benefits of the forest program rather than the man behind it. Yet Jonathan Riverdale's golden eyes and enigmatic smile kept intruding on her thoughts, along with the undeniable awareness that had sparked between them. Professional, she reminded herself firmly. This was a professional relationship, nothing more. Her racing heart suggested otherwise. Lydia surveyed the pack's ceremonial clearing with critical eyes, mentally rearranging decorations for maximum impact. The spring gathering was less than 3 weeks away, and as future Luna, she intended to make it memorable. "The archway should be there," she instructed a young pack member who followed her with a notebook. "With white flowers and silver ribbons, symbolic of the moon goddess's blessing on new beginnings." The girl, Emma, or was it Emily, nodded earnestly, making notes. "And the feast tables?" "Along the western edge, leaving the center open for dancing." Lydia smiled, imagining herself and Jonathan opening the celebration with the traditional first dance. "The Alpha and I will need space to lead the pack." "Of course," the girl agreed, though something in her expression suggested uncertainty. Lydia narrowed her eyes. "Is there a problem?" No, came the hasty response. "It's just, Alpha Riverdale hasn't confirmed the announcement ceremony details yet. Marcus mentioned waiting for his approval before finalizing arrangements." Irritation flashed through Lydia, quickly concealed behind a practiced smile. "The Alpha has many responsibilities. That's why he has me to handle these matters." She waved dismissively. "Continue as I've directed. I'll speak with Jonathan personally." As the girl hurried away, Lydia allowed her composure to slip momentarily. This marked the third time in as many days that Jonathan had delegated pack matters to his beta rather than working with her directly. Since the night she'd entered his bedroom and been politely but firmly rejected, he'd maintained a frustrating distance. At first, she'd attributed his behavior to alpha propriety, perhaps even old-fashioned restraint before their official mating. But yesterday, she'd overheard Marcus mentioning the school program to another pack member, discovering that Jonathan had created some ridiculous outreach initiative with the human elementary school. An initiative that consumed hours of his time that should have been spent with her, planning their future. Lydia checked her watch, noting that Jonathan should have returned from his latest community meeting by now. With determined steps, she headed toward the Alpha's house, mentally rehearsing the conversation they needed to have. The main house stood empty when she arrived, Jonathan's scent hours old. Frustration mounting, Lydia pulled out her phone and sent a terse message. "Dinner, my quarters, 8 p.m, important matters to discuss." She didn't phrase it as a request. Future Luna or not, she was still a Blackwood, and Blackwoods didn't beg for attention. By evening she had transformed her dining area into an intimate setting. Candles, fine wine, and a meal prepared by her own hands rather than the pack cook. A subtle reminder of what Jonathan stood to gain by honouring their arrangement. He arrived precisely at 8, freshly showered but with fatigue evident in the set of his shoulders. Lydia greeted him with a kiss on the cheek, noting how he subtly leaned away from the contact. "This is a pleasant surprise," Jonathan said, taking the seat she indicated. "Though unnecessary. The pack kitchen could have provided dinner." "I wanted privacy," Lydia replied, pouring wine into crystal glasses. Part of her personal collection brought from Europe. "We've barely spoken since my return." Jonathan accepted the wine with a nod of thanks. "Pack business has been demanding." "Yes, I've noticed." Lydia kept her tone light as she served the carefully prepared venison. "Particularly this new school initiative I've heard mentioned." Something flickered across Jonathan's expression. Wariness, perhaps. The forest education program. A preventative measure after several boundary breaches. "Fascinating that it requires the Alpha's personal attention," Lydia observed, taking her seat across from him. "Rather than, say, your beta or another qualified pack member." "New initiatives need proper leadership," Jonathan replied evenly. "Once established, others will take over." Lydia sipped her wine, studying him over the rim of her glass. "And when might that be? The spring gathering approaches quickly. We have much to prepare." "The gathering is well in hand. Marcus speaks highly of your organizational skills." "Marcus?" Lydia repeated, unable to keep a hint of sharpness from her voice. "Yes, he's been quite helpful. Though I had hoped to work more directly with you on certain elements. The announcement ceremony, for instance." Jonathan's fork paused halfway to his mouth. "Announcement ceremony?" "For our mating," Lydia clarified, watching him carefully. "Traditionally declared at the spring gathering, as you know. Father has already begun informing allied packs to ensure proper representation." Jonathan set his fork down, his expression unreadable. "Lydia, we haven't discussed timing." "What is there to discuss?" She leaned forward, allowing her silk blouse to reveal a calculated glimpse of cleavage. "Our families arranged this union years ago. I've returned specifically for this purpose. The pack expects it." "Expectations don't dictate alpha decisions," Jonathan stated, his tone carrying a hint of steel beneath the politeness. Lydia felt her carefully maintained composure slipping. "Jonathan, what exactly are you saying? That you're reconsidering our arrangement?" "I'm saying that such decisions shouldn't be rushed," he replied diplomatically. "The pack faces many challenges right now. Timing is important." "Challenges?" Lydia couldn't contain her incredulity. "The pack is thriving under your leadership. What possible reason could there be to delay?" Jonathan met her gaze directly, something resolute in his expression. "My reasons are my own, Lydia. As Alpha, I don't need to justify them, even to you." The words stung more than she cared to admit. Lydia set down her wineglass carefully, afraid she might otherwise throw it. "Is there someone else?" she asked bluntly, watching his face for any reaction. "Another female from an allied pack, perhaps? Or is this about your little human project?" Jonathan's expression hard. "Ned. This conversation is over." He stood, napkin placed precisely beside his barely touched meal. "Thank you for dinner, Lydia. We'll discuss the spring gathering details later." As he walked out, Lydia remained seated, fury and humiliation warring within her. Something had changed in Jonathan. Something that threatened everything she had planned, everything she deserved as future Luna. And she intended to discover exactly what, or who, was responsible. The forest floor absorbed Jonathan's pounding footsteps as he ran, putting distance between himself and the suffocating atmosphere of Lydia's dinner. His wolf pushed for release, clawing beneath his skin with growing urgency. He'd maintained control during the confrontation, but just barely. Lydia's questions hit too close to the truth he wasn't ready to acknowledge publicly, that his heart and wolf had chosen a mate his head couldn't accept. When he reached a clearing far from pack dwellings, Jonathan finally surrendered to the shift. Bones cracked and reformed, muscle and sinew rearranging in the familiar pain of transformation. Within moments, a massive black wolf stood where the man had been, shaking out thick fur before lifting his muzzle to scent the night air. East. Always east. Toward Pinecrest. Toward Ava. The wolf began running again, following the pull that grew stronger each day. Jonathan had spent the afternoon at the school, finalizing details of the forest program with Principal Davis, while hyper-aware of Ava teaching in a classroom down the hall. Even that proximity had eased the constant ache his wolf felt in her absence. Tomorrow they would meet properly, alone, without the pretense of Max's rescue or the formality of a staff meeting. The thought sent anticipation coursing through him, his wolf practically prancing at the prospect. Yet beneath the anticipation lay guilt. Guilt for misleading Lydia, whose only crime was expecting the arrangement both families had promised. Guilt for potentially destabilizing pack alliances built over generations. Guilt for wanting something pack law explicitly forbade. The wolf had no patience for such human complexities. It recognized its mate and demanded action. Simple, direct, primal. Claim her, protect her, make her ours. But Jonathan couldn't surrender to instinct alone. As alpha, his decisions affected every member of his pack. A wrong choice could have consequences beyond his personal happiness. The wolf slowed as it approached the outskirts of Pinecrest, caution overriding desire. Even at night, humans occasionally ventured near the forest edge. Discovery would be catastrophic. Instead, Jonathan circled to higher ground, finding a ridge that overlooked the small town. Somewhere among those lights, Ava prepared for sleep, unaware of the werewolf watching over her territory, torn between duty and desire. Tomorrow he would see her again. Tomorrow he would be closer to a decision that could change everything. For tonight, the wolf settled on the ridge, golden eyes fixed on the distant lights of Pinecrest, maintaining vigil over a mate who didn't yet know she had been claimed by forces beyond human understanding. Chapter 7. Growing Bonds. And who can tell me what this animal is? Ava held up a picture card showing a grey wolf, its intelligent eyes staring from the glossy surface. 15 small hands shot into the air, accompanied by the usual chorus of me, Miss Ava, I know. Tyler, Ava called on a boy near the back who rarely volunteered answers. It's a wolf, Tyler announced proudly, like in the 3 Little Pigs. That's right, Ava confirmed with an encouraging smile. Wolves live in our forest, though they're very shy and usually stay far away from people. Do they huff and puff and blow houses down? Lily asked seriously, her fabric heart, now a permanent comfort object, clutched in one small hand. Before Ava could answer, a deep voice spoke from the classroom doorway. Actually, wolves are much more interested in hunting deer than bothering little pigs or their houses. 21 heads, 15 children, Ava and her assistant Meg, turned simultaneously toward the source of the voice. Jonathan Riverdale filled the doorframe, his broad shoulders making the standard school entrance appear unusually small. He wore jeans and a forest green Henley that complemented his golden hazel eyes, looking more like an outdoorsman than the wealthy businessman Sarah had described. "Mr. Jonathan!" Max exclaimed, immediately abandoning the circle to run toward the visitor. The other children watched with wide-eyed curiosity as their classmate fearlessly approached the imposing man. "Hello, Max," Jonathan greeted the boy with surprising warmth. "I see you've stayed inside the fence since our last meeting." Max nodded solemnly. "Miss Ava said the forest is only for big people with grown-up brains." A smile tugged at Jonathan's lips as his gaze lifted to meet Ava's. "Miss Ava is very wise." Something electric passed between them, the same inexplicable connection Ava had felt during their previous encounters. She broke eye contact first, conscious of 15 observant children and Meg's barely concealed interest. "Class, this is Mr. Riverdale," Ava introduced, her teacher voice firmly in place despite her racing pulse. "He's going to help us learn about the forest and the animals that live there." "Are you a forest ranger?" Emma asked, eyeing Jonathan's casual attire with skepticism. "Not exactly," Jonathan replied, entering the classroom fully. "But I know the forest very well. My family has lived beside it for generations." "Do you know where the wolves live?" Tyler asked eagerly. Jonathan's eyes flickered briefly to Ava before he answered. "I do. They have territories throughout the preserve, but they prefer to stay hidden." "Can we see them?" several children asked in unison. "Probably not," Jonathan said, crouching to their level despite his height making the movement awkward. "Wolves are very careful around humans. But if you're quiet and observant, you might see signs they've been nearby. Footprints, fur caught on branches, marks on trees." The children absorbed this information with solemn nods, clearly impressed by Jonathan's knowledge. Ava watched with growing surprise as he fielded their rapid-fire questions with patience and genuine engagement. For someone who projected such intimidating authority, he seemed remarkably comfortable with preschoolers. "Mr. Riverdale will be joining us this afternoon for our first forest education session," Ava explained, checking the wall clock. "But first, it's center time. Everyone find your name tag and go to your first station." The children scattered with practiced efficiency, leaving Ava momentarily alone with Jonathan as Meg supervised the transition. "You're early," she observed, gathering the animal cards from the carpet. "We weren't expecting you until after lunch." "Principal Davis suggested I observe a regular class session first," Jonathan replied, his deep voice pitched low for her ears alone, "to better understand the children's knowledge level." Ava nodded, trying to ignore the way his proximity affected her breathing. "That makes sense. Though I should warn you, preschoolers have no filter. They'll ask anything that pops into their heads." "I don't mind honesty," Jonathan said, his gaze intense enough to make her cheeks warm. "It's refreshing." Before Ava could respond to the loaded statement, a small hand tugged at Jonathan's jeans. Lily stood beside him, her fabric heart clutched tightly. "Are you too big for the block center?" she asked seriously. "We need someone tall to help build a tower to the ceiling." Jonathan glanced at Ava, who nodded permission with an amused smile. "I think I can help with that," he told Lily solemnly. What followed was a sight Ava wished she could photograph. Jonathan Riverdale, who radiated authority and power even in casual clothes, folding his massive frame onto a tiny preschool chair at the block center. His knees practically touched his chest, making him look like an adult at a child-sized tea party. Yet he showed no discomfort or self-consciousness as Lily and 3 other children immediately put him to work, directing him with the natural authority of 4-year-olds certain of their vision. "Higher," Tyler instructed as Jonathan carefully placed blocks according to the children's specifications. "We need it taller than you." "That's very tall," Jonathan replied seriously. "We'll need a strong foundation." Ava circulated through the other centers, helping with puzzles and mediating a disagreement at the dramatic play area. But her attention repeatedly drifted to the block corner. Jonathan worked with surprising dexterity despite his large hands, following the children's increasingly ambitious directions while subtly reinforcing the tower's stability. When Max climbed directly into Jonathan's lap to reach higher, Ava tensed, uncertain how he would react to such familiarity. To her amazement, Jonathan simply adjusted his position to better support the boy, one large hand automatically steadying Max's back as he stretched toward the tower's peak. By the time center rotation ended, Jonathan had children climbing over him like a jungle gym, his deep laugh occasionally rising above the classroom chatter. The intimidating businessman had vanished, replaced by someone who connected effortlessly with children, a quality Ava hadn't expected and found inexplicably attractive. "Clean-up time, friends," she announced, starting the familiar clean-up song that signaled transition. As the children reluctantly dismantled their tower, Jonathan unfolded from the tiny chair with surprising grace. He caught Ava watching him and raised an eyebrow in silent question. "You're good with them," she said simply. "Not everyone is." "They're easier than adults," he replied. "No hidden agendas, no pretense. Just endless energy and brutally honest observations about your appearance," Ava added with a smile. As if on cue, Emma approached, looking up at Jonathan with critical assessment. "Your hair is too long for a dad," she informed him, "but you're strong enough. Are you Miss Ava's boyfriend?" Ava felt heat rush to her face. "Emma, that's not an appropriate question." "Why not?" Emma persisted with 4-year-old logic. "Sarah asked you the same thing yesterday. I heard her in the copy room." Jonathan's lips twitched with barely suppressed amusement as Ava's embarrassment deepened. "Mr. Riverdale is helping with our forest program," she explained firmly. "Now please finish cleaning up the art center." As Emma skipped away, Jonathan leaned closer. "Sarah has questions about me?" "Ignore her," Ava muttered. "She has an overactive imagination and no filter, like most of my students apparently." His chuckle sent an unexpected warmth through her chest. "I told you I appreciate honesty." Before Ava could formulate a response that wouldn't further embarrass her, a wail erupted from the reading corner. Tyler sat sobbing, clutching a torn book while another boy stood nearby looking guilty. "He ripped it!" Tyler cried, tears streaming down his face. "My favorite dinosaur book!" Ava moved toward the disturbance, but Jonathan was already there, kneeling beside the distraught child. "May I see?" he asked gently. Tyler hiccuped, reluctantly surrendering the book. Jonathan examined the torn page with serious attention, as if assessing a critical document rather than a children's picture book. "This can be fixed," he assured Tyler, his deep voice somehow soothing despite its natural authority. "See, the page is only separated from the binding. No dinosaurs were harmed." Tyler's sobs subsided to sniffles as he peered at the damage. "Really? You can fix it?" "Miss Ava probably has special book tape," Jonathan explained, glancing up to confirm with Ava, who nodded. "The dinosaurs will be back together before you know it." "Promise?" Tyler asked, his small hand unconsciously gripping Jonathan's much larger one. "Wolf's honor," Jonathan replied solemnly, then froze momentarily as if catching himself in a slip. Ava noticed the odd phrase but was more struck by the tableau before her. This powerful man completely focused on comforting a child over a torn book, his expression gentle despite his imposing presence. Something shifted in her perception of Jonathan Riverdale, seeing beyond the intimidating exterior to the compassion beneath. The moment broke as lunch preparations began, but Ava found her gaze returning to Jonathan throughout the meal and subsequent recess. He integrated himself natural, into classroom routines, helping without overstepping, observing without intruding. By the time the children settled for afternoon rest time, he had somehow transformed from visitor to valued assistant. "They've adopted you," Meg whispered as the lights dimmed for quiet time. "Fair warning, that means you're stuck with us now. They'll expect you every day." Jonathan's eyes found Ava across the darkened classroom. "I can think of worse fates," he replied, his voice carrying just enough for her to hear. After the children departed and Meg left for her evening class, Ava and Jonathan remained to prepare materials for the next day's forest activity. The classroom felt different in the afternoon quiet, more intimate without the buffer of 15 energetic children. "I thought we'd start with a nature scavenger hunt," Ava suggested, spreading laminated cards on her desk. "Simple items they can find safely. Pine cones, specific leaves, animal tracks we create beforehand." Jonathan examined the cards, his fingers tracing the carefully drawn images. "These are good. Did you make them?" "Last night," Ava admitted. "I got a bit carried away with the project." "They're excellent," he said, genuine appreciation in his voice. "You've included details most adults would miss." The compliment warmed her unexpectedly. Teaching preschool means becoming an expert in random subjects. Last month I could identify 15 types of construction vehicles. This month it's forest ecology. Jonathan smiled, the expression transforming his usually serious face. "What made you choose teaching, particularly this age group?" Ava hesitated, surprised by the personal question. Something about Jonathan's direct gaze encouraged honesty, however. "Stability," she finally answered. "I grew up in foster care, moved around a lot, different schools every year. My third-grade teacher, Mrs. Landry, was the first adult who made me feel seen. She created a safe space in her classroom when nothing else in my life felt secure." Jonathan's expression softened with understanding rather than pity, a distinction Ava appreciated. "So you became that person for others?" "I try," she acknowledged. "Every child deserves at least one place where they belong unconditionally." She busied herself organizing materials, suddenly self-conscious about revealing so much. "What about you? Forest preservation seems an unusual passion for a real estate developer." Jonathan leaned against the desk, considering his answer. "My family has always been connected to the land. Development and preservation can coexist with proper management." He paused, seeming to edit his thoughts. "I spent most of my childhood in those woods. They're home in a way buildings never could be." "That explains your knowledge of wildlife," Ava observed. The children were impressed, especially with the wolf information. Something flickered in Jonathan's expression. Caution, perhaps. "Wolves are misunderstood creatures. They're not the monsters of fairy tales, just predators with an essential role in the ecosystem." "You sound protective of them," Ava noted, curious about his sudden intensity. "They're family-oriented," Jonathan replied after a moment. "Loyal to their pack, committed to their mates for life." His gaze held hers with unexpected weight. Qualities worth respecting. The conversation had shifted into territory that felt significant beyond the words themselves. Ava broke eye contact first, returning to the scavenger hunt materials with forced focus. "We should mark the trail before tomorrow," she said, changing the subject. "The children will need clear boundaries." Jonathan nodded, accepting the redirection. "I brought trail markers in my truck. We can set them up now if you have time." As they gathered supplies, Ava found herself increasingly aware of Jonathan's movements, the controlled power in his stride, the careful way he handled classroom materials, the heat she could feel radiating from him when he stood nearby. Their hands brushed occasionally as they worked, each contact sending that same electric current through her system. What was happening to her? This attraction felt different from anything she'd experienced before. More primal, more compelling, more inevitable. Dark clouds had gathered by the time they reached the forest edge, the spring air heavy with impending rain. Ava eyed the sky with concern as they marked the boundaries for tomorrow's exploration. "Maybe we should hurry," she suggested, securing a bright orange ribbon to a low branch. "That looks like serious weather moving in." Jonathan glanced upward, inhaling deeply as if scenting the air. "You're right. We have maybe 10 minutes before it hits." They worked quickly, establishing a clear path with frequent markers. Ava found herself impressed by Jonathan's efficiency and knowledge of the terrain. He moved through the forest with absolute confidence, identifying potential hazards and suggesting safer alternatives with natural authority. They had nearly completed the circuit when the first heavy drops began to fall. Within seconds, the scattered drops transformed into a downpour, water cascading through the canopy above. This way! Jonathan called over the sudden roar of rain, grasping Ava's hand and pulling her toward a denser section of forest. She followed without hesitation, trusting his guidance despite the rapidly deteriorating visibility. After a short distance, they reached a massive fallen oak, its upturned root system creating a natural shelter reinforced by overhanging branches. Jonathan led her into this improvised haven, where the deluge reduced to occasional drips rather than the sheet of water beyond their shelter. The space was limited, forcing them to stand close together, their breathing slightly elevated from the quick dash to safety. "Well," Ava said, pushing wet hair from her face, "so much for finishing the trail markers." "They'll hold," Jonathan assured her, his voice sounding deeper in the confined space. "The rain should pass quickly." Ava became acutely aware of their proximity as her initial relief faded. Water droplets clung to Jonathan's dark hair and traced paths down his strong features. His Henley had darkened with moisture, clinging to the contours of his chest and shoulders in a way that made it difficult for her to maintain eye contact. "You're shivering," he observed, concern evident in his expression. Ava hadn't noticed until he mentioned it, but her light cardigan offered little protection against the sudden chill brought by the rain. "I'm fine," she insisted, wrapping her arms around herself. "Just a little damp." Jonathan hesitated only briefly before opening his arms. "Body heat," he explained simply. "No sense in you catching cold before tomorrow's big adventure." The offer was practical, logical even, yet Ava's pulse quickened at the thought of stepping into his embrace. Professional boundaries whispered caution, but the genuine concern in his eyes, and her increasingly undeniable attraction to him, overrode hesitation. She stepped forward, allowing his arms to encircle her. Immediate warmth enveloped her as Jonathan held her carefully, as if afraid she might break. He radiated heat like a furnace, his chest solid against her cheek. "You're so warm," she murmured, then felt embarrassment at stating the obvious. Jonathan's chuckle rumbled through his chest. High metabolism. They stood in silence as rain pounded the forest around them, creating a private world within their shelter. Ava gradually relaxed against him, her shivering subsiding as his warmth seeped into her. His scent surrounded her, pine and something wild she couldn't name, entirely masculine and inexplicably comforting. "The children adore you," she said finally, needing to break the intimate silence before she did something foolish, like tilt her face up to his. "You surprised me today." "How so?" His voice vibrated through his chest against her cheek. "You don't seem like someone who would voluntarily spend time with 15 preschoolers," Ava explained. "You have this intensity about you, authority. I expected you to be more uncomfortable with the chaos." Jonathan's arms tightened slightly around her. "Perhaps I'm not who you initially assumed." Ava pulled back enough to look up at him, finding his golden hazel eyes watching her with an expression that made her breath catch. "No," she agreed softly, "you're not." Something shifted in the atmosphere between them, the air suddenly charged with possibility. Jonathan's gaze dropped to her lips, his own parting slightly as he seemed to lean imperceptibly closer. Ava's heart hammered against her ribs, anticipation and uncertainty warring within her. This was unprofessional, unwise, possibly career-threatening, yet she couldn't bring herself to step away. A sudden crack of thunder broke the moment, startling them both. Jonathan released her immediately, creating distance between them as if suddenly remembering himself. "The storm's moving on," he observed, his voice rougher than before. "We should head back before the next cell hits." Ava nodded, equally grateful for and disappointed by the interruption. What had she been thinking? Nearly kissing a man she barely knew in the middle of the forest. A man connected to her school, no less. Yet as they emerged from their shelter and hurried back toward the school building, she couldn't shake the feeling that something significant had nearly happened, something that would have changed everything. The rain had subsided to a gentle drizzle by the time they reached the school parking lot. Ava's car sat alone near the building, the staff lot otherwise empty as evening approached. "Let me help with those." Jonathan offered as Ava struggled to balance her tote bag and the box of forest activity supplies. Thanks, she replied, surrendering the heavier box. It's just over there, the blue Honda. They walked in companionable silence, the earlier tension still humming beneath the surface, but tempered by the return to familiar territory. At her car, Ava unlocked the trunk, stepping back as Jonathan placed the box carefully inside. Thank you for today, she said, closing the trunk. The children benefited from your expertise and your patience with block tower engineering. Jonathan smiled, raindrops clinging to his dark hair. I enjoyed it more than I expected. They're refreshingly genuine. That's one way to put it, Ava laughed. Another is exhaustingly honest and perpetually sticky. Worth it, though, Jonathan observed, his expression softening. You've created something special in that classroom, a place where they feel safe, as you said. Seen. The echo of her earlier words touched something deep in Ava's chest. Thank you for noticing. They stood beside her car, neither making a move to end the conversation despite the lingering rain. Finally, Ava extended her hand formally, attempting to re-establish professional boundaries. Until tomorrow, then. 9:30 for the forest exploration? Jonathan looked at her offered hand with an unreadable expression before taking it in his much larger one. Instead of the brief handshake Ava intended, he held her hand gently, his thumb brushing across her knuckles in a gesture too intimate to be casual. Until tomorrow, he agreed, his voice low. The electric connection she'd felt at their first meeting returned tenfold, warmth spreading up her arm from where their skin touched. Ava knew she should withdraw her hand, end the contact that had already extended beyond propriety, yet she couldn't bring herself to break the connection. Jonathan seemed equally reluctant, his golden eyes darkening as they held hers. Something unspoken passed between them, an acknowledgement of mutual attraction neither was ready to voice. Finally, with visible reluctance, Jonathan released her hand. Drive safely, he said, stepping back to allow her access to the driver's door. Ava nodded, suddenly unable to trust her voice. As she drove away, she caught a glimpse of him in her rearview mirror, a powerful figure standing motionless in the rain, watching her departure with an intensity that followed her all the way home. Whatever was developing between them had progressed beyond professional collaboration or casual attraction. The realization should have frightened her, yet Ava felt only anticipation for tomorrow's forest adventure and the man who would guide her through it. Chapter 8. Discovery. Lydia's fingers tightened around the delicate teacup, her knuckles whitening as she inhaled deeply. The scent lingering on Marcus's jacket was faint but unmistakable. Jonathan had been with him this morning, and beneath Jonathan's distinctive pine and earth aroma lurked something else. Something floral, feminine, and decidedly human. The council meeting went well, Marcus continued, oblivious to her focused assessment. Jonathan approved the final security arrangements for the spring gathering. We'll need additional patrols along the northern boundary since the Blackstone Pack confirmed their attendance. Lydia set her cup down with deliberate care, forcing her features into a pleasant mask. Wonderful. Father will be pleased to hear the Blackstones are coming. Their alpha was quite attentive during my time in Europe. The subtle reminder of her desirability among other pack leaders wasn't lost on Marcus, whose expression revealed nothing but polite interest. Lydia had always found Jonathan's beta frustratingly difficult to manipulate, his loyalty to Jonathan absolute despite the political advantages the Blackwoods could offer. "And Jonathan?" she inquired casually. "Will he be joining us for dinner tonight? Elder Wilson mentioned a pack history discussion that would benefit from the Alpha's perspective." Marcus shifted slightly, the movement almost imperceptible to human eyes but telling to a born werewolf, discomfort, evasion imminent. "Jonathan has community obligations this afternoon," he replied, the careful neutrality in his tone confirming Lydia's suspicions. "The school outreach program requires his personal attention while being established." "Of course," Lydia smiled, the expression not reaching her eyes. His dedication to pack security is admirable. These human children must be thoroughly educated about forest boundaries. If Marcus detected her sarcasm, he gave no indication. The program serves multiple purposes. Goodwill with the human community provides cover for our activities and reduces curiosity about the preserve. Logical, Lydia agreed, rising gracefully from her seat. Please tell Jonathan I hope to see him tomorrow. The ceremonial preparations cannot proceed without his input. Marcus nodded, clearly relieved by her apparent acceptance. As he departed, Lydia remained motionless, her enhanced senses cataloguing the information her instincts had already processed. Jonathan's scent had changed subtly over the past week. The unknown female fragrance, vanilla, lavender, something uniquely human, appeared with increasing frequency on his clothing, in his hair, even on his skin despite regular showering. He returned from these community obligations distracted, his wolf energy unsettled in a way Lydia recognized from her studies of pack dynamics. The signs were unmistakable to anyone versed in werewolf biology. Jonathan was experiencing mate pull, the gravitational attraction between compatible wolves that preceded formal mating, except the scent mingled with his wasn't werewolf, it was human. Lydia moved to her bedroom, exchanging her casual dress for designer jeans and a fitted blazer more suitable for public appearance. If Jonathan wouldn't provide answers, she would find them herself. After all, a future Luna protected what was hers. And Jonathan Riverdale had been promised to her since childhood. The elementary school parking lot bustled with afternoon activity as parents arrived for pickup. Lydia remained in her black BMW, tinted windows providing anonymity as she observed the building's main entrance. Her enhanced vision easily picked out individual humans despite the distance, teachers guiding children to waiting vehicles, administrative staff monitoring the process, parents chatting in small groups. No sign of Jonathan yet, though his distinctive black truck sat at the far end of the lot, partially obscured by a maintenance van. Patience had never been Lydia's strongest quality, but years in European finishing schools had taught her the value of strategic waiting. She adjusted her designer sunglasses and settled deeper into the leather seat, her senses alert for any trace of Jonathan's presence. 20 minutes passed before the school's side door opened, revealing the object of her surveillance. Jonathan emerged carrying what appeared to be a large display board, his tall frame unmistakable even at this distance. Beside him walked a woman Lydia hadn't seen before, slender, with chestnut hair pulled into a casual ponytail, dressed in the practical clothing of an elementary teacher. Even from across the parking lot, Lydia could see the easy familiarity between them. They walked in perfect synchronization, their bodies unconsciously angled toward each other despite the bulky item they carried. The woman laughed at something Jonathan said, her free hand briefly touching his arm in a gesture too natural to be new. Lydia's fingers tightened on the steering wheel as she watched Jonathan load the display into his truck. Instead of immediately returning to the school, he and the woman lingered, continuing their conversation with the relaxed posture of people comfortable in each other's presence. The woman, this human, stood too close to him, inside the personal space Jonathan typically maintained with everyone except his closest pack members. More telling was Jonathan's response, not only allowing the proximity but seeming to welcome it, his body language open and engaged in a way Lydia hadn't witnessed since his return. "So this is your community obligation," Lydia murmured, a cold weight settling in her stomach as she observed their interaction. The final confirmation came as they prepared to part ways. The woman tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, a casual, unconscious gesture, and Jonathan reached out, his fingers gently adjusting another wayward lock with the easy intimacy of a mate claim. Lydia's breath caught sharply. That gesture, the specific way his fingers lingered at the woman's temple before trailing down to her jaw, was not human affection. It was a werewolf scent marking, an instinctive behavior between mates that left the alpha's claim visible to other wolves. Jonathan was marking this human as his, publicly, without apparent awareness of the profound significance of his actions. The woman's reaction proved her ignorance, a slight widening of eyes, a faint blush colouring her cheeks, but no recognition of the ritual being performed. She had no idea she was being claimed by one of the most powerful alphas in the region through an ancient werewolf tradition. Lydia started her car with trembling hands, pulling away from her observation point before either could notice her presence. Her carefully maintained composure cracked as she accelerated onto the main road, a growl building in her throat that she barely managed to suppress. The moon goddess had chosen a human for Jonathan, a human who knew nothing of their world, their traditions, or the position that rightfully belonged to Lydia Blackwood. The private road to the Blackwood family estate wound through dense forest, providing the isolation Lydia desperately needed. As she navigated the familiar curves, her initial shock crystallized into something colder, more calculated. Jonathan hadn't officially rejected their arrangement. He hadn't announced a mate claim to the council. He hadn't even introduced this human to the pack, which meant he knew exactly how forbidden such a union would be. Pack law regarding humans was ancient and unambiguous. While casual relationships were tolerated with discretion, true mating required transformation, a dangerous process with only 30% survival rate. No alpha in recorded history had chosen a human mate over a werewolf counterpart when a suitable match existed. And Lydia was beyond suitable. She was perfect, born to one of the oldest bloodlines, educated specifically for leadership, beautiful by both human and werewolf standards. The council had approved their match years ago, seeing the political and genetic advantages of uniting the Riverdale and Blackwood lines. One human schoolteacher couldn't possibly compete with generations of careful planning. Lydia parked before the imposing Blackwood mansion, its stone facade a testament to her family's enduring power. Inside, she bypassed the staff without acknowledgement, heading directly to her father's study. Elder Blackwood looked up from his computer as she entered, his expression shifting from irritation at the interruption to concern as he registered her agitation. "Lydia, what's happened?" She closed the door firmly before responding, unwilling to risk servants overhearing. "Jonathan has found his true mate." Elder Blackwood's surprise quickly transformed to satisfaction. "Excellent. We can move the announcement to next week rather than waiting for the spring gathering. Your mother will be—" "Not me," Lydia interrupted, her voice tight with controlled fury. "A human." The silence that followed was absolute. Elder Blackwood's expression cycled through disbelief, confusion, and finally calculated assessment. "You're certain?" he asked, his tone revealing nothing of his thoughts. "I saw them together." He scent-marked her, the temple-to-jaw gesture. Lydia paced the study, her movements betraying the wolf's agitation beneath her human form. "She's a teacher at the elementary school. The community program was just an excuse to see her." Elder Blackwood leaned back in his leather chair, fingers steepled beneath his chin as he processed this information. Unlike his daughter, his reaction revealed no emotional distress, only the measured consideration of a pack elder evaluating political implications. "Has he introduced her to the pack?" "No," Lydia confirmed. "She appears completely ignorant of our existence." "Then nothing is formalized," Elder Blackwood stated with certainty. "Mate pull can be inconvenient, but it's not irreversible without claiming rituals." Lydia stopped pacing, her attention fully on her father. "What are you suggesting?" "Jonathan is young for an alpha," Elder Blackwood observed, rising to pour 2 glasses of amber liquid from a crystal decanter. "Barely 28. It's not uncommon for wolves his age to experience false mate pull, particularly with humans whose pheromones can temporarily confuse instincts." He offered Lydia a glass, which she accepted automatically, her mind racing with implications. "The council would never approve a human mate for the alpha," Elder Blackwood continued, "especially not with our alliance already established. The political fallout alone would destabilize 3 neighboring territories." "He marked her," Lydia repeated, the memory burning behind her eyes. "That's not confusion. His wolf has chosen." "Perhaps," Elder Blackwood conceded, sipping his drink. "But wolves can be redirected with proper motivation. Jonathan's sense of duty has always been his defining quality. Remind him of his responsibilities and this distraction will fade. Lydia considered her father's words, the initial shock of discovery giving way to strategic thinking. The spring gathering is in 2 weeks. The ceremonial announcement of our mating would solidify pack expectations. Precisely. Elder Blackwood smiled approvingly. Once publicly committed before allied packs, Jonathan's options become limited. His honor would prevent him from withdrawing. The plan had merit, yet Lydia's instincts warned that something fundamental had changed in Jonathan. The way he looked at the human woman, with unguarded warmth that he'd never shown Lydia despite their years of acquaintance, suggested this was more than temporary attraction. "And if he resists?" she asked, voicing her deeper concern. Elder Blackwood's expression hardened, the politician giving way to the wolf beneath. "Then we remind him that pack stability requires certain sacrifices. The council would never accept a human Luna, especially with the Blackstone pack growing more aggressive along our northern border. Jonathan needs our alliance more than he needs a human mate." He set down his glass with finality. "Besides, you've seen what happens to humans who attempt the transformation. 30% survival at best, and those who live are never quite right afterward. Would Jonathan risk his human's life for tradition he doesn't even believe she could survive?" The calculated cruelty of the observation should have disturbed Lydia. Instead, she felt a cold comfort in its logic. Jonathan was honorable to a fault. He would never endanger someone he cared for, even for his own happiness. "I'll speak with the ceremonial committee," Elder Blackwood decided. "We'll accelerate preparations for the announcement. In the meantime, increase your visibility with the pack. Remind them of the stability your union with Jonathan represents." Lydia nodded, a plan forming in her mind. "And the human?" Elder Blackwood studied his daughter carefully. "Information is our first priority. Learn everything about her, background, connections, vulnerabilities. Knowledge provides options." The implicit permission for surveillance aligned with Lydia's instincts. Know your enemy before engaging. The first lesson of pack politics her father had taught her. "I understand," she replied, setting down her untouched drink. "I'll handle it personally." The human's name was Ava Sinclair. 30 minutes of focused research on Lydia's laptop had yielded surprising results for someone so seemingly ordinary. Preschool teacher at Pinecrest Elementary for 3 years. Bachelor's degree in early childhood education from State University. Graduated with honors despite working full-time. No family connections in the area, or anywhere apparently. Her social media presence was minimal, but revealed a history of foster care, suggesting no biological family remained in her life. Isolated, vulnerable, perfect. Lydia scrolled through the woman's professional profile on the school website, studying the smiling photograph with critical assessment. Ava Sinclair was pretty in a wholesome, approachable way. Chestnut hair, warm brown eyes, features that would be considered attractive by human standards. Nothing extraordinary that would explain Jonathan's unprecedented behavior. Yet something about this unremarkable human had captured the alpha's attention so completely that he risked pack stability and his own position to be near her. Lydia closed the laptop, moving to her bedroom window that overlooked the pack's main grounds. In the distance, she could see Jonathan's house, the alpha residence where she had expected to live as Luna, where this human would never belong. The initial shock and hurt of discovery had transformed into something more dangerous, cold, calculated determination. Lydia Blackwood had not spent years preparing for her role as Luna to be displaced by a human schoolteacher who stumbled accidentally into their world. Jonathan might be experiencing mate pull, but he was still bound by duty and tradition. The pack would never accept a human Luna. The council would never approve such a match. The political alliances carefully cultivated over generations would fracture if the Riverdale-Blackwood union dissolved. All these realities would eventually overcome whatever attraction Jonathan felt toward Ava Sinclair. Lydia simply needed to accelerate the process, remind Jonathan of his responsibilities, while ensuring this human understood she was intruding where she didn't belong. If the moon goddess truly intended this match, she would have made Ava Sinclair a werewolf. The fact that she hadn't was proof enough that tradition should prevail. Lydia turned from the window, her decision made. Jonathan was promised to her by pack law and family agreement. No human, no matter how special Jonathan might find her, would interfere with what tradition had ordained. The future Luna of the Riverdale pack would not be displaced without a fight. And Lydia Blackwood had been trained since birth to protect what was rightfully hers. Starting tomorrow, Ava Sinclair would learn exactly what it meant to attract the attention of an alpha werewolf, and the consequences of stealing what belonged to another. The following morning found Lydia parked once again near Pinecrest Elementary, this time positioned with clear view of the staff entrance. Her research had revealed Ava typically arrived by 7:30 a.m., well before students, to prepare her classroom. Right on schedule, a modest blue Honda pulled into the teacher's lot. Ava emerged carrying a tote bag and what appeared to be a tray of seedlings, likely for some classroom project. She walked with purpose toward the building, unaware of being observed. Lydia studied her with clinical detachment, noting details invisible to human eyes. Jonathan's scent clung faintly to the woman's jacket and hair, evidence of recent proximity though not the intimate contact that would indicate a completed mate bond. The human moved with the relaxed confidence of someone unaware of predators watching from shadows. That innocence would make this easier. As Ava disappeared into the building, Lydia started her car, a plan crystallizing in her mind. Direct confrontation would alert Jonathan, potentially accelerating a mate claim he seemed to be approaching gradually. Better to observe first, understand the relationship's current boundaries before deciding how best to disrupt it. The human represented only half the equation. Jonathan's behavior, his choices, his priorities, would reveal how deeply the mate pool had affected him. If he was merely experiencing physical attraction, separation and reminder of duty might be sufficient. If his wolf had truly recognized a mate. Lydia pushed that possibility aside. No alpha had chosen a human mate in generations. The risks and complications were too great, the survival rate too low. Jonathan was rational, responsible, qualities that had made him an effective leader. Once reminded of the consequences, he would make the correct choice. As she drove toward pack territory, Lydia's phone chimed with a message from her father. Council meeting at noon. Announcement discussion. Be prepared. Perfect timing. The council's formal acknowledgement of the upcoming mating ceremony would create public expectation Jonathan couldn't easily dismiss. By the spring gathering, this human distraction would be forgotten, a momentary aberration rather than a genuine threat. Lydia smiled as she composed her response, satisfaction warming her chest. Jonathan might be temporarily confused by primitive instincts, but tradition and duty would prevail. They always did. The human teacher would return to her simple life, never knowing how close she had come to a world beyond her understanding, or the danger she had narrowly avoided by attracting an alpha werewolf's attention. After all, humans who learned too. Much about werewolf society rarely survived the knowledge. Pack law was explicit on that point, even for an alpha's chosen companion. If Jonathan truly cared for Ava Sinclair, he would recognize that the kindest choice was to let her go, for her own protection. And if he didn't reach that conclusion independently, Lydia would ensure he understood exactly what was at stake, for the pack, for his position as alpha, and for the human who had unwittingly stepped into a world where she could never belong. Chapter 9. Pack Pressure. Jonathan's pen hovered over the forest program schedule, his concentration broken by the distinctive sound of Elder Blackwood's Mercedes pulling into his driveway. The visit wasn't unexpected. He'd been avoiding the elder for days, delegating pack meetings to Marcus while he focused on the school initiative. Still, the timing felt deliberate, coming just hours after Jonathan had spent the morning helping Ava's class plant seedlings in the newly established forest classroom at the school's edge. He set down the pen and straightened his shoulders, mentally shifting from thoughts of Ava's smile to the political confrontation awaiting him. The knock, when it came, carried the precise authority that characterized everything about Elder Blackwood. "Enter!" Jonathan called, remaining seated behind his desk, a small assertion of alpha dominance in what would undoubtedly become a power struggle. Elder Blackwood stepped into the office with the confident bearing of someone accustomed to deference. At 62, he remained imposing, silver threading his dark hair and beard only adding gravitas to his appearance. His tailored suit spoke of wealth and influence that extended beyond pack boundaries into human business circles. "Alpha," he greeted Jonathan with appropriate respect, though his tone carried an undercurrent of disapproval. "I hope I'm not interrupting important work." Jonathan gestured to the chair across from his desk. "Council matters are always important, Elder. What brings you here unannounced?" Elder Blackwood settled into the offered seat, his gaze falling deliberately on the elementary school logo visible on Jonathan's paperwork. "Precisely that. Council matters which have gone unaddressed while you pursue community outreach." The slight pause conveyed volumes. Jonathan maintained a neutral expression, though his wolf bristled at the implied criticism. "The forest education program serves multiple purposes," he replied evenly. "Security, territory maintenance, human relations, all essential to pack stability." "Indeed." Elder Blackwood's smile didn't reach his eyes. Though traditionally such initiatives would be handled by designated pack members, not the Alpha personally, especially with the spring gathering approaching and ceremonial preparations requiring attention. The reference to the gathering, and its implied significance for Jonathan and Lydia, hung in the air between them. Jonathan leaned back slightly, maintaining eye contact with the elder. "The pack functions efficiently under current delegation. Marcus has kept me fully informed of ceremonial preparations." "Delegation has its place," Elder Blackwood acknowledged, his tone hardening slightly. "But some duties cannot be delegated, Jonathan. Some responsibilities require the Alpha's personal attention, particularly those involving generational agreements between founding families." The directness of the statement eliminated any pretense about the conversation's true purpose. Jonathan felt his wolf stir restlessly, resenting the pressure but recognizing the political reality Elder Blackwood represented. "My responsibilities to the pack remain my highest priority," Jonathan stated carefully. "Do they?" Elder Blackwood leaned forward, dropping the diplomatic veneer. "Because rumors have reached the council, Jonathan. Troubling rumors about your frequent visits to Pinecrest Elementary, about your interest in a particular human teacher." Jonathan's expression remained impassive despite the surge of protective instinct that flared at the mention of Ava. "The council seems unusually concerned with my community engagement schedule." "We become concerned when that engagement appears to conflict with established pack expectations." Elder Blackwood's voice lowered, though his intensity increased. "The alliance between our families has stood for 3 generations, Jonathan. Your grandfather and mine established the agreement that would eventually unite Riverdale and Blackwood bloodlines. Your father reaffirmed it before his passing." "I'm aware of our history," Jonathan replied, an edge entering his voice despite his efforts at control. "Are you? Because your actions suggest otherwise." Elder Blackwood's facade of respect cracked further. "Lydia returned specifically for the spring gathering announcement. Allied packs have been notified. Preparations are underway. Yet you spend your days with human children and their teacher rather than attending to these critical matters." Jonathan stood abruptly, his alpha energy filling the room. Elder Blackwood, despite his status, instinctively lowered his gaze in response to the dominance display. "My personal schedule is not subject to council approval," Jonathan stated, his voice carrying the unmistakable authority of his position. "The pack prospers under my leadership. Alliances remain secure. My methods may differ from tradition, but the results speak for themselves." Elder Blackwood rose more slowly, composing himself before responding. "No one questions your achievements as Alpha, Jonathan, but leadership requires sacrifice, sometimes of personal desires for the greater good." His expression softened slightly, becoming almost paternal. Whatever attraction you feel toward this human, it cannot supersede generations of pack planning. Surely you understand that. The appeal to duty struck its intended target. Jonathan had been raised from birth to prioritize pack needs above individual wants, a principle he'd honored throughout his 5 years as alpha. The conflict between that lifelong commitment and the undeniable pull toward Ava created a tension that Elder Blackwood clearly recognized and exploited. "The council meets at noon," Elder Blackwood continued, pressing his advantage. "Ceremonial matters require your input, specifically the announcement ritual for the spring gathering. Your presence would reassure those who have begun to question your commitment." The implied threat was clear. Attend and implicitly endorse the mating announcement, or face growing opposition within the pack structure. Jonathan recognized the political maneuvering but couldn't entirely dismiss its legitimacy. The council represented pack interests beyond his personal desires. "I'll be there," he conceded, though his tone made clear the discussion was concluded. Elder Blackwood nodded, satisfaction briefly visible before his political mask returned. "Excellent. The pack benefits from unity among its leadership." He moved toward the door before adding, "Lydia has worked tirelessly on gathering preparations. Her dedication to the pack, to you, is commendable." The guilt-inducing observation landed as intended, following Jonathan even after Elder Blackwood departed. He returned to his desk, staring unseeing at the forest program notes that had occupied him earlier. Ava's face appeared in his mind, her warm smile when he'd helped her students plant seedlings that morning, the gentle way she'd guided small hands in patting soil around fragile stems, her laughter when he'd emerged from the greenhouse with dirt smudged across his forehead. The memory brought both comfort and complication. His wolf recognized her as mate, the pull growing stronger with each encounter. Yet Elder Blackwood's reminder of pack expectations couldn't be dismissed as mere politics. Generations of careful alliance building, territory agreements, and bloodline planning rested on his decision. Jonathan reached for his phone, sending a brief message to Marcus. "Council meeting at noon. Need to speak with Elder Vivian first. Arrange it." If anyone could provide perspective on his impossible situation, it would be the pack's oldest member, a wolf whose knowledge extended beyond written records into the oral traditions rarely shared outside inner circles. The moon goddess had created this dilemma by choosing Ava as his mate. Perhaps Elder Vivian could explain why. The council chamber hummed with subdued conversation as pack elders gathered for the midday meeting. Jonathan entered precisely at noon, his timing deliberate, neither early enough to suggest eagerness nor late enough to show disrespect. Marcus followed 2 steps behind, his presence as beta providing traditional support. Conversations ceased immediately, elders rising in acknowledgement of their alpha's arrival. Jonathan nodded in response, taking his place at the head of the ancient oak table that had served Riverdale alphas for generations. The wood beneath his hands carried the energy of countless pack decisions, some made with wisdom, others with regrettable consequences that echoed through decades. "Be seated," he instructed, his voice carrying natural authority. "Elder Wilson, please begin with ceremonial updates." The eldest female on the council straightened, her silver hair contrasting with dark eyes that missed nothing. "Preparations proceed according to tradition, Alpha. The moon blessing site has been cleared, ancestral stones positioned according to the spring alignment. Lydia has coordinated with allied packs regarding participation rights." Jonathan nodded acknowledgement, noting how Elder Wilson emphasized Lydia's involvement. "And attendance confirmations?" 7 allied packs have confirmed, Elder Wilson reported, including the Blackstones, which represents a significant diplomatic achievement given recent territorial tensions. "Lydia's European connections proved valuable there," Elder Blackwood added smoothly. "Her friendship with the Blackstone heir facilitated communication that might otherwise have failed." The political maneuvering was transparent. Reminders of Lydia's value to pack diplomacy strategically placed to influence Jonathan's thinking. He accepted the information with outward neutrality, while his wolf bristled at the manipulation. The announcement ceremony requires your input, Alpha, Elder Wilson continued. Traditionally, the Alpha and future Luna enter from the Eastern Path, symbolizing new beginnings. However, given the diplomatic significance of the Blackwood Alliance, Elder Blackwood has suggested modifications to honor both bloodlines equally. And there it was, the trap Elder Blackwood had constructed. By discussing ceremony details publicly, the council effectively treated the mating announcement as confirmed, requiring Jonathan to either tacitly accept or openly reject traditions already in motion. "The ceremony details can wait," Jonathan stated, redirecting the conversation. "Security arrangements take priority, particularly with the Blackstone Pack's attendance. Marcus, your assessment?" His beta smoothly outlined security protocols, providing Jonathan temporary reprieve from the ceremonial discussion. Throughout the presentation, he felt Elder Blackwood's calculating gaze. The elder recognized the deflection but allowed it, confident in the mounting pressure of pack expectation. As the meeting progressed through territory reports and hunting rotations, Jonathan maintained his alpha composure while inwardly processing Elder Vivian's words from their earlier conversation. The ancient wolf, nearly 90 and rarely seen at formal gatherings, had received him in her small cabin at the territory's edge. "Human mates for alphas are rare but not unprecedented," she had told him, her rheumy eyes seeing beyond his careful expressions to the conflict beneath. "The moon goddess chooses for reasons beyond our understanding, sometimes to bring new strength when bloodlines grow too insular." "But the transformation survival rate," Jonathan had begun, "is higher for true mates," Elder Vivian interrupted. "The goddess doesn't choose without purpose, young Alpha. If she selected a human for you, she has her reasons." The memory of her gnarled hand patting his remained vivid. "Follow your wolf's knowing, Jonathan. Tradition has value, but it serves the pack, not the other way around. A mismatched Alpha serves no one well, not his pack, not his bloodline, and certainly not the mate chosen for political advantage." Those words sustained him now as Elder Blackwood steered the conversation back to ceremonial matters, describing the mating announcement as if Jonathan's participation were already confirmed. "The Alpha and Lydia will stand before the sacred stones as the moon rises," Elder Blackwood explained to the council. "The traditional binding cords will be presented by both family lines, symbolizing the union of Riverdale and Blackwood bloodlines after 3 generations of alliance." Jonathan allowed the description to continue, observing the council's reactions. Most nodded in approval, seeing only the political advantages of the union. Only Marcus and Elder Vivian, who rarely attended but had made an exception today, showed any awareness of his internal conflict. When Elder Blackwood finished, expectant silence fell over the chamber. All eyes turned to Jonathan, awaiting his endorsement of the ceremonial plans. "The council's attention to tradition is commendable," he finally stated, choosing his words with diplomatic precision. "However, no formal announcement will be made until I have personally confirmed the arrangements. The spring gathering serves multiple purposes beyond ceremonial matters." Elder Blackwood's expression tightened almost imperceptibly. "Of course, Alpha, though time grows short for preparations of this significance. The pack has existed for centuries," Jonathan replied evenly. "It can manage a few more days of patience." The subtle assertion of authority shifted the chamber's energy. Jonathan stood, signaling the meeting's conclusion. "Marcus will coordinate security details with each elder. I expect final reports by week's end." As the council dispersed, Elder Blackwood lingered, his displeasure evident beneath his political veneer. "Lydia has arranged a family dinner tomorrow evening," he informed Jonathan. "A private celebration before the public announcement. Your presence would mean a great deal to her." The request carried the weight of generations of alliance, impossible to refuse without explicit rejection of everything the dinner represented. Jonathan recognized the strategic corner into which he was being maneuvered. "I'll be there," he conceded, maintaining eye contact to demonstrate the decision came from strength rather than capitulation. Elder Blackwood's satisfaction manifested in a slight smile. "Excellent. 7 o'clock at the Blackwood estate. Traditional attire would be appropriate. As the elder departed, Marcus approached, waiting until they were alone before speaking. That went about as expected. They're accelerating the timeline, Jonathan observed, frustration evident in his tone. Pushing for commitment before I've made my decision. Because they sense your hesitation, Marcus replied carefully. Jonathan, the pack whispers grow louder each day. Your absence from traditional duties, your focus on the human school. Wolves notice patterns. Jonathan moved to the chamber's window, gazing toward the forest that separated pack territory from Pinecrest. Somewhere beyond those trees, Ava was probably reading to her students, unaware of the political machinations her existence had triggered. What are they saying? He asked, though he already anticipated the answer. Marcus hesitated before responding with characteristic honesty. That your interest in the human teacher threatens pack stability. That rejecting Lydia would undermine alliances built over generations. Some question whether personal desire has clouded your judgment as alpha. The assessment stung despite its predictability. Jonathan had earned his pack's respect through 5 years of dedicated leadership, yet a few weeks of divided attention had apparently eroded that foundation. And you? Jonathan turned to his beta, his oldest friend. Do you think I'm compromising the pack for personal desire? Marcus met his gaze directly. I think the moon goddess chose your mate for reasons we don't fully understand, but I also think transitions require careful handling, especially when they challenge centuries of tradition. He paused before adding, The dinner tomorrow. It's a statement, whether you intend it or not. Jonathan nodded, understanding the implications. Attending the Blackwood dinner would signal support for the traditional alliance, creating expectations he might not fulfill. Yet refusing would constitute open rejection of established pack relationships, potentially triggering the very instability the council feared. I need more time, he said finally. Time to understand what the goddess intends by choosing Ava. Time to prepare the pack for change if that's the path forward. Time is the one thing Elder Blackwood won't grant you, Marcus observed. Not with the spring gathering approaching and allied packs already informed of the expected announcement. The truth of the statement hung between them, highlighting the impossible position into which Jonathan had been maneuvered. His wolf growled in frustration, instinctively pulling toward Ava while his human mind calculated political consequences. One step at a time, Jonathan decided. I'll attend the dinner, maintain diplomatic relations while making no explicit commitments. Meanwhile, continue gathering information on human werewolf matings from the historical archives. Elder Vivian mentioned precedents we might use if necessary. Marcus nodded, though concern remained evident in his expression. And the human? Ava? Does she suspect anything about our nature? No, Jonathan replied, the single word carrying both relief and complication. Ava remained blissfully unaware of werewolf existence, of mate bonds, of her central role in pack politics. Her ignorance protected her for now, but created an ethical dilemma that grew more pronounced with each interaction. How could he make decisions that would irrevocably alter her life without her informed consent? Yet how could he provide that information without violating pack law regarding human knowledge? The dinner tomorrow would only intensify these contradictions, forcing him closer to a decision with consequences beyond his personal happiness, consequences that would reshape pack dynamics for generations to come. The moon goddess had placed an impossible choice before him. Tomorrow night would determine whether tradition or transformation would guide his path forward. Chapter 10. Confession. The forest trail wound through ancient pines, dappled sunlight creating shifting patterns on the path where 20 preschoolers marched in a surprisingly orderly line. Ava counted heads for the 3rd time in 5 minutes, a teacher's instinct, while Jonathan led the procession, occasionally pointing out interesting plants or animal tracks to excited children. "Miss Ava, look!" Max called, pointing to a cluster of bright orange mushrooms nestled against a fallen log. "Are those magic?" They're called chicken of the woods, Jonathan answered before Ava could respond. Not magic, but they glow slightly in the dark. The children gasped collectively, immediately begging to return after sunset to witness this phenomenon. Ava shot Jonathan an amused glance that clearly communicated, "Now you've done it." He shrugged apologetically, the smile transforming his usually serious face. Over the past 2 weeks of forest education sessions, Ava had discovered Jonathan possessed not only extensive knowledge of the woodland ecosystem, but also a natural rapport with children that continued to surprise her. "We're almost to the meadow," she announced, redirecting 20 small attention spans. "Remember our special picnic rules?" "Stay where we can see you," the children chorused, well rehearsed for this culminating activity of their forest unit. The path ahead narrowed where a massive pine had fallen across the trail. Jonathan had scouted the route yesterday, declaring it passable for small legs with proper assistance. He positioned himself beside the obstacle, lifting children one by one over the trunk, while Ava and parent volunteer Mrs. Chen received them on the other side. "Last one," Ava called as Tyler approached the log. The boy hesitated, eyeing the obstacle with apprehension, despite Jonathan's outstretched hands. "I can do it myself," Tyler insisted with 4-year-old determination. Before either adult could intervene, he attempted to climb the trunk independently, his foot slipping on the moss-covered bark. Jonathan caught him before he fell, setting him safely on the ground. "Good try," he encouraged. "Maybe next time with proper climbing gear." Tyler nodded solemnly before allowing Jonathan to lift him over. Once all children were safely across, Ava prepared to navigate the obstacle herself. A sharp crack echoed through the forest as the weakened trunk shifted, rolling toward the path where the children had just passed. Without hesitation, Jonathan lunged forward, bracing himself against the massive log as it threatened to block their return route. Ava watched in stunned disbelief as Jonathan, with seemingly impossible strength, lifted the fallen tree and pushed it to a stable position several feet from the trail. The trunk must have weighed hundreds of pounds, yet he repositioned it with the effort someone might use for a heavy suitcase. More disturbing than the feat of strength was what Ava glimpsed in the split second Jonathan turned toward her, his eyes flashing brilliant gold before returning to their normal hazel. Not a trick of sunlight. Something else entirely. "Everyone okay?" he asked, his voice remarkably calm as he brushed bark dust from his hands. Mrs. Chen, who had been focused on keeping children away from the edge of the clearing, hadn't witnessed the incident. The children, already distracted by the meadow's open space, remained blissfully unaware of what had transpired. Only Ava had seen, and what she'd seen was impossible. "Fine," she managed, professional training overriding her shock. "Children, stay in the meadow center while we set up the picnic." Throughout the remainder of the outing, Ava maintained her teacher persona while her mind replayed the incident. Jonathan's impossible strength, his eyes changing color, the casual way he'd brushed off moving a tree that should have required machinery or several strong men. It wasn't the first inexplicable thing she'd noticed. His unusual body heat, the way animals responded to his presence, how he sometimes seemed to hear conversations from impossible distances. Small oddities she'd dismissed individually now formed a pattern she couldn't ignore. As the children finished their nature sketches and packed up for the return journey, Ava made a decision. Whatever Jonathan Riverdale was hiding, she needed the truth. "The children did wonderfully today," Jonathan observed as they walked back toward the school, now 20 minutes behind the bus that had transported the excited preschoolers and parent volunteers back to campus. "Their forest knowledge has improved significantly." Ava nodded absently, her thoughts elsewhere. They had reached a fork in the trail, one path leading directly to the school, the other winding deeper into the forest before eventually connecting to the main route. "This way," she said suddenly, choosing the longer path. "I want to talk to you privately." Jonathan hesitated briefly before following, his expression revealing nothing of his thoughts. They walked in silence until the sounds of the school code playground faded completely, replaced by the forest's natural symphony. When Ava finally stopped in a small clearing, The afternoon sun filtered through the canopy above, creating an almost ethereal quality to the space. She turned to face Jonathan directly. "What are you?" she asked without preamble. His expression shifted subtly, wariness replacing the relaxed demeanor he'd maintained all day. "What do you mean?" "You know exactly what I mean." Ava crossed her arms, determination overriding the voice of reason, suggesting she shouldn't confront a man who could move fallen trees single-handedly. "No normal human could have lifted that trunk today, and your eyes, they changed color." Jonathan remained perfectly still, the kind of stillness that seemed more animal than human. "Ava, don't," she cut him off. "Don't make excuses or tell me I imagined it. Strange things happen around you, Jonathan. I've noticed for weeks but dismissed them because they didn't make sense. But today..." She took a deep breath. "Today I can't ignore what I saw." The silence between them stretched, filled only with birdsong and the gentle rustle of leaves. Jonathan's expression cycled through emotions too complex to name before settling into resignation. "You're right," he finally said, his voice lower than usual. "I'm not exactly human." Despite having demanded the truth, Ava felt a chill at his confirmation. "What does that mean? Not exactly human?" Jonathan moved to a fallen log at the clearing's edge, gesturing for her to join him. When she remained standing, he nodded in understanding. "I'm a werewolf," he stated simply. "Born, not bitten like in movies. My family, my pack, has lived in these forests for generations." Ava stared at him, waiting for the punchline to an elaborate joke. None came. "That's impossible," she finally managed. "Is it?" Jonathan held her gaze steadily. "More impossible than what you saw today?" "Prove it," Ava challenged, her rational mind still rejecting his claim despite the evidence she'd witnessed. Jonathan considered her request before extending his right hand, palm up. "Try not to scream," he said quietly. Before Ava could question the strange warning, his fingers elongated, nails extending into curved claws while dark fur sprouted along the back of his hand. The transformation took seconds, leaving him with a hand that was undeniably not human, a perfect blend of man and wolf. Ava's breath caught in her throat, her body frozen between flight instinct and fascination. "Oh my God," she whispered. Jonathan returned his hand to human form with the same fluid ease. "Full transformation is more dramatic, but I thought this might be less terrifying as a first demonstration." "Terrifying," Ava repeated faintly, finally sinking onto the log beside him as her legs threatened to give way. You can really..." "Yes." Jonathan watched her carefully, maintaining enough distance to avoid crowding her. "My entire family, the residents of the Riverdale property, we're all werewolves. A pack with traditions and laws dating back centuries." Ava's teacher brain activated despite her shock, analyzing this new information with surprising clarity. "The forest program, the children breaching boundaries, you were protecting them from discovering your pack?" Jonathan nodded, relief evident as she began processing logically rather than panicking. "Partially, but also protecting them from genuine forest dangers. Not all predators in these woods are as careful around humans as we are." "Are there others? Other supernatural beings?" The question felt absurd leaving her lips, yet Jonathan's transformed hand had shattered her concept of reality. "Some, mostly keeping to themselves like we do." He studied her face. "You're taking this remarkably well." "I'm probably in shock," Ava admitted with surprising honesty. "This explains so much. Your body temperature, your hearing, how you always seem to know when animals are nearby." She paused, another realization dawning. "The wolf tracks the children found last week." "Were mine," Jonathan confirmed. "I patrol the forest boundaries at night." Ava absorbed this, her worldview realigning with each passing moment. "Why tell me? Isn't this some huge secret you're supposed to protect?" Jonathan's expression grew more serious. "It is. Revealing our nature to humans violates pack law except in specific circumstances." What circumstances? Ava asked, sensing something significant beneath his careful phrasing. Jonathan held her gaze, the intensity she'd always noted in him now carrying new meaning. When the moon goddess chooses a human as a werewolf's mate. The implication hung in the air between them. Ava's pulse quickened as connections formed. His persistent presence at the school, the electricity she felt whenever they touched, the way he always seemed to position himself protectively near her. Are you saying? She couldn't finish the question. From the moment we met in the forest, Jonathan confirmed quietly. My wolf recognized you immediately. The pull I feel toward you isn't normal attraction, Ava. It's a mate bond, rare, unbreakable, and chosen by forces beyond our control. Ava stood abruptly, needing physical movement to process this revelation. So I have no choice in this. Some wolf goddess decided, and that's it. You have every choice, Jonathan corrected, remaining seated to appear less threatening. The bond affects me more strongly because of my wolf nature. You feel something, the connection between us, but you're not bound by it. You can walk away. The sincerity in his voice was unmistakable, yet Ava sensed the pain such an outcome would cause him. And you? What happens to you if I walk away? Jonathan's expression revealed vulnerability beneath his usual strength. I survive. Wolves who lose mates continue living. It's just less. The simple admission affected Ava more deeply than she expected. Despite the impossibility of the situation, despite the revelation that upended her understanding of reality, she couldn't deny the connection she'd felt with Jonathan from their first meeting. This is insane, she whispered, more to herself than to him. Werewolves, mate bonds, moon goddesses. My life was normal 2 weeks ago. I'm sorry, Jonathan said, genuine regret in his voice. If I could have spared you this disruption. Could you, Ava interrupted, have spared me by staying away? Jonathan's silence answered more honestly than words could have. The pull between them had been inevitable from the first moment. She understood that now with startling clarity. What happens now? She asked, the practical question grounding her amid supernatural revelations. That depends on you, Jonathan replied. You know the truth, but what you do with it is your choice. If you need time, Ava repeated with a slightly hysterical laugh. Yes, I think finding out werewolves exist and apparently I'm cosmically matched with one might require some processing time. Despite the tension, Jonathan's lips curved in a small smile. Understandable. Ava studied him. This man who was not entirely a man, who had entered her ordered life and transformed it as completely as he could transform himself. Strangely, despite everything, she wasn't afraid of him. Overwhelmed, certainly. Confused, absolutely, but not afraid. I should get back to school, she said finally. I have 20 forest journals to review before tomorrow. Jonathan nodded, standing, maintaining distance. I'll walk you to the edge of the woods. As they followed the path in silence, Ava's mind raced with implications. Her ordinary human life had suddenly intersected with something ancient and supernatural. The rational part of her insisted this was madness, yet she couldn't deny the evidence of her own eyes, or the persistent pull she felt toward the werewolf walking beside her. At the forest's edge, with the school visible beyond the playing fields, Jonathan stopped. Ava, he said softly, whatever you decide, know that I would never harm you. The mate bond means protection, not possession. The distinction seemed important to him, a glimpse of werewolf values she was only beginning to comprehend. Ava nodded, unable to formulate a response that encompassed the complexity of her feelings. As she walked alone toward the school building, the afternoon sun warm on her shoulders, Ava felt the weight of Jonathan's revelation and the choice it presented. Her orderly human life now stood at a crossroads, with a path leading into a world she never knew existed, and despite every rational argument against it, she couldn't deny the part of her that wanted to follow that path, and the golden-eyed werewolf waiting at its beginning. Chapter 11. Dangerous Jealousy. The Alpha's house stood silent in the early afternoon, most pack members occupied with hunting rotations or territory patrols. Lydia approached with practiced confidence, her designer heels clicking purposefully on the stone path. As future Luna, a position she refused to relinquish despite recent complications, she had legitimate reasons to enter Jonathan's home unannounced. The housekeeper, an older wolf named Martha, who had served the Riverdale family for decades, greeted her with appropriate deference. "Elder Blackwood's daughter," Martha acknowledged with a slight bow of her head. "Alpha Riverdale is attending council matters in the Northern Territory today." "I'm aware," Lydia replied smoothly. "He requested I review ceremonial documents for the spring gathering. They're in his study." The lie flowed effortlessly, backed by enough truth to mask deception. Jonathan had indeed mentioned ceremonial preparations during the tense family dinner 3 nights ago, though he'd assigned Marcus, not Lydia, to handle the details. Martha hesitated only briefly before nodding. "Of course. Would you like tea while you work?" "That won't be necessary," Lydia declined with a practiced smile. "This shouldn't take long." Once alone, Lydia moved through the house with purposeful efficiency. Jonathan's private study occupied the western wing, its windows overlooking ancient forest rather than pack grounds. A subtle architectural choice that revealed much about the Alpha's preference for wilderness over community. The study door remained unlocked, a testament to pack trust rather than carelessness. Lydia entered, immediately assessing the space with calculating eyes. Unlike the formal Alpha office where Jonathan conducted official pack business, this room reflected his personal interests. Floor-to-ceiling bookshelves housed volumes on forest ecology, territory management, and pack histories. A large desk of polished oak dominated the center, its surface organized with military precision. Lydia began her search methodically, careful to disturb nothing. The ceremonial documents provided her cover story were indeed present, neatly stacked in a folder marked with the spring gathering date. She photographed them with her phone to maintain her alibi before turning to her true purpose. Jonathan's laptop sat closed on the desk, likely password protected and therefore useless without time-consuming hacking she couldn't risk. Instead, Lydia focused on physical evidence, examining papers in desk drawers with careful attention to their original positioning. The third drawer yielded results that sent ice through her veins despite her mental preparation. A folder labeled simply Research contained printed articles and handwritten notes on human-werewolf interactions throughout pack history. Several pages detailed the transformation process, its risks, survival rates, and historical precedents. Jonathan had highlighted passages describing successful human transitions, particularly noting cases where true mate bonds had improved survival odds. More damning were the school documents beneath, a staff directory with Ava Sinclair's contact information circled, a spring calendar of school events, and a handwritten schedule tracking the human's daily routine. Jonathan had been methodically integrating himself into the teacher's life while researching how to potentially transform her. Lydia photographed each document before returning them exactly as she'd found them. Her hands remained steady despite the rage building within her chest. The evidence confirmed her worst fears. Jonathan wasn't experiencing mere attraction to the human. He was actively planning a future that excluded Lydia entirely. A final drawer contained personal items, among them a small fabric pouch that released a distinctive scent when Lydia carefully opened it. Vanilla and lavender. The human's scent, deliberately collected and preserved, a traditional courtship behavior among wolves preparing for a formal mate claim. Lydia replaced everything precisely, leaving the study exactly as she'd found it. Martha looked up from her knitting as Lydia passed through the main hall. "Did you find what you needed?" the housekeeper inquired. "Everything," Lydia confirmed with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Please tell Alpha Riverdale I'll discuss the ceremonial arrangements with him tomorrow." Outside, Lydia maintained her composed facade until safely inside her car. Only then did she allow the mask to slip, a low growl escaping her throat as her fingers tightened on the steering wheel until her knuckles whitened. Jonathan wasn't merely distracted by the human. He was planning to claim her, to elevate a preschool teacher with no bloodline, no pack connections, and no understanding of their world to the position of Luna, the position that rightfully belonged to Lydia. The moon goddess had made a mistake, and Lydia would correct it. "Keep up, Lydia!" Ethan called over his shoulder, his lean form easily navigating the forest trail as 4 wolves ran together in human form, a training exercise combining endurance and control. Lydia accelerated, her designer running shoes exchanged for practical trail footwear that still managed to convey sophistication. She matched pace with Ethan, a young enforcer whose loyalty to pack hierarchy made him useful for her purposes. "The northern boundary seems quiet lately," she observed casually as they ran. "No human intrusions?" "Few," Ethan confirmed. "Alpha Riverdale's school program seems effective. Children stay within marked trails now." "Clever solution," Lydia agreed, carefully laying groundwork, though direct interaction with humans carries risks: exposure, attachment, complications. Ethan glanced at her curiously. "The Alpha knows the boundaries. Pack law is clear about human interactions." "Of course," Lydia smiled. "Though I've been away so long, some nuances escape me. Refresh my memory. What protections exist for mate bonds, hypothetically speaking?" The question seemed innocent enough, a future Lunar naturally interested in pack law. Ethan answered without suspicion as they navigated a steep incline. "Interference with recognized mate bonds is forbidden," he explained between controlled breaths. "Punishable by exile in severe cases. The goddess's choice is sacred." "Even with humans?" Lydia pressed, maintaining a conversational tone despite the loaded question. Ethan hesitated, clearly uncomfortable with the direction. "Human mates are complicated. Rare enough that precedent varies. The council typically evaluates each case individually." "Fascinating," Lydia replied, filing the information away. "And humans themselves, their vulnerabilities differ from ours, correct? Beyond the obvious physical fragility." "Significantly," Ethan confirmed, professional interest overriding caution. As an enforcer, human management fell within his expertise. No enhanced healing, poor night vision, limited scent detection. Their immune systems can't process certain compounds that werewolves neutralize easily. "Like what?" Lydia inquired, her pace never faltering despite the conversation's intensity. "Various forest fungi, certain herbs, things we use medicinally that would be toxic to them without proper preparation." Ethan shrugged. "That's why human-werewolf relationships rarely work even without pack politics. Too many fundamental differences." Lydia nodded thoughtfully. "You're quite knowledgeable, Ethan. The pack benefits from such expertise." The young enforcer straightened slightly at the praise from a founding family member. "Just doing my duty. Speaking of which, we should catch up to the others." As they accelerated to rejoin their running companions, Lydia's mind catalogued the valuable information she'd gathered. Pack law provided some protection for mate bonds, but human vulnerabilities offered opportunities that wouldn't exist with a werewolf rival. The moon goddess might have chosen the human teacher, but she hadn't made her invulnerable. The Blackwood family compound sprawled across the eastern edge of pack territory, its architecture blending traditional pack design with modern luxury. Lydia bypassed the main house, following a winding path to a smaller cottage nestled among ancient oaks. Unlike the manicured grounds surrounding her father's residence, this area remained deliberately wild, herbs and medicinal plants growing in seemingly haphazard patterns that actually followed ancient healing traditions. Grandmother Blackwood, Eleanor to the pack, had served as head healer before age had forced her into semi-retirement. At 84, she remained sharp-minded and deeply connected to old ways many younger wolves dismissed as superstition. "I wondered when you would visit," Eleanor remarked without looking up from the herbs she was bundling. Her gnarled fingers worked with surprising dexterity, tying dried plants with practiced efficiency. "Your scent carries distress, granddaughter." Lydia closed the cottage door behind her, inhaling the complex aromas of dried herbs, tinctures, and the distinctive scent of her grandmother's wolf, aged but still powerful. "The spring gathering approaches," Lydia replied, selecting her words carefully. Elena's wisdom extended to reading deception, even from family. "I seek guidance on traditional preparations." Elena's dark eyes, barely dimmed by age, assessed Lydia skeptically. "Traditional preparer. Tyans require the Alpha's participation. Jonathan Riverdale seems otherwise occupied lately." The direct reference to the situation Lydia had carefully avoided mentioning confirmed her grandmother's awareness of pack dynamics. Elena missed little despite her physical isolation. The alpha faces distractions, Lydia acknowledged, moving to assist with the herb bundling as a gesture of respect. Temporary complications that require delicate management. Elena's lips curved slightly. You mean the human female who carries his attention? Not so temporary, I think. Lydia's fingers stilled momentarily before resuming their work. The moon goddess sometimes tests commitment through temptation. Jonathan's duty to pack and bloodline remains paramount. Is that why you've come? To discuss duty? Elena set aside her completed bundles, turning fully toward her granddaughter. Or to ask about the old ways of influence and intervention? The directness startled Lydia despite her preparation. Her grandmother had always possessed unsettling perception. I seek knowledge, Lydia replied carefully, about traditional methods for clarifying complicated situations. Eleanor studied her silently before rising with the slight stiffness of age. She moved to an ancient cabinet carved with pack symbols, its wood darkened by centuries of handling. From within she withdrew a small leather-bound book, its pages yellowed with age. Before modern medicine, before pack laws codified mate rights, wolves relied on deeper magic, Elena explained, her voice taking on the rhythmic quality of traditional storytelling. Scent masking to hunt prey, herb lore to heal wounds, tinctures to influence emotions when diplomacy failed. She placed the book on the table between them. The old knowledge, passed through Blackwood healers for generations. Lydia's pulse quickened as she recognized the offering, access to knowledge typically restricted to those with healer training. You would share this with me? You are Blackwood, Eleanor stated simply. The knowledge belongs to our bloodline, though its application carries responsibility. Her weathered hand covered Lydia's younger one. What we do echoes through pack memory, child. Actions taken cannot be undone. The warning was clear, yet Eleanor made no move to reclaim the book. Instead, she returned to her herb bundling, seemingly content to let Lydia make her own decision. I understand responsibility, Lydia assured her grandmother, carefully taking the book. The pack's stability remains my highest priority. Eleanor nodded without looking up. Then you'll use wisdom in whatever path you choose. The section on emotional clarity begins on page 43. The scent-masking compounds are detailed in the appendix. The casual specificity of the information confirmed what Lydia had suspected. Her grandmother understood exactly why she had come, yet chose to provide the knowledge anyway. Whether this represented approval or simply Blackwood pragmatism remained unclear. Thank you, grandmother, Lydia said, genuine gratitude in her voice despite her ulterior motives. Your wisdom honors our bloodline. Wisdom includes recognizing when the goddess has spoken, child, Elena replied, her tone carrying subtle warning beneath the apparent acquiescence. Consider carefully whether you oppose her will or merely seek to clarify it. The distinction offered Lydia the rationalization she needed. She wasn't opposing the moon goddess, merely correcting a mistake, clarifying confusion that threatened pack stability. Jonathan would thank her once the human distraction was removed and proper order restored. As she departed with the ancient book secured in her designer handbag, Lydia's resolve strengthened. The knowledge of generations would help her reclaim what tradition had promised her, and eliminate the human complication before it destroyed everything the pack had built. Lydia, you're a lifesaver, Elder Wilson declared as Lydia presented detailed plans for the spring gathering's ceremonial feast. With everything else demanding attention, the meal planning had fallen behind schedule. Happy to help, Lydia replied with practiced modesty. As future Luna, supporting the pack's traditions is my privilege. The elder beamed approvingly. Your dedication hasn't gone unnoticed. 3 committees, ceremonial planning, and now the feast arrangements, all while maintaining your other responsibilities. The gathering's success reflects on all of us, Lydia observed, carefully establishing her public narrative. I'll be reviewing final details with the hunting rotation tomorrow morning, and meeting the ceremonial committee in the afternoon. Elder Wilson made notes in her planning book. I'll inform the others. Your organizational skills are exactly what we need during this busy season." As Lydia departed the elder's cottage, satisfaction warmed her chest. Her strategy was working perfectly, creating a network of witnesses who could verify her whereabouts and activities throughout each day. The carefully constructed alibi would prove valuable when her plans for the human teacher came to fruition. No one would question Lydia Blackwood's movements when she was visibly dedicated to pack responsibilities. The gaps in her schedule, strategic windows of time between committee meetings and ceremonial preparations, remained her private resource. Time she now spent observing Ava Sinclair's predictable human routine. The blue Honda pulled into the school parking lot precisely at 7:25 a.m., just as it had the previous 3 mornings. Lydia watched from her black BMW, positioned strategically behind the maintenance building where staff rarely ventured. Tinted windows and a borrowed maintenance vest on her passenger seat provided additional cover should anyone glance her way. Ava emerged from her car carrying a tote bag and what appeared to be art supplies, her chestnut hair pulled into a casual ponytail. She walked with purpose toward the staff entrance, exchanging greetings with other early arriving teachers. Nothing remarkable distinguished the human from her colleagues. No exceptional beauty, no obvious power or influence that would explain Jonathan's unprecedented interest. Yet something about this ordinary woman had captured the Alpha's attention so completely that he risked pack stability and his own position to be near her. Lydia documented Ava's arrival time in the notebook where she'd been recording the human's patterns. The teacher's schedule had proven predictably consistent. Arrival between 7:20 to 7:30 a.m., departure between 4 o'clock to 4:30 p.m. except Tuesdays when she stayed for staff meetings until 5:15. Lunch typically taken in her classroom rather than the staff room. A creature of habit, making her movements easily anticipated. More valuable was the information Lydia had gathered about Ava's route home. A predictable path that included a 2-block walk along a wooded section of Pinecrest Road, where the elementary school property bordered Forest Preserve. The isolated stretch provided limited visibility from neighbouring properties, with heavy undergrowth creating natural privacy, perfect for an accidental encounter that no one would witness. Lydia started her car as Ava disappeared into the school building. She had a pack committee meeting at 9, another alibi to establish before returning to more important preparations. The ancient book from her grandmother had yielded several promising formulations, compounds that could temporarily mask werewolf scent while affecting human emotional states without leaving traceable evidence. As she drove toward pack territory, Lydia reviewed her developing plan with clinical detachment. The human teacher had unwittingly stepped into a world beyond her understanding or capability. Jonathan's research suggested he intended to offer transformation, a process with 70% mortality rate that would likely solve Lydia's problem permanently without direct intervention. But Lydia couldn't risk waiting. The spring gathering approached rapidly, and Jonathan's behavior suggested his attachment to the human grew stronger each day. Soon he might formally reject the Blackwood alliance, creating irreparable damage to pack relationships that had stood for generations. Prevention remained simpler than cure. The human needed to remove herself from the equation, leave Pinecrest entirely, preferably believing the decision was her own. The compounds described in her grandmother's book could create emotional states conducive to such decisions: fear, uncertainty, a sense of danger associated with previously safe environments. If more direct intervention became necessary, well, accidents happened to fragile humans all the time, particularly those who wandered too close to wild places they didn't understand. Lydia's wolf stirred at the thought, instinctive territorial protection overriding civilized restraint. Jonathan belonged to her by pack law and family agreement. The moon goddess had made a mistake in selecting this human, and Lydia would correct it, for the pack's stability, for bloodline preservation, and for the position that rightfully belonged to her. The future Luna of the Riverdale pack would not be a human schoolteacher who knew nothing of their world or traditions. Lydia would ensure that one way or another. Chapter 12. First Attempt. Dawn painted Pinecrest Elementary in soft golden light as Lydia approached the deserted Code playground. Her designer boots had been exchanged for practical running shoes, her usual perfume replaced with the herbal compound that masked werewolf scent. The school's security system, pathetically inadequate by pack standards, had required only minor manipulation to create a 15-minute blind spot in the camera coverage. She moved with purpose toward the Code playground structure, a complex arrangement of slides, climbing apparatus, and overhead bars. Her research had identified the preschool's designated play period, 10:30 a.m., when Ava Sinclair would supervise her class alongside a teacher's aide. The schedule's predictability made it almost too easy. Lydia examined the metal support beam connecting the swing set to the main structure, her enhanced vision detecting stress points invisible to human eyes. The equipment showed signs of age and weather exposure, perfect conditions for what humans would perceive as an unfortunate accident. From her jacket pocket, she withdrew a small tool designed for pack hunting equipment maintenance. With precise movements, she loosened critical bolts and applied pressure to create hairline fractures in the metal support. The damage appeared natural, consistent with age and weather deterioration, but would catastrophically fail when sufficient weight and motion stressed the compromised section. The swing set positioned directly beneath the weakened beam would be Ava's location during recess. The human teacher habitually pushed children on swings while supervising play, making her position predictable and the coming accident appear entirely random. Lydia stepped back to assess her work, satisfaction warming her chest. Nothing about the sabotage would suggest deliberate tampering, merely unfortunate timing of equipment failure that should have been replaced years ago. The compound masking her scent would prevent Jonathan from detecting her presence, even if he investigated. A distant car door closing alerted her to the arrival of early maintenance staff. Lydia retreated efficiently, following her planned exit route through the wooded area behind the school. By the time the first employees entered the building, she was already driving toward pack territory, where witnesses would confirm her presence at the 8:30 a.m. ceremonial committee meeting. The human would be removed from Jonathan's life without any connection to Lydia or pack politics. A tragic accident that would either eliminate the problem entirely or, at minimum, require hospitalization that would separate Ava from Jonathan during the critical period before the spring gathering. Either outcome served Lydia's purpose. The future Luna of the Riverdale pack would not be threatened by a human schoolteacher who had accidentally caught an alpha's attention. "Higher, Miss Ava! Push me higher!" Lily called from the swing, her fabric heart secured in her pocket as always. Ava laughed, giving the swing another gentle push. "Any higher and you'll touch the clouds, Lily." Morning recess buzzed with the controlled chaos of 15 preschoolers exploring their outdoor environment. Meg supervised the slide area, while Ava managed the swings and adjacent climbing structure, both teachers maintaining the vigilant awareness that came naturally after years of early childhood education. The Code playground equipment, while older than ideal, had passed its annual safety inspection just months earlier. Ava had no reason to suspect danger as she moved between swings, giving each child equal attention while monitoring the entire play area with practiced efficiency. "My turn next," Max called from the waiting line, bouncing with anticipation. 2 more minutes for Lily," Ava confirmed, checking her watch. "Then we'll switch." A movement at the edge of the Code playground caught her attention, a tall figure approaching from the school building. Jonathan. Her pulse quickened involuntarily, their last conversation still fresh in her mind. 3 days had passed since his revelation in the forest clearing. 3 days of processing the impossible knowledge that werewolves existed, and Jonathan was one of them. 3 days of questioning everything she thought she knew about the world and her place in it. They hadn't spoken since, though he'd texted once to check on her. A message she'd answered with reassurance that she was processing everything but needed time. His respect for her request for space had only increased her confused feelings toward him. Now he approached with casual confidence that belied the supernatural reality he represented. dressed in jeans and a grey Henley that complemented his powerful build. Several children noticed his arrival, excited greetings rising from those who recognized their forest education teacher. "Mr. Jonathan," Tyler called, abandoning the sandbox to run toward him. "Are we going to the forest today?" Jonathan smiled, ruffling the boy's hair with natural affection. "Not today, buddy. Just stopping by to talk to Principal Davis about our next adventure." His gaze found Ava's across the code playground, the connection between them immediate and electric despite the distance. She managed a small smile, acknowledging his presence while maintaining her professional focus on the children. Jonathan returned the smile before his expression suddenly shifted, alertness replacing casual warmth as his head tilted slightly, nostrils flaring in a gesture Ava now recognized as scenting the air. His eyes narrowed, scanning the code playground with sudden intensity. Before Ava could process the change, Jonathan was moving toward her with inhuman speed, covering the distance between them in seconds. "Get away from the swings," he ordered, his voice carrying alpha authority that brooked no argument. "What?" Ava began, confusion overriding her instinctive response to his tone. Jonathan didn't wait for understanding. His arm wrapped around her waist, physically lifting her away from the swing set just as a sickening metallic groan sounded from above. Children scattered instinctively, their code playground awareness responding to the unusual noise faster than conscious thought. The support beam connecting the swing set to the main structure twisted unnaturally before separating completely, sending a section of metal framework crashing down precisely where Ava had stood seconds earlier. The impact reverberated through the code playground, the heavy metal missing Lily's swing by inches as Jonathan pulled both Ava and the nearest children to safety. Screams erupted as Meg rushed toward the fallen equipment, quickly accounting for all children, while Ava stood frozen in Jonathan's protective embrace, staring at the twisted metal that would have struck her directly if not for his intervention. "Are you hurt?" Jonathan's voice cut through her shock, his hands moving over her shoulders and arms as if checking for injuries. His eyes had taken on the golden tint she now understood preceded transformation, though he maintained rigid control. "I'm fine," Ava managed, her teacher instincts finally overriding personal fear. "The children?" "All safe," Jonathan confirmed, his enhanced senses having already verified what Ava needed to see for herself. She pulled away, moving quickly to help Meg gather the frightened preschoolers. Within minutes, other staff responded to the commotion, Principal Davis taking charge of the situation with calm efficiency. "Everyone inside," he directed, helping teachers guide children away from the damaged equipment. "Maintenance will secure the area immediately." As the children were led toward the building, Ava found herself trembling, delayed shock setting in as she processed how close she'd come to serious injury or worse. Jonathan remained beside her, his presence both comforting and concerning given the intensity of his vigilance. "That wasn't an accident," he said quietly, pitching his voice for her ears alone. Ava stared at him, the implication sending a chill through her system. "What do you mean? Equipment fails, especially older installations like—" "I can smell the tampering," Jonathan interrupted, his jaw tight with controlled anger. Someone deliberately weakened those supports. The assertion seemed impossible, yet Ava had recently learned impossible things existed. Who would— She didn't finish the question, as a sleek black BMW pulled into the school parking lot, its driver emerging with apparent concern. Even from a distance, Ava recognized the beautiful dark-haired woman from Jonathan's social media photos, Lydia Blackwood, according to Sarah's enthusiastic research into Riverdale Properties leadership. Jonathan's body language transformed instantly, tension radiating from him as he positioned himself slightly in front of Ava, a protective stance she now recognized from her limited knowledge of wolf behavior. "Jonathan," Lydia called, approaching with graceful concern. "I was driving by and saw the emergency vehicles. Is everything all right?" Her appearance seemed perfectly timed, her designer outfit immaculate despite her claimed coincidental presence. Something about her perfectly composed concern struck Ava as performative rather than genuine. "Equipment failure," Jonathan replied, his voice neutral despite the tension Ava sensed beneath his controlled exterior. Fortunately, no one was injured. Idia's dark eyes assessed the scene before landing on Ava with unsettling intensity. "How fortunate you were nearby," she observed, her smile not reaching her eyes. "Always the protector." The comment carried undercurrents Ava couldn't fully interpret, though Jonathan clearly received some message beyond the words themselves. His posture shifted subtly, becoming more dominant despite his outwardly casual stance. "Lydia Blackwood," the woman introduced herself directly to Ava, extending a manicured hand. "Jonathan and I have known each other since childhood. Our families are quite interconnected." The emphasis seemed deliberate, a message being conveyed beyond the simple introduction. Ava accepted the handshake briefly, noting the other woman's grip was firmer than necessary. "Ava Sinclair," she replied, maintaining professional composure despite her growing unease. "I teach preschool here." "How charming," Lydia smiled, the expression beautiful yet somehow predatory. "Jonathan has always had a soft spot for community service. His father was the same way, dedicated to tradition and family above all else." Jonathan stepped forward slightly, breaking the women's eye contact. "Lydia, don't you have a council meeting this morning? The ceremonial committee was expecting you." "Postponed," she replied smoothly. "Elder Wilson had a conflict. I thought I'd use the free time to finalize spring gathering details with you. But clearly this emergency takes precedence." The exchange carried tension that transcended normal conversation. Ava observed their interaction with new awareness, recognizing the subtle dominance behaviors her recent research into wolf packs had revealed. Jonathan and Lydia weren't merely acquaintances with history, they were engaged in some form of power dynamic connected to their werewolf nature. "Miss Sinclair," Principal Davis called from the school entrance, "we need all teachers for the incident report." "I should go," Ava said, grateful for the interruption. "The children need reassurance after the scare." Jonathan nodded, though his attention remained partially focused on Lydia. "I'll check in later," he promised, the simple statement carrying weight beyond its surface meaning. As Ava walked toward the building, she felt Lydia's gaze following her, calculating and cold despite the woman's outward pleasantries. The sensation raised goosebumps along her arms that had nothing to do with the morning chill. Jonathan had said the equipment failure wasn't accidental. If true, the timing and precision suggested the target had been specific. The support had fallen exactly where she typically stood during recess. The realization sent another chill through her system. Someone had tried to harm her. Someone connected to Jonathan's world. And Lydia Blackwood's convenient appearance suddenly seemed far from coincidental. "The structural failure appears consistent with metal fatigue and weather exposure," the maintenance supervisor explained to Principal Davis as they examined the collapsed equipment. "These older models should have been replaced years ago." Jonathan stood at the edge of the group, his enhanced hearing easily capturing the conversation while his attention remained divided between the investigation and Lydia, who lingered near her car with apparent casualness that didn't fool him for a second. His wolf remained agitated, sensing danger despite the emergency response team's assessment of accidental equipment failure. When he'd first approached the code playground, something had triggered his instincts. A scent almost masked beneath chemical compounds, a wrongness he couldn't immediately identify until the metal groaned above Ava. Now, with the immediate danger past, Jonathan catalogued what his senses had detected. Beneath the school's normal sense of children, disinfectant, and code playground materials had been something else, a carefully disguised werewolf presence, not pack familiar, yet not entirely foreign either. His gaze returned to Lydia, who met his eyes with practiced innocence. Her designer perfume, an expensive French brand she'd worn since returning from Europe, effectively masked subtle scent variations from human detection. But Jonathan wasn't human, and his alpha senses detected inconsistencies in her usual fragrance. Herbal compounds, scent-masking agents used traditionally by hunting parties. The realization crystallized with chilling clarity. Lydia had been here earlier, her scent carefully disguised but not completely eliminated to werewolf senses. Her coincidental appearance minutes after the incident suggested foreknowledge rather than chance. The equipment hadn't failed randomly. It had been sabotaged, timed and positioned to harm Ava specifically. Jonathan maintained his outward calm while rage built within him. A direct attack on his mate violated the most sacred pack laws, regardless of whether the mate was human or werewolf. That Lydia, a founding family member who knew those laws intimately, would attempt such interference confirmed the depths of her opposition to his connection with Ava. As the maintenance crew secured the area with caution tape, Jonathan approached Lydia with carefully controlled fury. Her smile remained perfectly composed, revealing nothing of her thoughts. "Such a terrible accident," she observed as he reached her. "The school really should invest in better equipment. Children's safety should be paramount." "Drop the act," Jonathan stated quietly, his voice carrying alpha authority despite its low volume. "I know what you did." Lydia's expression revealed nothing beyond mild confusion. "Did? I was at the ceremonial committee meeting until it was postponed. Ask Elder Wilson if you don't believe me." "You were here earlier," Jonathan countered, stepping closer. "The masking compounds aren't perfect, Lydia, not to an alpha's senses." A flicker of something, concern perhaps or calculation, crossed her features before disappearing behind practiced poise. "You're distraught over your human's near accident," she replied smoothly. "Understandable, but misplaced. I've been occupied with pack duties all morning." The careful phrasing, technically truthful while avoiding direct denial, confirmed Jonathan's suspicions. Lydia had established alibis while creating windows of opportunity for her actual activities. "If anything happens to her," Jonathan said, his voice dropping to a dangerous register, "anything at all, I will know exactly where to look. Pack law regarding mate interference is absolute, Lydia. Not even your father could protect you." Lydia's composure slipped momentarily, genuine anger flashing in her dark eyes. "Mate interference? She's human, Jonathan. The council would never recognize such a claim." She stepped closer, her voice hardening. "You're throwing away generations of alliance for a temporary infatuation with a woman who knows nothing of our world." "She knows everything," Jonathan countered, satisfaction coursing through him as genuine shock registered on Lydia's face. "I told her 3 days ago. About werewolves, about pack law, about mate bonds. Everything." The revelation clearly blindsided Lydia, her careful calculations disrupted by information she hadn't anticipated. "You violated pack secrecy laws for her. The council will recognize the moon goddess's choice," Jonathan interrupted, "as tradition demands when a true mate is identified." Lydia's expression hardened, calculation replacing shock. "We'll see what the council recognizes, Jonathan. The spring gathering approaches quickly. Much can happen before then." The implied threat hung between them, neither bothering with further pretense. Jonathan held her gaze, allowing his eyes to shift slightly toward wolf gold, a dominance display that made Lydia instinctively look away despite her defiance. "Stay away from her, Lydia," he warned quietly. "Your next attempt won't end with a warning." He turned away, effectively dismissing her while making his position clear. As he walked toward the school building where Ava remained with her students, Jonathan's resolve crystallized. The failed attack changed everything. Ava could no longer remain unprotected while he navigated pack politics. The time for careful separation of his worlds had ended. Lydia's actions had forced his hand, accelerating decisions he'd hoped to approach gradually. Ava needed protection only pack status could provide, which meant Jonathan needed to formally claim his human mate before the spring gathering, regardless of the political consequences. Chapter 13. Sanctuary. "This is completely unnecessary," Ava insisted, watching Jonathan load her hastily packed suitcase into his SUV. The evening shadows stretched across her apartment complex parking lot as the sun dipped below the horizon. "I can't just abandon my students mid-semester." Jonathan closed the vehicle's rear hatch with controlled precision that betrayed his tension. "You're not abandoning them. You're taking a short leave of absence for personal safety." "Based on what?" A code playground accident? Ava crossed her arms, frustration overriding the lingering shock from the morning's events. Equipment fails, Jonathan. It happens. Not like that. His voice carried absolute certainty. The support was deliberately weakened to fail when weight was applied to the swings, precisely where you stand during recess supervision. The directness of his assessment sent a chill through Ava despite her skepticism. You can't possibly know that. I can smell the tampering, Jonathan replied, his expression grave. And I recognized the scent beneath the masking compounds. Lydia was there before school hours. Ava processed this information, her rational mind still struggling with werewolf concepts like scent identification. You think Lydia Blackwood sabotaged code playground equipment to hurt me? That's exactly what happened, Jonathan interrupted, moving closer with controlled urgency. Lydia views you as a threat to her position. In werewolf culture, that's motivation enough for elimination. The bluntness of the statement silenced Ava's objections. 3 days ago, she would have dismissed such claims as paranoid fantasy. But 3 days ago, she hadn't known werewolves existed. Even if you're right, she conceded reluctantly, I have responsibilities. 20 children who depend on me. Curriculum to complete. I can't just disappear because your ex-girlfriend is jealous. Lydia isn't my ex-girlfriend, Jonathan clarified, his jaw tightening. She's my politically arranged mate according to pack tradition, a tradition I'm breaking by choosing you. The statement hung between them, acknowledging the complexity of their situation more directly than previous conversations. All the more reason this is insane, Ava argued, gesturing toward her packed bags. You're asking me to upend my life and hide on your werewolf compound because of pack politics I barely understand. Jonathan's expression softened slightly, though his resolve remained evident. I'm asking you to stay somewhere safe while I address the threat, just until I can ensure Lydia won't make another attempt. And how long will that take? Ava challenged. The spring gathering occurs in 10 days, Jonathan replied. Once I formally reject the Blackwood Alliance and claim you as my chosen mate, pack law will protect you from interference. Ava's breath caught at the casual mention of claiming her as his mate, a concept that still felt surreal despite their undeniable connection. You're making decisions about my life without consulting me, she observed, her voice quieter but no less firm. That's not how this works, Jonathan. He ran a hand through his hair, frustration evident in the gesture. I'm trying to protect you. I understand that, Ava acknowledged, but protection can't mean control. I need to be part of these decisions, not just informed of them afterward. Jonathan studied her for a long moment before nodding slowly. You're right. I apologize. His expression remained serious as he continued. But the threat is real, Ava. Lydia won't stop with one failed attempt, especially now that she knows you're aware of our nature. The sincerity in his voice penetrated Ava's resistance. Despite her limited understanding of werewolf politics, she recognized genuine concern in Jonathan's demeanor. 3 days, she conceded finally. I'll request emergency personal leave for the rest of the week. That gives you until Monday to figure out a better solution than hiding me away. Relief visibly washed over Jonathan's features. Thank you. I promise you'll be comfortable and safe on pack territory. As Ava settled into the passenger seat of his vehicle, uncertainty churned in her stomach. She was about to enter a world completely foreign to her experience, a community of werewolves who likely viewed humans with suspicion at best and hostility at worst. What should I expect? She asked as Jonathan navigated away from her apartment complex. From your pack, I mean. Jonathan considered the question carefully before responding. Curiosity? Caution? Some traditional members may be reserved until they understand our situation. He glanced at her briefly. But you'll be under my protection as Alpha. No one will harm you. The assurance should have been comforting. Instead, it emphasized how completely Ava was leaving her familiar world behind, even temporarily, for one where such promises were necessary. As the SUV turned onto the private road leading to Riverdale property, Ava watched the forest thicken around them, physically marking her transition from the human world she understood to Jonathan's supernatural domain. The guest cabin exceeded every expectation Ava might have formed about werewolf accommodations. Rather than the rustic structure she'd imagined, the building featured modern architecture seamlessly integrated with natural materials. Floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking a small private garden, luxury furnishings that managed to be both elegant and comfortable, and technology that rivaled high-end hotels. "This is not what I expected," she admitted as Jonathan carried her suitcase into the spacious bedroom. "What did you expect? Fur rugs and torches?" he asked, amusement briefly lightening his serious demeanor. "Maybe some chew toys," Ava replied with tentative humor, relieved when Jonathan's laugh suggested her joke hadn't offended. "We save those for full moon runs," he countered with a smile that transformed his features. The moment of levity eased some of the tension that had accompanied their journey to Pack territory. Jonathan set her suitcase beside an impressive king-sized bed. "The kitchen is fully stocked. Bathroom has everything you should need, but let me know if anything's missing." He hesitated before adding, "My house is just through those trees, close enough for security but far enough for privacy." The consideration in the arrangement touched Ava despite her lingering frustration with the situation. Jonathan was clearly trying to balance protection with respect for her independence. "What happens now?" she asked, moving to the window that overlooked a section of the Pack compound. In the distance, she could see other cabins and larger buildings arranged in what appeared to be a planned community layout. "You get settled," Jonathan replied. "Tomorrow morning Elena will come by to help you acclimate. She's our former head healer and one of our most respected elders." "A babysitter," Ava observed, unable to keep the edge from her voice. Jonathan sighed. "A guide who understands human-werewolf interactions better than most. And yes, protection while I attend to Pack business." The honesty of his response diffused some of Ava's defensiveness. "Will I be allowed to leave this cabin?" "Of course," Jonathan assured her. "The entire central compound is safe. Elena will show you around." He moved closer, though he maintained a respectful distance. "This isn't imprisonment, Ava. It's sanctuary until the threat passes." The distinction felt semantic rather than practical, but Ava recognized Jonathan's genuine concern beneath the protective measures. "Fine. 3 days, as agreed." Jonathan nodded, relief evident in his expression. "I need to inform the council of your presence. Pack protocol requires transparency about human guests on territory." "Go," Ava said, suddenly feeling the emotional weight of the day's events. "I could use some time alone anyway." Jonathan hesitated at the door. "Call or text if you need anything at all." After he departed, Ava explored the cabin more thoroughly, noting thoughtful details that suggested careful preparation. Her preferred tea brand in the kitchen cabinet, extra pillows arranged on the bed, even a small collection of books similar to those she'd mentioned enjoying during their forest education sessions. Despite these comforts, the reality of her situation settled heavily as night fell. Through the cabin windows she observed distant figures moving through the compound with the fluid grace she now recognized as characteristic of werewolves. Occasionally one would glance toward her cabin, curiosity or surveillance she couldn't determine. For the first time since learning of Jonathan's true nature, Ava felt the full weight of entering a world where she was fundamentally different, an outsider whose presence required explanation and whose safety necessitated protection protocols. She was a human in werewolf territory, and despite Jonathan's assurances, she couldn't shake the feeling that some members of his pack viewed her presence as unwelcome as Lydia did, just less willing to act on that sentiment, while their alpha extended protection. Morning sunlight filtered through the cabin windows as Ava finished her second cup of coffee. Sleep had proven elusive, her mind cycling through the extraordinary developments that had transformed her ordinary life in less than a week. From discovering werewolves existed to being relocated to their territory for protection. The progression seemed surreal even as she experienced it. A gentle knock interrupted her thoughts. Ava opened the door to find an elderly woman with silver-streaked dark hair and remarkable posture despite her advanced age. Her eyes, sharp and assessing despite the wrinkles surrounding them, studied Ava with undisguised interest. "Ava Sinclair," the woman stated rather than asked. "I am Elena Blackwood. Jonathan asked me to help you acclimate to pack territory." The surname registered immediately. "Blackwood? Are you related to Lydia?" "Her grandmother," Elena confirmed without hesitation, "which places me in a unique position to understand both sides of this situation." The directness was unexpected, but somehow refreshing after days of careful conversations. Ava stepped back, inviting the elder into the cabin. "Jonathan mentioned you were the pack's head healer," Ava said, offering coffee which Eleanor declined with a graceful gesture. "For 43 years, Eleanor confirmed, settling onto the sofa with natural dignity. "Now I advise rather than practice, though my knowledge remains valued." "Including knowledge about humans?" Ava asked, unable to keep a slight edge from her voice. Elena's lips curved in what might have been amusement. "Especially about humans. Contrary to what you might believe, you're not the first human to enter our world, child." The observation carried no judgment, merely statement of fact. Ava found herself relaxing slightly despite her initial wariness about Lydia's relative. "Jonathan believes your granddaughter tried to harm me," she said, deciding direct confrontation might yield more information than careful conversation. Elena's expression remained impassive. Jonathan's senses rarely mislead him, particularly regarding threats to those under his protection. "You don't seem surprised," Ava observed. "Tradition and change rarely coexist peacefully," Elena replied. "Lydia was raised to believe certain things about her future. Your existence challenges those beliefs." The explanation, while logical, did little to comfort Ava. "So, attempted murder is an acceptable response to disappointed expectations in werewolf culture?" Eleanor's eyes sharpened. "No. If Jonathan's accusations prove true, Lydia has violated pack law regarding mate interference. The consequences would be severe, regardless of her family standing." The elder rose with surprising grace. "But such matters are for the council to address. My responsibility today is helping you understand the community you've entered. Shall we begin?" Despite her lingering questions, Ava recognized the subject change as deliberate. She followed Elena outside, where morning sunlight illuminated the pack compound more clearly than her nighttime observations had permitted. The community resembled an upscale planned development, modern homes arranged in a circular pattern around central buildings that appeared to serve community functions. People, werewolves, Ava reminded herself, moved about with purpose, some nodding respectfully toward Elena as they passed. "The central building houses council chambers and community gathering spaces," Elena explained, indicating a large structure with distinctive architecture. "The training fields lie beyond, where younger pack members develop control and older ones maintain skills." As they walked, Ava noticed curious glances directed her way, some merely interested, others more assessing or even wary. Elena acknowledged these reactions with subtle nods that seemed to communicate something beyond Ava's understanding. "They're curious about you," the elder explained, correctly interpreting Ava's discomfort. "A human guest is unusual enough. One under alpha protection is unprecedented in recent memory." "They know who I am?" Ava asked, uncomfortable with being the subject of pack attention. "They know Jonathan has identified his mate," Eleanor replied carefully. "The specifics remain private until formal announcement, but werewolves sense connections between individuals. Your scent carries his protection." The casual reference to scent marking reminded Ava how fundamentally different werewolf perception was from human experience. Before she could question further, their path brought them to an open area where several young people, appearing to be teenagers, practiced what looked like martial arts under an instructor's guidance. Except their movements exceeded human capability, leaps covering impossible distances, reflexes too quick for natural explanation, strength evident in impacts that would injure normal humans. "Physical training," Elena explained. "Control is essential, particularly during adolescence when emotions run high." Ava watched, fascinated despite herself, as a young woman transformed her hands to claws mid-movement, using the change to execute a maneuver that her opponent clearly hadn't anticipated. Partial shifting during combat provides advantages, Eleanor observed, following Ava's gaze, but requires precise control to maintain balance between human thought and wolf instinct. The casual display of supernatural abilities, treated as ordinary within pack context, emphasized how completely Ava had entered another world. These weren't humans with unusual abilities. They were a different species with their own culture, capabilities, and social structures. "It's a lot to process," Ava admitted quietly. Elena's expression softened slightly. "You're adapting remarkably well for someone whose worldview was upended so recently. Jonathan chose wisely." The compliment, unexpected from Lydia's grandmother, caught Ava off guard. "You don't disapprove? Of me being human?" "The moon goddess chooses mates for reasons beyond our understanding," Eleanor replied. "My approval or disapproval is irrelevant to her will." The answer, while not directly affirming, suggested Eleanor accepted the situation more readily than her granddaughter. Before Ava could pursue this line of conversation, a tall woman approached them with purposeful strides. "Elder Blackwood," she greeted Elena respectfully before turning to Ava. "You must be Ava. I'm Sophia, Jonathan's sister." The family resemblance was subtle but present, the same confident bearing, similar hazel eyes, though Sophia's features were more delicate than her brother's. She appeared slightly younger than Jonathan, perhaps in her late 20s. "Jonathan asked me to take over your orientation," Sophia explained. "Elder Blackwood is needed for council matters." Eleanor nodded confirmation. "Sophia will answer your questions more directly than diplomatic constraints permit me to do," she said with what might have been a hint of humour. "I'll see you at dinner, Ava Sinclair." As Elena departed, Sophia's formal demeanour relaxed visibly. "Finally," she sighed. "I've been dying to meet you properly, but protocol required Elder Blackwood's initial introduction since she outranks me in pack hierarchy." The sudden shift from formal to friendly caught Ava by surprise. "There's a protocol for meeting me?" "For everything," Sophia confirmed with an eye roll that made her seem suddenly younger. "Especially when it involves the alpha's mate, which, by the way, has created the biggest stir in pack politics since Jonathan became alpha 5 years ago." The casual confirmation of her status sent a flutter of unease through Ava's system. "I haven't agreed to be anyone's mate," she clarified. "Jonathan and I are still figuring things out." Sophia's expression turned sympathetic. "Of course. I didn't mean to presume." She gestured toward a path leading away from the training area. "Hungry? The pack kitchen makes amazing breakfast, and it's a good place to observe pack dynamics without being the center of attention." The thoughtful suggestion eased some of Ava's tension. "That sounds perfect, actually." As they walked, Sophia maintained a running commentary that provided more practical information than Eleanor's formal orientation. Pack hierarchy determines everything from who speaks first in meetings to who enters rooms in what order. It's instinctive for us, but probably seems ridiculous to humans. "It's not so different from some human organizations," Ava observed. "Schools have their own hierarchies and protocols." Sophia seemed pleased by the comparison. "Exactly, though ours includes more growling when someone steps out of line." The joke, delivered with obvious affection for pack ways, helped normalize the extraordinary situation. By the time they reached the community kitchen, a spacious building with both indoor and outdoor seating areas, Ava felt marginally more comfortable in her surroundings. The facility operated like a high-end cafeteria, with pack members serving themselves from an impressive array of breakfast options. Sophia guided Ava through the process, explaining pack customs regarding communal meals, while filling their plates with food that smelled delicious enough to remind Ava she hadn't eaten properly since yesterday's lunch. They settled at a table somewhat removed from the main seating area, private enough for conversation while still allowing Ava to observe pack interactions. The dynamics fascinated her teacher's mind, the clear deference shown to certain members, the casual physical contact that seemed common among packmates, the easy transitions between serious conversation and playful banter. It's like watching a complex, social system with rules I don't fully understand, Ava observed between bites of truly excellent blueberry pancakes. You're more perceptive than most humans who encounter pack dynamics, Sophia noted with approval. Jonathan said you were intelligent, but he didn't mention your observational skills. Professional requirement, Ava explained. Preschool teachers develop eyes in the back of their heads or they don't survive. Sophia laughed, the sound drawing brief attention from nearby tables before conversations resumed. No wonder you're handling all this so well. After managing 15 4-year-olds, a pack of werewolves must seem manageable by comparison. The observation lightened Ava's mood considerably. Perhaps her professional skills weren't entirely useless in this supernatural context after all. As they finished breakfast, Sophia checked her phone briefly. Jonathan's council meeting is running long. He asked me to show you the rest of the compound if you're interested. The invitation, while clearly part of Jonathan's protection strategy, seemed genuine rather than obligatory. Ava found herself warming to Sophia's straightforward manner. I'd like that, she agreed. Though I should be back at the cabin by afternoon, I need to prepare materials for my substitute teacher. Sophia nodded understanding. Of course. Jonathan mentioned you're concerned about your students. That speaks well of you. The simple acknowledgement of her professional commitments, treated as legitimate rather than secondary to pack concerns, increased Ava's appreciation for Jonathan's sister. As they continued their tour of pack facilities, Sophia's commentary provided context that helped Ava understand the community she'd temporarily joined. By early afternoon, when they returned to the guest cabin, Ava had developed a more nuanced understanding of pack structure and daily operations. The knowledge didn't eliminate her discomfort with the situation, but it provided framework for processing her extraordinary circumstances. Thank you, she told Sophia sincerely, for the tour and the explanations. It helps to understand the context. You're welcome, Sophia replied with equal sincerity. For what it's worth, I think you're exactly what Jonathan needs. Someone who sees him as a person first, alpha second. The observation suggested Sophia understood the complexity of her brother's position better than most. Before Ava could respond, movement near the main house caught their attention. Jonathan returning from his council meeting, his expression serious as he spoke with Marcus. I should go, Sophia said, correctly interpreting Ava's desire to speak with Jonathan privately. Call if you need anything. My number's in your phone. Jonathan added it this morning. The casual mention of Jonathan programming her phone without permission added to Ava's growing list of boundary concerns. As Sophia departed with a friendly wave, Ava watched Jonathan approach the cabin, his powerful stride covering ground quickly. How was your morning? He asked as he reached the porch, genuine interest evident beneath his alpha composure. Educational, Ava replied, gesturing him inside rather than conducting their conversation where curious pack members might observe. Once the door closed behind them, she turned to face him directly. We need to talk about boundaries. Jonathan's expression shifted to wariness. What happened? Nothing specific, Ava clarified. Everyone has been perfectly polite. But this situation, moving me to pack territory, assigning guides, programming my phone without asking, it all happens without my input. Jonathan considered her words before responding. You're right. I've been making decisions based on protection protocols rather than treating you as a partner in this situation. The acknowledgement surprised Ava, who had expected more resistance. I understand the need for protection, she continued, her tone softening slightly. But I need agency in decisions that affect my life. Jonathan moved to the living area, his large frame somehow making the spacious cabin feel smaller. Pack dynamics are hierarchical by nature, he explained, though his tone suggested understanding rather than excuse. As alpha, I'm accustomed to making decisions for others' protection. I'm not pack, Ava pointed out quietly. Not yet, Jonathan agreed, the simple response carrying implications that hung between them. Ava studied him. This powerful man who moved between human and wolf worlds with practiced ease, whose protective instincts clearly warred with respect for her independence. If this, whatever is developing between us, has any future, she said carefully, it has to be based on partnership, not protection alone. I won't trade my independence for security, Jonathan. His expression softened, admiration replacing concern. I wouldn't want you to. Your independence, your strength, they're part of why the moon goddess chose you. The reference to divine selection still felt surreal to Ava, but she recognized the significance it held for Jonathan. Then we need to establish clear boundaries. I appreciate protection, but I need consultation before decisions are made about my life. Jonathan nodded, his posture relaxing slightly. Agreed. Starting now. The simple acceptance, without qualification or resistance, eased something in Ava's chest that had been tight since her arrival on pack territory. Perhaps navigating this impossible situation wasn't entirely beyond her capabilities after all. Good, she said, allowing a small smile. Now tell me what happened at your council meeting and what it means for our 3-day timeline. Jonathan's expression suggested the news wasn't entirely positive, but his response came without hesitation or evasion, the first step toward the partnership Ava had demanded, and the foundation for whatever extraordinary future might lie ahead. Chapter 14. Pack Divide. The communal dining hall hummed with conversation that noticeably dimmed as Ava entered alongside Sophia. 2 days into her stay on pack territory, Ava had learned to recognize the subtle shifts in werewolf behavior that signaled awareness of her presence. The slight turning of heads, the discreet scenting of the air, the quick exchanges of glances that communicated more than words. Don't let it bother you, Sophia murmured as they collected their dinner from the impressive buffet. They're still adjusting to having a human in their midst. It's not just that, Ava observed quietly, her teacher's instinct for group dynamics alerting her to patterns in the seating arrangements. Look at how they're positioned. Sophia followed her gaze, understanding dawning in her expression. The large dining hall, designed to accommodate the entire pack for communal meals, had subtly organized itself into distinct sections. Younger pack members occupied tables near the windows, their curious glances toward Ava lacking the wariness evident among the elders seated near the main entrance. Middle-aged wolves seemed divided, some joining the younger generation while others clustered with the traditional faction. Pack politics, Sophia confirmed with a sigh. They're declaring positions through proximity. On me? Ava asked, discomfort rising at being the center of such division. On Jonathan's choice, Sophia clarified, guiding them toward a table where Marcus and several younger wolves sat. You're the catalyst, not the cause. The distinction provided little comfort, as Ava felt dozens of eyes tracking their movement across the dining hall. She recognized some faces from her orientation tour. Eleanor Blackwood seated with other elders, her expression unreadable. Ethan, the young enforcer who had nodded respectfully during yesterday's territory walk, and near the entrance, Lydia herself, surrounded by supporters whose expressions ranged from curiosity to outright disapproval. "Miss Ava!" a young voice called as they approached Marcus's table. Ava recognized Kira, a 16-year-old Sophia had introduced during yesterday's tour. "Sit with us." The enthusiastic greeting drew attention from throughout the hall, some approving, others clearly disapproving of such familiar address toward the Alpha's guest. Ava smiled despite her discomfort, settling beside Sophia as Marcus nodded greeting. "Where's Jonathan?" she asked, noticing his absence from the communal meal. "Emergency territory meeting," Marcus replied, his tone revealing nothing of the situation's nature. "He asked me to ensure you were comfortable until his return." The protective assignment might have irritated Ava 2 days ago. Now, understanding pack dynamics better, she recognized it as both practical security and political statement, the beta's presence signaling Jonathan's continued commitment to her safety, despite competing demands. The younger pack members have questions, Sophia explained as several teenagers at their table watched Ava with poorly concealed curiosity. About human schools mostly. I mentioned you teach preschool. Ava recognized the conversation opening for what it was. An opportunity to normalize her presence through shared interests. What would you like to know? The question released a flood of curiosity that had clearly been restrained by pack protocol. Kira leaned forward eagerly. Is it true human children don't learn scent recognition until elementary school? She asked, genuine bewilderment in her tone. The question caught Ava off guard until she remembered werewolf children develop different skills at different stages than their human counterparts. Human children don't develop scent recognition the way werewolves do, she explained. Our senses work differently. But how do they identify pack members? Another teenager asked, confusion evident in his expression. They recognize family by sight and sound, Ava explained, finding herself unexpectedly in teacher mode. Visual recognition develops very early in human infants. The teenagers exchanged glances that suggested this concept seemed alien to their experience. Ava realized she was providing cross-cultural education, as significant to these young werewolves as their supernatural revelations had been to her. What about territory marking? Kira continued, genuine interest overriding any potential awkwardness. How do human children establish boundaries without scent markers? Sophia suppressed a smile as Ava considered how to explain human code playground dynamics in werewolf terms. They use verbal claims and physical presence, she finally answered, though preschoolers often struggle with the concept of shared space. Like Omega wolves, one boy observed thoughtfully, always testing boundaries until they learn pack structure. The comparison, while imperfect, demonstrated the teenagers' attempt to understand human development through their cultural framework. Ava found herself engaged despite her initial discomfort, her teacher instincts responding to genuine curiosity. As their conversation continued, Ava became aware of shifting dynamics throughout the dining hall. Several middle-aged wolves had moved closer, listening to the exchange with interest while maintaining respectful distance. Even some younger elders seemed to be paying attention, though they remained with their traditional faction. They're reassessing, Marcus observed quietly during a pause in the teenagers' questions. Seeing you interact with pack youth changes their perception. From what to what? Ava asked, equally quiet. From threat to teacher, Marcus replied with surprising directness. Many feared human influence would undermine pack traditions. Seeing you explain human differences while respecting our ways eases that concern. The assessment surprised Ava, who hadn't consciously approached the conversation as a diplomatic opportunity. She'd simply responded as she would to any curious students, with respect for their questions and clear explanations of concepts they found unfamiliar. Across the dining hall, however, not everyone seemed reassured by the exchange. Lydia's group maintained deliberate distance, their expressions ranging from skepticism to outright disapproval as they observed the growing interest in Ava's table. Not everyone will be convinced, Sophia murmured, following Ava's gaze toward Lydia. Traditional factions see any change as potential threat. I'm not trying to change anything, Ava pointed out, discomfort returning as she recognized the political dimensions of what should have been a simple dinner conversation. Your existence here changes everything, Marcus replied with characteristic bluntness, regardless of intention. Before Ava could respond, the dining hall's atmosphere shifted noticeably, conversations pausing, postures straightening as Jonathan entered. His presence commanded attention without conscious effort, an alpha's natural authority filling the space as he moved through the room. Ava noticed how pack members responded differently to his arrival, some with immediate deference, others with more measured acknowledgement that suggested political calculation rather than instinctive respect. Jonathan navigated these subtle distinctions with practiced ease, his path taking him directly to their table. Sorry I'm late, he said as he joined them, his hand briefly touching Ava's shoulder in a gesture that seemed casual but carried significance within pack context. Territory matters required immediate attention. The simple explanation revealed nothing of the situation's nature, but Ava had learned enough about pack communication to recognize the tension beneath Jonathan's composed exterior. Something had happened, something significant enough to require the Alpha's personal intervention. Before she could inquire, movement across the dining hall caught her attention. Lydia had risen from her table, her posture conveying deliberate challenge as she approached. The hall quieted further, conversations suspended as pack members recognized the confrontation's political significance. "Alpha," Lydia greeted Jonathan with technical respect undermined by her tone. "The Northern Boundary Patrol reported human hikers near sacred ground today, an unusual occurrence this early in season." The statement, while seemingly informational, carried clear implication. Human presence threatened pack security. Jonathan's expression remained neutral despite the obvious provocation. "The situation has been addressed," he replied evenly. "The hiking group was redirected without incident." "Fortunate," Lydia observed, her gaze shifting deliberately to Ava. "Though perhaps unsurprising that humans would test boundaries now, word spreads quickly about changes in pack policy." The accusation hung in the air, Jonathan's association with Ava somehow encouraging human encroachment on pack territory. Several elders straightened at the implication, their attention sharpening as the confrontation's true nature became apparent. "Pack policy regarding territory protection remains unchanged," Jonathan stated, his voice carrying alpha authority that made several nearby wolves lower their gaze instinctively. "As does protocol for addressing concerns through proper channels rather than public forum." The rebuke, delivered with calm precision, would have silenced most pack members. Lydia, however, said her advantage with calculated persistence. "Proper channels seem insufficient when unprecedented changes occur without council consultation," she countered, her voice pitched to carry throughout the now silent dining hall. "A human residing on pack territory, access to communal spaces, integration with pack youth. These decisions affect all wolves, not just the alpha." Murmurs of both agreement and disagreement rippled through the gathered pack. Ava remained still, acutely aware that her every reaction was being observed and evaluated by dozens of supernatural beings with enhanced perception. "The alpha's mate choice falls within traditional authority, not council approval," Marcus stated, rising to stand beside Jonathan in a clear display of beta support. "Pack law is explicit on this point." "When that choice follows tradition," Lydia countered smoothly, "human mates require special consideration given transformation risks and security implications." Jonathan's expression hardened slightly, though his voice remained controlled. "Special consideration has been given. The council has been informed. Safety protocols are in place." His gaze swept the room, connecting briefly with key pack members. "This discussion belongs in council chambers, not communal dining." The statement should have ended the confrontation, his alpha authority redirecting the challenge to appropriate channels. Lydia, however, had clearly prepared for this moment, her next words calculated for maximum impact. "The pack deserves transparency about decisions that affect our future," she insisted, addressing the gathered wolves rather than Jonathan directly, a subtle but significant breach of protocol. "Especially when those decisions contradict generations of alliance building and bloodline planning." Tension thickened the air as pack members recognized the escalation. Jonathan remained outwardly calm, though Ava sensed the controlled anger beneath his composed exterior. "Transparency has been maintained," he stated, each word precisely measured. "The spring gathering will include formal announcements regarding all matters affecting pack future. Until then, speculation serves no productive purpose." The diplomatic response acknowledged pack concerns while firmly establishing boundaries around the discussion. Several elders nodded approval at the balanced approach, though others maintained expressions of concern or outright disagreement. Lydia recognized her temporary defeat with practiced grace, inclining her head in technical deference while her eyes conveyed continued challenge. "We look forward to those announcements, Alpha. The pack's stability remains everyone's priority." As she returned to her table, conversations gradually resumed throughout the dining hall, though the atmosphere remained charged with unresolved tension. Jonathan settled beside Ava, his posture relaxed despite the confrontation's intensity. "Well handled," Marcus observed quietly. "Temporarily," Jonathan replied, equally subdued. "She's gathering support for a formal challenge at the spring gathering." The exchange, not intended for Ava's ears, nonetheless reached her with disturbing clarity. "Challenge to what?" she asked, keeping her voice low. Jonathan hesitated before answering with characteristic directness. "To my authority as alpha if I formally claim a human mate." The simple statement crystallized the situation's gravity. This wasn't merely about personal disapproval or traditional resistance to change. Lydia was strategically positioning herself to challenge Jonathan's leadership based on his choice of Ava as mate. "Can she do that?" Ava asked, struggling to understand pack politics that suddenly seemed far more consequential than she had realized. "Technically, yes," Sophia explained when Jonathan remained silent. "Alpha challenges require significant pack support and legitimate grounds. Lydia's building her case on tradition and pack stability." "Which means I'm a liability," Ava concluded, the realization settling heavily in her chest. "My presence threatens your position." Jonathan's hand covered hers, his touch warm and reassuring despite the public setting. "My position is secure with those whose support matters," he stated with quiet confidence. "Lydia miscalculates if she believes tradition alone justifies challenge." Despite his assurance, Ava noticed the careful observation of pack members throughout the dining hall. Some supportive, others clearly concerned, many seemingly undecided as they witnessed the interaction between their alpha and his human guest. "This isn't what I wanted," she said quietly, the weight of being a divisive presence in Jonathan's community settling uncomfortably on her shoulders. "It's not about want," Marcus observed with characteristic bluntness. "The moon goddess chose. The pack adjusts." The simple statement, delivered with absolute conviction, reminded Ava how fundamentally different werewolf perspective remained from human understanding. To Marcus, and to Jonathan, divine selection overrode political convenience or personal preference. The mate bond existed as fact rather than choice, regardless of the complications it created. "Perhaps we should continue this discussion privately," Jonathan suggested, correctly interpreting Ava's discomfort with being the center of pack attention. As they rose to leave, Ava noticed the subtle realignment of pack members throughout the dining hall, some straightening respectfully as Jonathan passed, others deliberately continuing conversations without acknowledgement. The division had become physically manifest, pack members literally taking sides through body language and positioning. Outside, the evening air carried the scent of pine and approaching rain, a welcome relief from the dining hall's charged atmosphere. Jonathan guided them toward a path that led away from the main compound, clearly seeking privacy for their conversation. "I should have warned you about Lydia's likely approach," he said once they were beyond easy hearing range of other pack members. "She's been building toward public confrontation since your arrival." "It's not the confrontation that concerns me," Ava replied, gathering her thoughts as they walked. "It's the division I'm causing in your pack. These people rely on your leadership, and my presence is undermining that." Jonathan stopped, turning to face her directly. "You're not causing the division," he stated firmly. "You're revealing divisions that already existed, between traditional and progressive factions, between those who follow the moon goddess's will and those who prioritize political convenience." The distinction seemed important to him, though it provided little comfort to Ava. "The result is the same. Your position is being challenged because of me." "My position has been challenged before," Jonathan replied with surprising calm. "Leadership requires defending decisions that not everyone initially supports." His confidence should have been reassuring. Instead, it emphasized the gap between their experiences. Jonathan, accustomed to pack politics and power dynamics that remained foreign to Ava despite her crash course in werewolf culture. "This is different," she insisted. "I'm not pack. I don't understand your traditions or history. I'm a preschool teacher suddenly dropped into supernatural politics with consequences I can't fully comprehend. Jonathan's expression softened, understanding replacing certainty. You're right. It's unfair to expect you to navigate this without context. He gestured toward a nearby bench overlooking a small stream that wound through pack territory. Let me explain what's really happening. As they settled on the bench, Jonathan seemed to gather his thoughts, choosing his words carefully. The pack has been divided on certain issues since before I became alpha. Traditional factions believe in strict adherence to historical practices, arranged matings between founding families, limited interaction with humans, emphasis on bloodline purity. Lydia's faction, Ava observed. Jonathan nodded. Her father leads the traditional council members, though not all elders share their views. Progressive factions, generally younger but including some influential elders like Elena, believe adaptation is necessary for pack survival in the modern world. And you? Ava asked, genuinely curious about his position in this ideological divide. I've attempted balance, Jonathan admitted, respecting tradition while implementing necessary changes. It's worked, mostly, because I've avoided direct confrontation with core traditional values. His expression turned rueful. Until now. Until me, Ava corrected quietly. Until the moon goddess chose you as my mate, Jonathan countered, the distinction clearly significant to him. That's what the traditionalists can't reconcile, their goddess selecting a path that contradicts their interpretation of her will. The explanation provided context Ava had been missing. This wasn't merely about her humanity or the political alliance with Lydia's family. It represented a fundamental theological challenge to traditional pack beliefs. What happens now? She asked, practical concerns overriding philosophical implications. The pack historian is researching precedents, Jonathan explained. Cases where alphas claimed human mates and the outcomes of those unions. Both sides will use whatever evidence supports their posit. And if the evidence favors tradition? Ava pressed, needing to understand the potential consequences. Jonathan's expression remained steady as he answered with characteristic directness. Then I face a choice between pack expectations and the moon goddess's will. His hand found hers, warm and reassuring despite the conversation's gravity. It's not a difficult choice, Ava. The simple statement carried implications that both warmed and terrified her. Jonathan would choose her over pack tradition if forced to decide, a commitment that honored their connection while potentially sacrificing his leadership position and lifelong community. I won't let you lose your pack because of me, Ava stated firmly, the responsibility of his potential sacrifice weighing heavily. Jonathan's smile held surprising gentleness for someone of his power and position. That's not your decision to make, he reminded her. Just as it's not Lydia's or the council's, some choices transcend politics. The conviction in his voice silenced further argument, though it didn't ease Ava's concern about being the catalyst for pack division. As they sat together watching twilight settle over pack territory, she found herself in the impossible position of hoping pack history would provide evidence supporting their connection, while simultaneously questioning whether any relationship justified the disruption her presence had created. Jonathan seemed to sense her conflicted thoughts, his arm settling around her shoulders in comfort rather than possession. The pack will adapt, he said quietly. They always do eventually. Change is difficult but necessary for survival. And if they don't adapt? Ava couldn't help asking. Jonathan's expression revealed the alpha beneath the man, determined, resolute, accustomed to making difficult decisions. Then we create a new path, together. The simple declaration, delivered without drama or excessive emotion, nonetheless carried weight that settled into Ava's consciousness. Whatever happened with pack politics and traditional expectations, Jonathan had made his choice. The realization brought both comfort and responsibility as darkness settled over pack territory, the distant sounds of communal activity a reminder of all that stood to be affected by their unprecedented connection. Chapter 15. Lydia's ultimatum. The Great Hall stood as the physical and symbolic center of pack territory, a structure whose modern architecture honored traditional design elements while accommodating contemporary needs. Massive timber beams supported soaring ceilings, while floor-to-ceiling windows connected interior space with the surrounding forest. Stone fireplaces anchored each end of the rectangular space, their hearths perpetually maintained as symbols of pack continuity. Tonight, the hall served its most formal function as gathering place for pack assembly, a rare full meeting where all adult members attended rather than just council representatives. Jonathan had called the assembly to address growing tensions and provide transparency about the upcoming spring gathering, hoping direct communication might diffuse the factional divide Lydia had been cultivating. Ava observed from a side alcove where Jonathan had positioned her, visible enough to demonstrate his commitment while separated enough to avoid inflaming traditionalists with her direct participation. The arrangement felt uncomfortably like hiding, though she understood its political necessity. "It's standard protocol for non-pack observers," Sophia had explained while escorting her to the position. "Nothing to do with you personally." Despite the reassurance, Ava couldn't help noticing how pack members entered the hall in clearly defined groups rather than mingling freely. Younger wolves and progressives on one side, traditionalists and elders predominantly on the other, with a dwindling middle faction that seemed increasingly forced to choose allegiance. Jonathan stood at the hall's center, his posture conveying natural authority as he waited for the assembly to settle. Marcus positioned himself slightly behind and to the right, the traditional place for a beta supporting his alpha. Other key pack members arranged themselves according to rank and function, their positioning communicating political alignment as clearly as verbal declarations. When the last members entered and the massive oak doors closed, Jonathan addressed the gathered pack with calm confidence that belied the tension evident throughout the hall. "The spring gathering approaches," he began, his voice carrying easily without artificial amplification, an alpha trait Ava had come to recognize. Traditionally a time of celebration and renewal, this year's gathering carries additional significance as we welcome allied packs and strengthen bonds essential to our community's future. The careful phrasing acknowledged tradition, while avoiding specific mention of the Blackwood alliance that had become the central point of contention. Ava noticed Elder Blackwood's expression tighten slightly at the deliberate omission, though he maintained the composed dignity expected of his position. "Preparations proceed according to protocol," Jonathan continued, nodding toward Elder Wilson, who had coordinated ceremonial arrangements. "Allied packs have confirmed attendance, hunting rotations have been adjusted to accommodate guests, and security measures have been enhanced as always during major gatherings." He paused, his gaze sweeping the assembly with deliberate inclusiveness. "Questions regarding specific arrangements should be directed to committee heads rather than becoming subjects of general speculation. Clarity serves pack interests better than rumor." The statement, while diplomatic, clearly referenced the whispered concerns Lydia had been cultivating throughout the pack. Several younger wolves nodded approval at the direct approach, while traditionalists maintained neutral expressions that revealed neither agreement nor opposition. "Additionally," Jonathan continued, moving to the more contentious subject with characteristic directness, "the gathering will include formal announcements regarding future pack direction, including matters of leadership and alliance. These announcements will follow traditional protocol with appropriate council consultation." The careful phrasing promised transparency, while establishing that decisions remained within alpha authority rather than general vote. Ava recognized the political balancing act Jonathan performed, acknowledging pack concerns while maintaining the leadership boundaries essential to his position. "Until those formal announcements, I expect all pack members to maintain appropriate focus on gathering preparations rather than factional interests." Jonathan's tone hardened slightly, alpha authority becoming more pronounced. "We present unified strength to allied packs regardless of internal discussions." The directive should have concluded the assembly's informational portion, transitioning to the traditional opportunity for pack members to raise concerns through proper protocol. Before Jonathan could initiate this phase, however, movement from the traditional faction disrupted the established order. Lydia stepped forward, her timing deliberately interrupting the Alpha's controlled narrative. Her appearance struck Ava as carefully calculated, traditional formal attire that emphasized pack heritage while remaining elegantly contemporary, her posture conveying respect for protocol while her positioning communicated challenge. Ava Riverdale, she addressed Jonathan with technical correctness, undermined by the timing of her interruption. The pack appreciates your attention to gathering preparations. However, certain matters require clarification before allied packs arrive, rather than after commitments are publicly announced. The statement, delivered with practiced precision, effectively forced Jonathan to either acknowledge her out-of-turn intervention or appear dismissive of legitimate pack concerns. Ava watched him assess the tactical maneuver with impressive composure, his expression revealing nothing of his thoughts as he responded. "The Assembly recognizes Lydia Blackwood," he stated, formally acknowledging her right to speak while subtly reminding everyone that he controlled the proceedings. "What clarification do you seek that couldn't be addressed through council channels?" The question highlighted her breach of protocol while maintaining the appearance of reasonable accommodation. Lydia, however, had clearly anticipated this response, her prepared position evident as she moved to the Assembly's center, a space traditionally reserved for the Alpha during formal gatherings. "I seek clarification regarding matters that affect all pack members, not merely council representatives," she replied, her voice pitched to carry throughout the hall without appearing confrontational. "Specifically, the status of the Riverdale-Blackwood alliance established 3 generations ago and formally documented through blood oath and written agreement." As she spoke, Elder Blackwood moved forward, carrying an aged leather portfolio that he presented to his daughter with ceremonial formality. Lydia accepted it with a respectful nod before turning back to Jonathan. "This agreement, signed by your grandfather and mine, later reaffirmed by our fathers, establishes the joining of our bloodlines through formal mating bond to be completed when both parties reach maturity and leadership position." She opened the portfolio, revealing documents bearing formal pack seals and signatures. The agreement includes territory rights, hunting access, and mutual defense provisions contingent upon the alliance's completion. Murmurs spread throughout the assembly as Lydia displayed the documents for all to see, physical evidence supporting traditional expectations regarding her union with Jonathan. The strategic presentation transformed vague references to tradition into concrete legal agreements with specific implications for pack welfare. Jonathan maintained his composed exterior despite the calculated escalation. "The Council is aware of historical agreements," he acknowledged, neither confirming nor denying their current validity. "All factors affecting pack welfare will be addressed in formal announcements during the spring gathering." "With respect, Alpha," Lydia countered smoothly, "these agreements affect preparations currently underway. Allied packs have been informed of the expected announcement. Ceremonial arrangements proceed based on traditional protocol." Her expression conveyed concern rather than challenge, though the effect remained confrontational. Yet rumors persist about unprecedented changes to these expectations, changes that would invalidate generations of careful alliance building. The reference to Ava's presence, deliberately indirect yet unmistakable, shifted attention briefly toward the alcove where she observed. Ava maintained her composed expression through sheer willpower, acutely aware that werewolf senses would detect any anxiety or discomfort she displayed. Jonathan's posture shifted subtly, his alpha presence becoming more pronounced as he reclaimed the assembly's focus. "Speculation about announcements not yet made serves no productive purpose," he stated, authority evident in his tone. "Historical agreements receive appropriate consideration alongside all factors affecting pack welfare." "Including the moon goddess's will?" Lydia asked, the question seemingly innocent despite its provocative implications. Traditional interpretation holds that her will manifests through established bloodlines and pack agreements, the very foundations upon which our community has prospered for generations. The theological challenge struck at the core of Jonathan's position, his claim that divine selection overrode traditional arrangements. Before he could respond, Elder Blackwood stepped forward, his intervention clearly coordinated with his daughter's presentation. Ava Riverdale, the elder addressed Jonathan with formal respect that nonetheless carried undertones of challenge. The Blackwood territory contributes significantly to pack prosperity. Our hunting grounds support 40% of pack needs. Our business holdings provide employment for 37 pack members. Our alliances with eastern packs ensure security along vulnerable boundaries. The recitation of Blackwood contributions, accurate but deliberately emphasized, established the practical consequences of any breach with the founding family. Elder Blackwood continued with measured precision. These contributions have been offered freely in anticipation of the alliance's completion, as agreed by our ancestors. Should circumstances change? He paused deliberately, allowing implications to register throughout the assembly. Adjustments to our territorial and resource commitments would naturally follow. The statement, technically not a threat yet unmistakably carrying one, sent ripples of concern through the gathered pack. Even progressive members who supported Jonathan's authority understood the practical implications of losing Blackwood resources and alliances. Pack welfare depended on the delicate balance of territory, resources, and external relationships that founding families had cultivated for generations. Jonathan's expression hardened, though his voice remained controlled as he addressed Elder Blackwood directly. Are you suggesting resource withdrawal based on personal matters rather than pack welfare? The direct question forced Elder Blackwood to either confirm his implied threat or retreat from its implications. The elder chose his response carefully, aware of the fine line between legitimate concern and challengeable offense. I merely observe that historical agreements created the foundation for current resource sharing, he replied with diplomatic precision. Changes to those agreements naturally affect all associated arrangements. The pack deserves transparency about such significant adjustments before commitments are made to allied packs. The Assembly's tension thickened as pack members recognized the escalating confrontation between their alpha and a founding family elder. Such direct challenges to leadership occurred rarely in pack history, their resolution often determining generational direction for the entire community. Lydia seized the moment her father had created, stepping forward with the confident poise of someone executing a carefully planned strategy. No one questions your authority as alpha, she stated, her tone conveying reasonable concern rather than direct challenge. Your leadership has brought prosperity and security to our pack, which makes recent developments all the more concerning to those who value that stability. She gestured toward the documents still displayed for the assembly. These agreements represent more than tradition. They embody generations of strategic planning for pack welfare. The territories they secure, the alliances they maintain, the bloodline strengths they preserve, all carefully designed to ensure our community's continued prosperity. Her gaze swept the assembly, connecting with key members whose support remained undecided. Yet now, without council consultation or pack preparation, these foundations appear threatened by... She paused deliberately before continuing with careful phrasing. By personal interests that contradict pack welfare. The accusation, though indirect, hung in the air with unmistakable clarity. Jonathan had allowed personal desire to override pack responsibility, a serious charge against any alpha, whose primary duty remained the community's welfare above individual preference. The human teacher observing our assembly, Lydia continued, finally addressing Ava's presence directly, has been presented to some as the moon goddess's choice, a claim that contradicts generations of theological understanding and practical pack management. Murmurs spread throughout the assembly as Lydia articulated concerns many had whispered privately but few had stated publicly. She continued with growing confidence, sensing the assembly's receptiveness to her position. "Human mates bring complications beyond mere tradition," she stated, her tone suggesting reasonable assessment rather than prejudice. "Transformation risks, security vulnerabilities, cultural disruption, all documented throughout pack history. When such complications affect only individual wolves, accommodation remains possible. When they affect alpha lineage and pack leadership, consequences extend to every member of our community." Jonathan remained silent, allowing Lydia to present her position fully, rather than interrupting with defensive responses. Ava recognized the strategic patience in his approach, letting opposition fully reveal itself before responding, though the restraint clearly required significant self-control, as Lydia continued her methodical dismantling of their relationship's legitimacy. "The spring gathering approaches," Lydia concluded, her voice carrying throughout the now silent hall. "Allied packs arrive expecting announcements consistent with generations of careful planning. Our pack faces a choice that will determine our future for decades to come." She turned to face Jonathan directly, her posture conveying respect while her words delivered unmistakable challenge. "Will we honor the agreements that built our prosperity, maintaining alliances essential to our security? Or will we fracture those foundations for one wolf's personal desire, regardless of consequences to the community he leads?" The question, framed as concern rather than ultimatum despite its clear intent, hung in the air as Lydia returned to her position beside her father. The assembly remained silent, all eyes turning to Jonathan as they awaited his response to the most direct challenge his leadership had faced. Ava watched from her alcove, the weight of being the catalyst for such divisions settling heavily on her shoulders. Jonathan stood alone at the assembly's center, physically isolated in a way that symbolized his political position, caught between tradition and transformation, between pack expectations and personal truth. When he finally spoke, his voice carried the quiet authority that had first impressed Ava during their forest encounters, not the forced dominance of insecure power, but the natural confidence of leadership earned through action rather than inheritance. "Pack welfare has guided every decision of my leadership," he began, his gaze moving deliberately across the assembly to include all factions. "From territory management to alliance building, from resource distribution to conflict resolution, the pack's interests have remained paramount in both public policy and private choice." He acknowledged Elder Blackwood with a respectful nod before continuing. "Historical agreements deserve respect for the stability they've provided. The contributions of founding families, including the Blackwoods, have indeed strengthened our community for generations." The acknowledgement seemed to ease tension among traditionalists, though Lydia's expression revealed skepticism about where Jonathan's response might lead. He continued with measured precision. "However, pack history teaches us that adaptation ensures survival. Our ancestors understood this principle, adjusting traditions when circumstances required evolution rather than rigid adherence to practices that no longer served community welfare." Jonathan moved toward the center hearth, positioning himself where firelight emphasized his alpha presence without theatrical display. "The moon goddess guides pack destiny through multiple channels, sometimes through carefully planned bloodlines, sometimes through unexpected paths that challenge our understanding of her will." The theological framing shifted the discussion from mere politics to spiritual interpretation, ground where Jonathan's alpha status carried additional weight. Traditional pack belief held that alphas maintained special connection to divine guidance, their spiritual authority complementing their political position. "In 3 days the spring gathering begins," Jonathan stated, his tone conveying finality rather than negotiation. "Formal announcements will address all matters affecting pack future, including alliance adjustments, resource management, and leadership direction." He turned toward Lydia and Elder Blackwood, his expression revealing neither anger nor concession. "Until those announcements, this assembly will focus on gathering preparations rather than factional positioning. The pack presents unified strength to allies regardless of internal discussions. The directive, delivered with unmistakable alpha authority, effectively closed the public confrontation without directly addressing Lydia's ultimatum. Jonathan had neither rejected tradition nor abandoned his connection to Ava, maintaining his position while refusing to be maneuvered into premature declarations. "This assembly is concluded," he stated, the formal dismissal leaving no room for further challenge without direct defiance of ALF authority. As pack members began dispersing, some in satisfied agreement, others in concerned whispers, Lydia's voice carried one final observation pitched for Jonathan's ears but audible to those nearby. "3 days, Jonathan," she stated quietly, "then choices become irreversible for all concerned." The simple statement, delivered without drama or excessive emotion, nonetheless carried the weight of generations of pack history and the promise of consequences that would extend far beyond personal relationships. As Lydia departed with her father and supporters, the implied ultimatum lingered in the great hall like smoke from the ceremonial fires, a warning of conflict that threatened to consume the community Jonathan had sworn to protect. Ava remained in her alcove, the weight of being the catalyst for such division settling with new heaviness as she witnessed the pack's fracturing in real time. Jonathan's gaze found hers across the emptying hall, his expression revealing determination beneath the political composure he maintained for his pack. 3 days until choices became irreversible. 3 days to decide whether their connection justified the consequences Lydia had so methodically outlined. 3 days that would determine not just their personal future, but the direction of an entire supernatural community that had existed for generations before either of them was born. The responsibility felt impossible to bear. Yet as Jonathan moved toward her, his presence somehow both comforting and commanding, Ava realized decisions had already been made, not by pack politics or traditional expectations, but by the inexplicable connection that had drawn them together despite every rational argument against their relationship. The only question remaining was what price they, and Jonathan's pack, would pay for following that connection to its inevitable conclusion. Chapter 16. Ava's Decision. Twilight settled over pack territory as Ava walked along the path connecting the main compound to her guest cabin. The evening assembly had concluded hours ago, yet discussions continued throughout the community, conversations that shifted to whispers whenever she approached, before resuming with increased intensity after she passed. She had declined Jonathan's invitation to join him for dinner, claiming fatigue after the emotionally draining assembly. In truth, she needed space to process the implications of Lydia's calculated presentation and the ultimatum it represented. Jonathan had respected her request, though concern shadowed his eyes as they parted. Now, as darkness gathered beneath ancient pines, Ava found herself pausing near a small clearing where several pack members had gathered around an outdoor fire pit. Their voices carried clearly in the still evening air, their focus on the assembly's events making them careless about potential listeners. Elder Blackwood wasn't bluffing about resource withdrawal, a male voice stated with certainty. The eastern hunting grounds belonged to their family line. Without access, winter provisions would fall 30% below requirements. The Alpha would find alternatives, a younger female countered, though her tone carried doubt. Northern territories could be expanded. Into Blackstone land, an older voice scoffed. They've been looking for expansion excuses for generations. Any boundary adjustment would trigger territorial challenge. It's not just resources, another added soberly. The Blackwood alliances with eastern packs provide our primary buffer against rogue wolves. That protection disappears if the alliance breaks. Ava remained motionless in the shadows, the practical consequences of Jonathan's choice becoming clearer with each exchange. These weren't merely political abstractions or wounded pride. Lydia's ultimatum threatened concrete aspects of pack survival that affected every member of Jonathan's community. The human could simply decline, someone suggested. Solve the problem without forcing the Alpha to choose. Would you decline a mate bond once established? The older voice challenged. The pull doesn't disappear because it's inconvenient. If the moon goddess truly selected her, separation would cause physical pain for both of them. Better temporary pain than permanent pack fracture, another responded grimly. Jonathan's a strong alpha, but even he can't lead effectively with half the pack questioning his judgment and founding families withdrawing support. 3 generations of alliance planning, the first speaker observed. Territories established, bloodlines aligned, alliances built, all dependent on the Riverdale-Blackwood union. The consequences of breaking that foundation extend beyond current politics. Ava stepped back carefully, continuing toward her cabin with the conversation echoing in her mind. The assembly had made the political dimensions clear, but hearing pack members discuss practical consequences brought new clarity to her impossible position. Jonathan would choose her. Despite tradition, despite pack expectations, despite the concrete threats Lydia and her father had outlined, he would follow the mate bond the moon goddess had established between them. His determination had been evident in every interaction since revealing his nature to her. But at what cost? His leadership position, certainly. Pack stability, inevitably. Resources essential to community welfare, according to those who understood pack economics better than she ever could. The weight of these consequences settled on Ava's shoulders with crushing finality as she reached her cabin. Inside, she moved through the comfortable space that had briefly become her sanctuary, seeing it now through new understanding. The luxury Jonathan had provided represented not just personal consideration but political statement, his commitment to her comfort demonstrating the seriousness with which he viewed their connection. Ava sank onto the sofa, emotions churning as she confronted the impossible choice before her. She had entered Jonathan's world less than 2 weeks ago, a brief moment compared to generations of pack history and planning. Yet in that short time, something fundamental had shifted within her, a connection forming that defied rational explanation. She cared for him, more than cared, felt drawn to him in ways that transcended normal attraction or compatibility. The mate bond he described wasn't merely werewolf superstition. She had experienced its effects herself in the inexplicable awareness of his presence, the comfort his proximity provided, the sense of rightness when they were together despite every logical argument against their relationship. Yet loving someone, and she was beginning to accept that's what this feeling represented, meant wanting their welfare above personal desire. Jonathan would sacrifice everything for her because the mate bond left him no choice. But she retained human freedom to choose differently, to place his welfare above the connection they shared. Decision crystallized with painful clarity as Ava rose from the sofa. She moved through the cabin with quiet efficiency, gathering the few belongings she had brought to pack territory. Her actions felt simultaneously wrong and necessary, each item packed representing another step towards separation from the world she had only begun to understand. At her small desk she found paper and pen, hesitating before forcing herself to write words that felt like physical pain. Jonathan, by the time you read this, I will have returned to human territory. This decision isn't made lightly or without understanding what exists between us. I felt the connection you call a mate bond, something I can't explain but can't deny either. But I've also seen what my presence cost you. Your pack needs their alpha whole and undivided. Your leadership requires the support of founding families and the resources they control. The traditions that built your community deserve more consideration than our brief connection, however genuine it feels. I'm making the choice you can't make because of your wolf nature, the choice to prioritize your pack's welfare over personal desire. Please understand this isn't rejection but protection, my human gift to you when werewolf instinct prevents you from protecting yourself. Return to your responsibilities, fulfill the agreements your family made generations ago, lead your pack with the strength and wisdom I've witnessed. Know that somewhere in the human world, I'll remember what might have been in a different reality where timing and circumstance aligned differently. Ava. She folded the letter carefully, placing it on the bed where it would be easily found. Each word had felt like betrayal of the feelings growing within her, yet she recognized the necessity of clean separation. Jonathan would track her if given any encouragement that their connection might continue. Gathering her backpack and jacket, Ava consulted the mental map she had constructed during her days on pack territory. Markers had explained patrol rotations during her orientation, information provided for security that now served a different purpose. The eastern boundary had the thinnest coverage, with shift change occurring at midnight, creating a brief window when attention focused on handover protocols rather than boundary monitoring. She checked her watch. 11:15 p.m. Enough time to reach the boundary before shift change if she moved quickly and directly. The main paths would be monitored, but Sophia had shown her less travelled routes during their tours of pack territory. With determination and the detailed mental map she'd constructed, Ava could reach human territory before her absence was discovered. Slipping from the cabin, she used the shadows between security lighting to move toward the eastern forest edge. The compound remained active despite the late hour, werewolves apparently requiring less sleep than humans, but attention focused on central areas rather than the guest cabin Jonathan had deliberately positioned for privacy. The forest beyond the compound presented greater challenges, darkness limiting visibility while unfamiliar sounds triggered instinctive human fear responses. Ava forced herself forward, using her phone's flashlight sparingly to avoid detection while navigating by the stars visible through occasional breaks in the canopy. Each step away from pack territory, away from Jonathan, produced a strange hollow sensation beneath her ribs. Not quite pain, but discomfort that grew with distance, as if some invisible connection stretched with physical properties. The sensation confirmed what the older wolf had mentioned. The mate bond created tangible effects that transcended emotional attachment. Ava pushed through the discomfort, focusing on the practical necessities of navigation, rather than the growing certainty that her decision, while necessary, violated something fundamental within her. The forest thickened as she moved farther from maintained pack trails, requiring careful attention to avoid branches and exposed roots that threatened her progress. Time became difficult to track as she moved through the darkness, but the increasing discomfort beneath her ribs suggested significant distance covered. When she finally reached a small stream that Sophia had identified as marking the eastern boundary, relief mingled with growing physical distress that made each step increasingly difficult. Crossing the shallow water, Ava officially left pack territory, the symbolic significance of the boundary feeling momentous despite its physical insignificance. Human territory lay ahead, civilization and normalcy waiting beyond the remaining miles of forest preserve that separated Werewolf domain from the outskirts of Pinecrest. The hollow sensation beneath her ribs had transformed to genuine pain, a dull ache that radiated outward with each heartbeat. Ava pressed her hand against her chest, wondering if emotional distress could manifest such specific physical symptoms. The mate bond Jonathan had described seemed increasingly real, as separation tested its limits. Still, she pressed forward, determination overriding discomfort as she focused on the greater purpose behind her decision. Jonathan's pack needed him whole and supported. His leadership required the alliances and resources that generations had carefully constructed. Her presence threatened everything he had built and inherited. Loving him meant leaving him, a paradox that tore at her heart even as she recognized its necessity. Jonathan woke with a gasping breath, pain lancing through his chest with unexpected intensity. His wolf surged forward instinctively, senses heightened as he identified the source, not physical injury but mate bond distress. The connection to Ava stretched beyond normal parameters, distance creating tension that manifested as physical pain. He was moving before conscious thought formed, instinct driving him from bed to door in fluid motion. Outside, the night air carried information his human mind processed seconds after his wolf had already understood. Ava's scent leading away from her cabin, growing fainter with time and distance as she moved eastward toward human territory. She was leaving. The realization hit with greater pain than the physical symptoms of separation. Jonathan tracked her path with preternatural focus, following scent markers too subtle for human detection. His wolf pushed for immediate pursuit at full speed, while his human mind forced strategic assessment. How long ago she had departed, which route she had chosen, whether others had noticed her absence. The eastern boundary. Smart choice. Minimal patrol coverage with shift change creating opportunity for undetected crossing. Jonathan moved with alpha speed through the forest, following Ava's trail with single-minded determination that overrode pack protocols requiring notification before boundary pursuit. The physical pain intensified with each mile, confirming what he had known since their first meeting. The mate bond between them was genuine and powerful, its effects transcending the psychological connection most wolves experienced. True mate bonds created physical manifestations when tested, their reality undeniable to those who shared them. Jonathan pushed through the discomfort, his enhanced physiology allowing greater tolerance than Ava would experience. The thought of her suffering similar pain alone in the darkness drove him faster, concern overriding respect for the choice her departure clearly represented. He crossed the boundary stream without hesitation, her scent growing stronger as he closed the distance between them. The forest beyond pack territory received less maintenance, deadfall and undergrowth creating obstacles that would significantly slow human movement. Ava couldn't have travelled far into this section, even with the head start her careful planning had provided. Jonathan found her approximately 2 miles beyond the boundary stream, her small figure illuminated by moonlight filtering through a break in the canopy. She sat on a fallen log, one hand pressed against her chest, her breathing laboured in a pattern he recognised immediately. Mate bond separation distress. He approached slowly, making enough noise to avoid startling her while maintaining distance that respected her evident decision to leave. When she looked up, the moonlight revealed tear tracks on her cheeks and determination in her eyes despite obvious physical discomfort. "You shouldn't have followed me," she said quietly, though her body language contradicted her words, tension visibly easing as the proximity reduced bond separation symptoms. "Did you expect anything else?" Jonathan asked, remaining several paces away despite his wolf's demand for closer contact. "I left a letter explaining everything," Ava replied, her voice steadier than her appearance suggested possible. "I didn't need to read it to understand," Jonathan said, gesturing toward the space beside her in silent request for permission to approach. When she nodded slightly, he joined her on the fallen log, careful to maintain respectful distance, despite the relief closer proximity provided to his physical symptoms. "You heard the assembly," Ava stated rather than asked. "You know what your pack faces if you choose me over tradition." "I do," Jonathan acknowledged, making no attempt to minimize the consequences Lydia had so methodically outlined. "Then you understand why I had to leave," Ava continued, her voice catching slightly. "Your responsibilities, your pack's welfare, they have to come before whatever exists between us." Jonathan studied her in the dappled moonlight, recognizing the courage her decision represented, despite disagreeing with its conclusion. "You're experiencing physical pain," he observed quietly, "the hollow ache beneath your ribs that intensifies with distance." Ava's hand pressed against her chest in unconscious confirmation. "Psychosomatic response to emotional distress," she suggested, though uncertainty coloured her tone. "Mate bond separation symptoms," Jonathan corrected gently. "Physical manifestation of a connection the moon goddess established between us. Your human mind seeks rational explanation, but your body knows the truth." "It doesn't change anything," Ava insisted, though her voice lacked conviction. "Physical discomfort is temporary. The consequences to your pack would be permanent." Jonathan shifted slightly, close enough to provide bond relief without crowding her. "You made a decision based on incomplete information," he said, no accusation in his tone despite the statement's directness. "I heard enough," Ava countered. "Resources, alliances, territories, all dependent on the union your families arranged generations ago. Your leadership questioned because of me, the pack divided because of me. Because of choices I made," Jonathan corrected firmly. "My responsibility, not yours." "Choices your wolf nature forced upon you," Ava argued. The mate bond gives you no option but to choose me. As a human, I retain the freedom to choose differently, to place your welfare above this connection." The selflessness of her reasoning touched Jonathan deeply, even as he recognized its flawed foundation. "You believe you're protecting me by leaving," he observed, "sacrificing your happiness for my position and pack stability." "It's the right decision," Ava stated, though fresh tears contradicted her certainty. "Based on traditional assumptions that prioritize political alliance over divine selection," Jonathan replied, his voice gentle despite the challenge in his words. "Assumptions the pack historian has been researching since your arrival." Ava looked up, confusion evident in her expression. "What do you mean?" "The results came this evening after you declined dinner," Jonathan explained. "Historical records of alpha mate bonds with humans, their outcomes and implications for pack prosperity. And," Ava couldn't keep the question from escaping despite her determination to maintain her decision, "in every documented case where an alpha rejected a true mate bond for political alliance, the pack experienced decline within a generation, reduced fertility, weakened leadership succession, territorial losses." Jonathan's voice carried no triumph, merely factual reporting of historical patterns. Conversely, packs that honored divine selection, even when it contradicted traditional expectations, demonstrated unusual prosperity, stronger offspring, expanded territory, enhanced alliance opportunities. Ava processed this information, its implications challenging the foundation of her sacrifice. "Lydia and her father presented the opposite conclusion," she observed. "Breaking the alliance threatens pack welfare." "From a traditional perspective focused on immediate political consequences rather than generational outcomes," Jonathan acknowledged. "Their concerns aren't invalid. Resource adjustments would be necessary, alliance renegotiations required. But historical patterns suggest short-term disruption precedes long-term strengthening when divine will is honored." The possibility that her sacrifice might actually harm, rather than help Jonathan's pack, created new uncertainty in Ava's already conflicted thoughts. "Why didn't you present this at the assembly?" "The historian completed verification after proceedings concluded," Jonathan explained, "and tactical considerations suggested private council presentation before public announcement." He shifted slightly closer, the mate bond between them easing further with proximity. "You made a decision based on genuine concern for my welfare and pack stability," he acknowledged. "That selflessness only confirms what I already knew. The moon goddess chose perfectly well. Hence she selected you as my mate." The simple statement, delivered without dramatic declaration or excessive emotion, nonetheless carried weight that settled into Ava's consciousness. The physical discomfort that had driven her to rest despite her determination to reach human territory had almost completely subsided with Jonathan's presence, the mate bond between them stabilizing with proximity. "I don't know what to do," she admitted quietly, the certainty that had driven her departure crumbling beneath new information and the undeniable relief of Jonathan's presence. "Come back with me," he suggested, making no move to force the decision. "Not for my sake, but because separation causes you physical pain that contradicts your human determination to sacrifice connection for perceived greater good." "And if I still believe leaving serves your interests better than staying?" Ava challenged, needing his answer despite her wavering resolve. "Then I respect your choice," Jonathan replied with simple honesty. "And follow where you lead, because mate bonds give neither of us the option of permanent separation without consequences greater than political alliance could ever justify." The declaration, delivered without ultimatum or pressure, nonetheless clarified the reality of their situation. Jonathan would follow her into the human world if necessary, abandoning position and pack rather than enduring permanent separation. The choice she had attempted to make for him, prioritizing pack welfare over personal connection, remained impossible within the reality of their bond. Ava stood slowly, physical discomfort replaced by emotional turmoil as she confronted the implications of Jonathan's words and her own undeniable experience. I need to think, she said finally, to process everything without making another impulsive decision. Jonathan nodded, rising beside her with the fluid grace that characterized his movements. The guest cabin remains yours for as long as you need, he assured her. No expectations beyond your comfort and safety. The simple offer, space to consider without pressure or manipulation, eased something in Ava's chest that had nothing to do with mate bond symptoms and everything to do with the respect Jonathan consistently demonstrated, despite his wolf's instinctive possessiveness. I'll come back tonight, she decided, the physical relief of proximity making continued separation seem unnecessarily punishing to them both. But I need time to consider what this means, for both of us and for your pack. Understood, Jonathan agreed, maintaining respectful distance despite his evident relief at her decision. May I walk with you? The forest grows challenging after midnight. The simple offer of companionship without demand touched Ava deeply. As they began the return journey toward pack territory, the physical symptoms of separation completely subsided, replaced by the complex emotional landscape of two individuals navigating connection that transcended normal human experience. The mate bond between them remained undeniable, its physical manifestations providing evidence even Ava's rational mind couldn't dismiss. But the choice of how to honor that connection while respecting both their needs remained unresolved as they walked together through moonlit forest, returning to the community whose future their decision would help determine. Chapter 17. Kidnapped dawn broke over pack territory as Jonathan and Ava crossed the boundary stream, returning from what should have been her permanent departure. The eastern sky painted watercolor hues across scattered clouds, the beauty contrasting sharply with Ava's emotional turbulence as she processed everything that had transpired during the night. The council will need to be informed of the historian's findings, Jonathan observed as they followed the main trail toward the compound. Emergency session this morning, given the spring gathering's proximity. Ava nodded, understanding the political necessities that would demand his attention despite their unresolved personal situation. I should rest anyway, she admitted, fatigue from her nighttime journey and emotional exhaustion catching up now that immediate decisions had been postponed. Your cabin remains secure, Jonathan assured her. I'll have Sophia bring breakfast once the kitchen opens. The simple consideration, practical support without pressure for immediate resolution, reinforced Ava's tentative decision to return. Jonathan consistently demonstrated respect for her autonomy despite the mate bond's pull toward closer connection. That respect made space for genuine choice rather than forced compliance with supernatural imperatives. As they approached the main compound, movement near the council building caught Ava's attention. Lydia emerging from early morning consultation with her father, her expression shifting from determination to calculated neutrality upon noticing their arrival. The brief glimpse of unguarded emotion revealed something darker than political ambition in her opposition to their relationship. She truly hates me, Ava observed quietly, the realization more disturbing than she had expected. Jonathan followed her gaze, his expression hardening slightly. Not you specifically, he clarified. What you represent, challenge to arrangements she's anticipated her entire life? That distinction provides little comfort, Ava replied with unexpected dryness that drew a brief smile from Jonathan despite the situation's gravity. I'll increase security near your cabin, he stated, the protective response automatic rather than calculated. Until matters resolve, discretion suggests enhanced awareness. Under normal circumstances, such protective measures might have triggered Ava's independence reflexes. Now, understanding pack dynamics better, she recognized the practical necessity behind Jonathan's concern. Lydia's ambition had transformed from political maneuvering to personal vendetta, a shift that carried unpredictable implications. I'll be careful, she promised as they reached her cabin. The simple structure appeared unchanged from her departure hours earlier, her hastily written letter presumably still waiting on the bed inside. How long will the council meeting last? Several hours at minimum, Jonathan admitted. The historian's findings require thorough examination, especially given their contradiction of traditional assumptions. Ava nodded, unexpected relief mingling with lingering uncertainty. The hours alone would provide necessary space to process everything: her attempted departure, the physical manifestations of their connection, the historical patterns that suggested their relationship might strengthen rather than weaken pack prosperity. "Rest," Jonathan encouraged, maintaining respectful distance despite his evident desire for closer contact. "We'll talk when council obligations conclude." As he departed toward the council building, Ava entered her cabin with conflicted emotions. The letter she had written lay on the bed where she had left it. Words that had felt necessary and true when written now, seeming incomplete given new information and undeniable physical evidence of their connection. Exhaustion claimed her almost immediately after securing the cabin and settling onto the comfortable bed. Her last conscious thought acknowledged the irony of returning to the very place she had fled hours earlier, the mate bond's reality proving more compelling than her human determination to sacrifice connection for perceived greater good. Ava woke to afternoon sunlight streaming through cabin windows, momentary disorientation giving way to remembrance of night journey and dawn return. A covered tray on the small dining table suggested Sophia had delivered lunch during her extended sleep, the thoughtful gesture reinforcing her tentative sense of belonging despite the political complications her presence created. After showering and changing into fresh clothes, Ava found herself drawn to the cabin's small porch, the need for fresh air and natural surroundings overriding lingering caution about pack reactions to her continued presence. The compound appeared unusually quiet for mid-afternoon, most activity presumably centered around council proceedings and spring gathering preparations. She settled into a comfortable chair, notebook in hand, as she attempted to organize thoughts that refused simple categorization. The mate bond's physical manifestations provided undeniable evidence of connection beyond normal human experience, yet questions remained about how to honor that reality while respecting both their needs and the community Jonathan led. Movement near the main path drew her attention, Sophia approaching with purposeful stride that suggested official rather than social visit. Ava set aside her notebook, rising to greet the beta's mate with genuine warmth, despite the likely political nature of her arrival. "Jonathan asked me to update you," Sophia explained after brief greeting. "Council deliberations continue regarding the historian's findings, significant debate about interpretation and implications." "Opposition from Elder Blackwood?" Ava guessed, unsurprised when Sophia nodded confirmation. "And others concerned about immediate resource adjustments," Sophia acknowledged, though younger council members find the historical patterns compelling, especially regarding long-term prosperity indicators. The information aligned with Ava's expectations. Traditional factions prioritizing established arrangements, while progressive elements considered adaptation necessary for continued growth. Jonathan navigated these competing perspectives daily, his leadership requiring balance between preservation and evolution. "How much longer?" Ava asked, uncertain whether the question referenced council proceedings or the larger situation their relationship had created. "Several hours at minimum," Sophia replied, understanding the query's immediate context. "Jonathan suggested you might appreciate company, though he emphasized your preference for space takes priority." The consideration, Jonathan ensuring support was available while respecting her need for processing time, touched Ava deeply. "I'm fine," she assured Sophia, recognizing the beta's mate had responsibilities beyond babysitting the alpha's human guest. "Just processing everything." Sophia nodded understanding, though concern lingered in her expression. "Security patrols have been adjusted," she mentioned casually, the information delivered without emphasis despite its significance. "Standard protocol during extended council sessions." The subtle warning confirmed Jonathan's earlier concerns. While direct confrontation remained unlikely given pack protocols, Ava's safety warranted additional consideration during this transitional period. She nodded acknowledgement, appreciating the information without allowing it to trigger disproportionate anxiety. After Sophia's departure, Ava returned to her notebook, attempting to capture swirling thoughts about mate bonds, pack politics, and personal autonomy within relationship contexts that transcended normal human experience. The writing exercise provided focus without resolution, questions remaining that only time and further conversation with Jonathan might answer. The afternoon progressed with unusual quietness, the compound's subdued atmosphere reflecting the significance of council proceedings occurring beyond her view. Ava maintained awareness of security patrols passing near her cabin at regular intervals, their presence simultaneously reassuring and reminder of her complicated position within pack hierarchy. As shadows lengthened with approaching evening, unexpected movement caught her attention. Lydia approaching along the main path with confident stride that suggested deliberate purpose rather than chance encounter. Ava tensed instinctively, remembering Jonathan's concerns and the calculated opposition Lydia had demonstrated during pack assembly. Proper protocol suggested receiving the founding family daughter with appropriate respect, despite personal reservations. Ava rose from her porch chair, maintaining neutral expression as Lydia approached with practiced smile that failed to reach her eyes. "Miss Sinclair," Lydia greeted her with formal correctness that nonetheless carried subtle condescension. "I hope I'm not interrupting your afternoon." "Not at all," Ava replied with matching politeness, years of managing preschool parent interactions providing useful experience for navigating insincere social niceties. "Though I admit some surprise at your visit." Lydia's smile tightened slightly before resuming its practiced curve. "The council session continues longer than anticipated," she observed, the information delivered as if providing helpful update, rather than establishing her connection to proceedings Ava couldn't access. "Jonathan remains occupied with historian debates that grow increasingly technical." The statement contained multiple subtle messages, reminding Ava of her exclusion from pack governance, emphasizing Jonathan's responsibilities beyond their relationship, establishing Lydia's legitimate role in proceedings that determined pack direction. Ava recognized the calculated positioning without allowing it to provoke visible reaction. "I'm sure the council will reach appropriate conclusions," she responded neutrally, neither challenging Lydia's implied authority nor conceding the intimidation attempt. Something shifted in Lydia's expression, calculation replacing performative pleasantness as she reassessed her approach. "This situation benefits neither of us," she stated with unexpected directness. "The council debates abstractions while practical matters remain unaddressed." The pivot surprised Ava, though caution prevented immediate response to this apparent opening for direct conversation. Lydia continued into the silence, her tone suggesting reasonable concern rather than the opposition she had demonstrated during pack assembly. "Jonathan's position requires certain political realities regardless of personal preference," she observed, the statement technically accurate despite its self-serving implications. "Arrangements established generations ago created stability that benefits all pack members, including those who might join our community through unconventional paths." The careful phrasing, acknowledging Ava's potential inclusion rather than demanding her departure, represented significant shift from previous positioning. Suspicion warred with hope that genuine compromise might emerge from direct conversation without Jonathan's mediating presence. "What are you suggesting?" Ava asked, maintaining neutral tone despite internal caution. "Conversation without political performance or alpha presence," Lydia replied with apparent candor. "Woman to woman discussing practical solutions that honor tradition while acknowledging new developments." The proposal seemed reasonable on surface level, direct communication potentially revealing compromise options that formal council proceedings might overlook. Yet something in Lydia's too-perfect presentation triggered warning signals Ava couldn't entirely dismiss. "I appreciate the suggestion," she responded carefully, "though Jonathan should participate in any discussion affecting pack arrangements." "Jonathan remains bound by alpha protocols and political considerations," Lydia countered smoothly. "Our conversation could establish parameters for formal presentation rather than binding decisions." The clarification addressed Ava's stated concern while maintaining pressure for private meeting. Lydia continued before Ava could formulate appropriate response. The old gathering pavilion provides neutral ground, she suggested, gesturing toward the eastern forest edge. Private enough for candid exchange while remaining within territory boundaries. 30 minutes of conversation might save weeks of unnecessary conflict. The proposal seemed reasonable despite lingering caution. The location Lydia suggested remained within pack territory. Security patrols would pass nearby during regular rounds, and direct communication might indeed reveal compromise possibilities that formal proceedings overlooked. Yet instinct continued whispering warnings Ava struggled to articulate even to herself. "When?" she asked, neither accepting nor rejecting the proposal outright. "Council proceedings will continue through dinner," Lydia replied, the information confirming her connection to governance activities. 7 o'clock would allow uninterrupted conversation before evening activities begin. The timing, specific yet reasonable, suggested genuine interest in productive discussion rather than manipulation. Ava considered her options, weighing lingering suspicion against potential benefits of direct communication without Jonathan's protective presence potentially complicating honest exchange. "I'll consider it," she stated finally, neither committing nor dismissing the possibility outright. Lydia nodded acceptance of this partial victory, her expression revealing nothing of her true thoughts, as she departed with the same confident stride that had marked her arrival. Ava watched her return toward the main compound, uncertainty lingering despite the seemingly reasonable proposal. Proper protocol suggested informing Jonathan of the interaction, yet doing so would inevitably trigger protective responses that might prevent potentially useful direct communication. The council session's importance suggested avoiding unnecessary interruption for what might be simple paranoia based on previous confrontations rather than current reality. As evening approached, Ava's deliberation concluded with tentative decision to meet Lydia as suggested. The location remained within territory boundaries, security patrols would pass nearby, and 30 minutes of conversation seemed reasonable investment given potential benefits of direct communication. She would inform Jonathan afterward, the brief delay justified by council proceedings' importance and the meeting's exploratory rather than decisive nature. At 6:50, Ava left her cabin and followed the eastern path toward the gathering pavilion Lydia had identified. The structure appeared as she approached, a simple open-sided shelter with rustic wooden benches arranged around central fire pit, its design facilitating small group gatherings away from the main compound's activity. The location seemed appropriate for private conversation while remaining within established territory boundaries. Lydia waited beside the pavilion, her posture conveying relaxed confidence as Ava approached. "Thank you for coming," she greeted with apparent sincerity. "I believe direct communication serves both our interests better than political maneuvering." Ava nodded acknowledgement without committing to agreement, maintaining cautious awareness of her surroundings as she joined Lydia beneath the pavilion's wooden roof. The structure showed signs of limited recent use, dust gathering on bench surfaces while the fire pit remained cold and empty. "You mentioned practical solutions," Ava prompted, preferring direct approach to extended social preliminaries. Lydia smiled slightly, appreciation for efficiency rather than offense at directness. "The situation appears binary from council perspective. Either Jonathan honors traditional arrangements or embraces unprecedented mate bond with human outsider." The framing accurately summarized political dimensions while subtly positioning Ava as disruptive element within established order. Before she could respond, Lydia continued with practiced smoothness. "Reality allows more nuanced approaches," she suggested, reaching into a small bag she had placed on nearby bench. "Traditional arrangements provide political stability, while personal connections follow separate paths." The implication became clear, despite careful phrasing. Lydia proposed arrangement where Jonathan would fulfill traditional union for political purposes while maintaining separate relationship with Ava outside formal pack structures. The suggestion represented significant concession from her previous position, demanding Ava's complete removal from pack territory. "That arrangement contradicts mate bond nature," Ava observed, remembering Jonathan's explanation of werewolf mating practices. The connection isn't merely emotional preference. Certain herbal preparations moderate bond effects, Lydia countered, removing small cloth bundle from her bag. Used for generations when duty required separation from instinctive preference. As she unwrapped the bundle, revealing dried plant material with distinctive earthy scent, Ava's instinctive caution sharpened into focused alarm. Something about Lydia's movements suggested rehearsed performance rather than spontaneous conversation, the timing too precise, her positioning too calculated as she stepped between Ava and the pavilion's main exit. These preparations require careful handling, Lydia continued, her tone shifting subtly as she crushed dried leaves between her fingers. Proper application determines effectiveness. Before Ava could respond or retreat, Lydia moved with supernatural speed, the crushed herbs blown directly into her face in fine powder that triggered immediate disorientation as she inhaled involuntarily. The world tilted sideways, Lydia's expression transforming from calculated pleasantness to cold determination as darkness encroached from peripheral vision. Unfortunate necessities. Lydia's voice reached her through growing fog, the words distant despite their physical proximity. The pack requires traditional stability regardless of temporary disruption. Consciousness faded as Ava collapsed, her last coherent thought recognizing the magnitude of her miscalculation in meeting Lydia alone, despite instinctive warnings and Jonathan's security concerns. Then darkness claimed her completely. Lydia's cold expression the final image before awareness disappeared entirely. Consciousness returned gradually, disorientation preceding memory as Ava struggled to organize fragmented awareness into coherent understanding. Rough wooden surfaces pressed against her back and wrists, physical discomfort providing anchor as mental fog slowly dissipated. When memory finally returned, the meeting with Lydia, herbal powder, calculated betrayal, Ava forced her eyes open despite lingering dizziness. Unfamiliar surroundings greeted her examination. A small cabin interior with rustic furnishings and minimal amenities, suggesting hunting shelter rather than permanent residence. A single window revealed forest darkness beyond glass panes, night having fallen during her unconsciousness. Physical assessment confirmed what limited movement had suggested. Her wrists secured behind her with what felt like rope binding, ankles similarly restrained against wooden chair legs. The bindings allowed minimal movement without providing realistic escape opportunity, their professional efficiency suggesting preparation rather than improvisation. Across the cabin's main room, Lydia moved with methodical precision, arranging items on rough wooden table with ritualistic care that suggested purpose beyond mere restraint or isolation. Candles, small containers of powdered substances, a silver knife with ornate handle, and several bundles of dried herbs created disturbing tableau whose purpose Ava couldn't immediately determine. Consciousness returns, Lydia observed without looking up from her preparations. The dosage requires precision, sufficient duration without permanent damage. The clinical assessment, delivered without emotion or explanation, chilled Ava more effectively than angry threats might have accomplished. Lydia's demeanor suggested calculated procedure rather than emotional reaction, methodical implementation of predetermined plan rather than jealous impulse. "What are you doing?" Ava asked, her voice rougher than expected, throat dry from whatever substance had rendered her unconscious. Lydia continued arranging items with precise movements, her attention focused on proper positioning rather than her captive's question. When she finally responded, her tone carried the same detached quality that characterized her preparations. "Implementing necessary correction," she stated, the vague explanation more disturbing for its clinical delivery than its content. "The pack requires traditional stability. Jonathan requires appropriate mate selection. The moon goddess requires proper interpretation of her will." The explanation, while technically responsive, revealed concerning disconnection between action and normal emotional processing. Lydia spoke of kidnapping and restraint with the same tone someone might discuss weather patterns or dinner preparations, detached observation rather than recognition of moral transgression. "Jonathan will find me," Ava stated with more confidence than she felt, uncertainty about their location making the assertion hopeful rather than factual. Eventually, Lydia acknowledged without concern, the admission suggesting timeline rather than outcome concerned her. After necessary adjustments establish proper order. She lifted a small container, examining its contents with critical assessment before returning it to precise position within the arrangement. Herbal masking prevents immediate tracking, she explained with clinical detachment. Distance and preparation provide sufficient window for required procedures. The explanation confirmed Ava's growing fear. Lydia had planned this abduction with careful attention to werewolf tracking abilities, using knowledge of pack protocols and Jonathan's capabilities to create opportunity for whatever procedures she intended to implement. The Council won't support this, Ava attempted, seeking rational leverage against actions that increasingly appeared disconnected from normal decision processes. Kidnapping violates pack law regardless of political disagreements. The Council addresses abstractions while practical necessities remain unaddressed, Lydia replied, echoing her earlier statement with disturbing consistency. Traditional stability requires direct intervention when conventional methods prove insufficient. She turned from the table, her expression revealing nothing of normal human emotion, as she regarded her captive with clinical assessment. The mate bond represents misinterpretation rather than divine selection, she stated with absolute conviction. Historical precedent establishes correction protocols when such misinterpretations occur. The statement's implications crystallized Ava's understanding of the tableau Lydia had arranged, not mere restraint or temporary isolation, but preparation for some ritual she believed would correct the mate bond connecting Ava to Jonathan. The silver knife's presence suggested procedures beyond herbal application or symbolic representation. "This won't change anything," Ava stated, fighting growing fear with forced calm. "The mate bond exists regardless of your interpretation or intervention." "Bonds can be severed," Lydia countered with disturbing certainty. Ancient texts describe necessary procedures when inappropriate connections form through misunderstanding or manipulation. She returned to the table, lifting the silver knife with ceremonial precision that suggested ritual significance beyond its physical properties. The spring equinox approaches, traditional time of correction and realignment, when the moon goddess's power flows most directly into physical realm. The timing reference provided context Ava had previously missed. Tomorrow night marked the spring equinox, its proximity to the pack gathering no coincidence given werewolf ceremonial calendars. Lydia had planned her intervention to coincide with timing she believed carried mystical significance, her actions following internal logic despite their objective irrationality. "Jonathan experienced physical symptoms when I attempted to leave," Ava reminded her, seeking rational connection despite growing evidence of Lydia's disconnection from normal decision processes. The mate bond creates tangible effects that confirm its reality. Psychological suggestion creates powerful physical manifestations, Lydia dismissed, her certainty impervious to contradictory evidence. Proper ritual cleanses such manifestations, restoring natural order disrupted by misinterpretation. She placed the knife precisely on cloth laid across the table, its position apparently significant within whatever ritual framework guided her actions. "Preparation requires focused attention," she stated, turning toward the cabin's small kitchen area. "Sustenance maintains necessary energy for proper procedure implementation." As Lydia moved away, Ava tested her restraints with careful pressure that avoided drawing attention. The bindings had been applied with professional efficiency, tight enough to prevent escape while avoiding circulation damage that might create medical complications. Whoever had taught Lydia restraint techniques understood both security requirements and physiological considerations. The cabin's isolation suggested significant distance from pack territory. No sounds of patrol movement or compound activity reached her enhanced hearing despite focused attention. Lydia had chosen location with careful consideration of security protocols and tracking capabilities, creating opportunity for whatever procedure she intended to implement before discovery became likely. Fear threatened to overwhelm rational thought as implications clarified. Lydia intended some ritual she believed would sever the mate bond connecting Ava to Jonathan, the silver knife's presence suggesting physical components beyond symbolic representation. The detached clinical precision of her preparations indicated disconnection from normal emotional processing that made rational negotiation unlikely if not impossible. As Lydia returned from the kitchen area, her movements maintaining the same methodical precision that characterized all her actions, Ava forced herself to observe rather than panic, noting details of their location, memorizing the ritual arrangement, seeking any information that might prove useful if opportunity for escape or communication presented itself. The mate bond connecting her to Jonathan remained their strongest potential link. If physical symptoms manifested with sufficient intensity to overcome whatever herbal masking Lydia had implemented, tracking might become possible despite her precautions. Until then, survival required careful observation and strategic response, rather than futile resistance that might accelerate whatever timeline Lydia had established. Rest while preparation continues, Lydia advised with the same detached tone that characterized all her communication. The procedure requires participant stability for optimal effectiveness. The clinical phrasing, referring to kidnapping victim as participant requiring stability, confirmed the concerning disconnection between Lydia's actions and normal ethical processing. As she returned to methodical arrangement of ritual components, her expression revealed nothing of conventional emotion. No anger, no jealousy, no recognition of moral transgression in her actions. Only absolute certainty that her interpretation of tradition and divine will justified whatever procedure she intended to implement, regardless of consequences to the woman she had bound in preparation for ritual, whose purpose appeared increasingly disturbing as night deepened around the isolated cabin. Chapter 18. Desperate Search. Jonathan stood before the council, concluding his presentation of the historian's findings with measured precision, despite growing discomfort beneath his ribs. The sensation had begun subtly, a hollow feeling that gradually intensified over the past hour, different from the separation distress he had experienced during Ava's attempted departure. This felt sharper, more urgent, carrying emotional overtones that contradicted the calm he maintained for council members. The historical patterns demonstrate consistent outcomes across 17 documented cases, he stated, gesturing toward the evidence charts the historian had prepared. Packs honoring divine selection through mate bonds, even when contradicting traditional arrangements, showed measurable prosperity increases within a single generation. Elder Wilson nodded thoughtfully, his traditional leanings balanced by pragmatic assessment of evidence. The fertility statistics appear particularly significant, he observed. Stronger offspring with enhanced abilities. Correlation doesn't establish causation, Elder Blackwood countered predictably, his opposition to the findings expected given their implications for his family's alliance expectations. Other factors could explain the prosperity patterns. Jonathan prepared to address this reasonable objection when the discomfort beneath his ribs suddenly spiked, transforming from persistent awareness to acute distress that carried unmistakable emotional signature. Fear, not his own, but Ava's, transmitted through their mate bond with intensity that suggested immediate threat rather than general anxiety. He faltered mid-response, the uncharacteristic hesitation drawing concerned attention from council members familiar with his usual composure. Marcus straightened beside him, instantly alert to the Alpha's distress despite its subtle external manifestation. "Jonathan?" Elena prompted when his silence extended beyond normal consideration pause. With supreme effort, Jonathan forced his attention back to council proceedings, while part of his awareness focused on the mate bond distress signals. "Forgive me," he stated, his voice steady despite internal turmoil. The evidence addresses Elder Blackwood's concern through control comparisons across multiple pack lines. He continued mechanically, completing necessary presentation, while his wolf clawed for immediate action in response to Ava's transmitted fear. The sensation intensified further, sharp spikes followed by disorienting fog that suggested consciousness disruption rather than continuous experience. Something was happening to Ava, something that triggered primal fear followed by awareness gaps consistent with forced unconsciousness. When the historian stepped forward to address technical questions, Jonathan moved closer to Marcus, pitching his voice for beta ears only. "Find Sophia. Check Ava's cabin immediately. Something's wrong." Marcus nodded once, departing without drawing attention while Jonathan maintained his position before the council. Protocol demanded completing formal proceedings despite personal concerns. An alpha abandoning council session without explanation would trigger political complications that might interfere with effective response to whatever threatened his mate. The minutes stretched interminably as Jonathan fielded questions with automatic responses while monitoring the mate bond's increasingly disturbing signals. The fear spikes had subsided, replaced by continuous low-level distress punctuated by disorienting fog that suggested Ava remained unconscious or heavily sedated. Most concerning, her emotional signature seemed to be moving, distance increasing from pack compound, despite security protocols that should have prevented unauthorized departure. When Marcus returned 20 minutes later, his expression confirmed Jonathan's worst fears before he delivered his report with quiet efficiency that avoided alerting other council members. Cabin empty, no signs of struggle, faint herbal residue suggesting masking agents. Sophia's organizing discreet search of main compound while maintaining protocol appearance. The information crystallized Jonathan's growing certainty. Someone had taken Ava from pack territory, using herbal knowledge to mask their movements from normal tracking methods. The mate bond provided emotional connection without directional guidance, leaving him aware of her distress without clear path to her location. "Council session requires another 30 minutes for proper conclusion," Jonathan observed, the political reality conflicting with his wolf's demand for immediate action. "Initiate preliminary search protocols without general alarm. Focus on eastern boundary where patrol coverage thins during shift change." Marcus nodded understanding, departing again with unhurried movements that avoided drawing attention from council members focused on the historian's technical explanations. Jonathan forced himself to maintain composed exterior while his mind catalogued possibilities. Who possessed both motive and herbal knowledge to abduct his mate while masking their movements from werewolf tracking abilities? The answer formed with disturbing clarity as he scanned council members present for the session. Lydia's absence had seemed unremarkable earlier, her father representing family interests while she presumably attended to spring gathering preparations. Now, contextualizing her opposition to his relationship with Ava and her family's traditional knowledge of herbal properties, her absence took more sinister significance. When council proceedings finally concluded with appropriate formalities, Jonathan moved immediately to the small antechamber where Marcus awaited with Sophia and Elena, their expressions confirming the situation's gravity before verbal report began. "Preliminary search confirms unauthorized departure through eastern boundary," Marcus stated without preamble. "Herbal masking prevents standard tracking, but patrol observed unusual vehicle movement near the old logging road approximately 3 hours ago." "Lydia?" Jonathan asked, though the question seemed almost rhetorical given circumstantial evidence. "Her quarters appear recently vacated," Sophia confirmed. "Personal items missing suggest planned departure rather than temporary absence." "She accessed restricted archives yesterday," Elena added, her position as pack historian providing information others wouldn't possess. "Ancient texts regarding mate bond severance rituals and equinox ceremonies." The information sent cold certainty through Jonathan's consciousness. Tomorrow night marked the spring equinox, traditionally significant in werewolf ceremonial calendars as time when supernatural energies reached peak accessibility. If Lydia believed ancient rituals could sever mate bonds during this alignment. "Assemble search teams immediately," he directed, alpha authority evident in his tone. "Full protocol activation, priority 1 response." "Elder Blackwood has already questioned preliminary search authorization," Marcus cautioned, the political dimension requiring acknowledgement despite its secondary importance to Ava's safety. His faction suggests waiting for Lydia's return before assuming unauthorized action. They're buying time, Jonathan stated flatly, the mate bond's continued distress signals eliminating any doubt about the situation's urgency. Activate full protocols with or without unanimous council support. My authority supersedes factional objections during security emergencies. As Marcus departed to implement these directives, Eleanor stepped forward with additional information. The texts Lydia accessed contained specific ritual requirements, she explained, her historian's knowledge providing context beyond general concern. Silver implements, equinox timing, isolation from pack energy. The rituals were forbidden centuries ago due to their destructive nature. Destructive how? Jonathan demanded, needing complete information despite growing dread at the implications. Eleanor hesitated before answering with historian's precision. The ancient belief held that mate bonds created energy channels between participants. Severing such bonds required blood sacrifice to redirect the energy flow. The rituals were barbaric even by historical standards, which led to their prohibition under pack law. The information confirmed Jonathan's worst fears. Lydia hadn't merely abducted Ava to remove her from pack territory. She intended some ritual intervention she believed would sever their mate bond, with tomorrow's equinox providing timing she considered spiritually significant for such procedure. Full territory search, all available personnel, he directed Sophia, his voice steady despite the rage building beneath his composed exterior. Focus on abandoned structures and properties with historical connection to the Blackwood line. As Sophia departed to coordinate search efforts, Jonathan closed his eyes briefly, focusing entirely on the mate bond connecting him to Ava. The emotional signature remained consistent, distress without panic, suggesting continued sedation or restraint rather than immediate physical harm. The distance felt substantial, though not extreme, placing her likely location within extended territory rather than completely outside pack boundaries. She's alive, he stated with certainty born of direct connection rather than hopeful assumption. Conscious but restrained, the herbal masking mutes directional sense but doesn't eliminate emotional transmission. The Blackwood family maintains several properties throughout extended territory, Elena observed, her long association with founding families providing institutional knowledge beyond official records. Hunting cabins, historical homesteads, resource outposts, some no longer appearing in current registries, but still maintained through traditional family knowledge. Compile complete list regardless of official status, Jonathan directed, moving toward the door with purpose that communicated action rather than deliberation. I'll join the primary search team while you coordinate information distribution. As he exited the council building, the compound had already transformed from normal evening activities to organized emergency response. Search teams assembling with efficient precision while communications networks established coordination protocols. Jonathan approved the professional implementation while his wolf pushed for more direct action, tracking his mate through forest and mountain regardless of herbal interference or political complication. Marcus approached with tablet displaying territory map marked with search grid assignments. Teams deployed to all registered Blackwood properties, he reported. Additional units covering likely routes between compound and potential destinations. Lydia's supporters? Jonathan asked, the political dimension requiring acknowledgement despite its secondary importance. Contained but resistant, Marcus confirmed. Elder Blackwood has formally protested emergency protocols, suggesting overreaction to his daughter's private conversation with the human guest. The deliberate minimization, reducing abduction to private conversation, confirmed Jonathan's suspicion that Lydia's actions received at minimum tacit support from traditional faction leaders. The realization added political complexity to already challenging search parameters. Their objections are noted and dismissed, Jonathan stated, alpha authority evident in his tone. Security protocols supersede factional concerns when pack members or guests face potential harm. As he moved toward the assembled primary search team, Jonathan felt the mate bond pulse with renewed distress. Ava's emotional signature suggesting return to consciousness accompanied by fear spike that indicated recognition of her situation's gravity. The transmission provided confirmation of continued connection without directional guidance that might lead to her location. Eastern quadrant first, he directed the team, instinct suggesting direction despite herbal masking. Focus on structures with isolation characteristics suitable for extended occupation without detection. As the search team moved out, Jonathan felt his wolf pushing closer to the surface than normal operations permitted. Enhanced senses seeking any trace of Ava's scent despite herbal interference. Protective instincts demanding immediate action to secure his mate's safety. The dual consciousness that normally maintained balanced integration threatened separation under emotional pressure, the wolf's priorities overriding human strategic considerations. With supreme effort, Jonathan maintained integrated function, the wolf's instincts channeled through human strategic planning, rather than allowed complete control that might sacrifice effectiveness for emotional satisfaction. Finding Ava required both aspects of his nature, working in concert rather than opposition. The search expanded throughout the night, teams reporting from increasingly distant locations as primary targets yielded no evidence of recent occupation. Jonathan moved between search zones with restless energy, his normal methodical approach challenged by mate bond distress signals that continued without directional guidance. Near dawn, Marcus approached with update that confirmed the search's challenging parameters. All registered Blackwood properties cleared without evidence of recent activity, he reported. Extended search continues into unregistered locations based on historical records and patrol observations. Lydia planned this carefully, Jonathan observed, professional assessment momentarily overriding emotional response. Location selection considered our standard search protocols and tracking methods. Her grandmother might know more than she's revealed, Marcus suggested. The connection significant given Elder Blackwood's former mate's reputation for traditional knowledge beyond official documentation. Sophia's team reports she's been unusually reclusive since yesterday's council session. The information provided potential leverage point previously unconsidered. Bring her to the command center, Jonathan directed. Respectfully but immediately. As Marcus departed to implement this directive, Jonathan focused again on the mate bond connecting him to Ava. The emotional signature had stabilized into steady apprehension without acute distress spikes, suggesting her immediate situation remained unchanged, while awareness of potential danger continued. Most significantly, the connection itself remained strong, despite whatever ritual preparations Lydia might be implementing, the mate bond's resilience providing hope that ancient ceremonies held less power than their forbidden status suggested. When Margaret Blackwood arrived at the command center 30 minutes later, her expression revealed calculation rather than confusion at the unusual summons. The elder female, technically removed from pack leadership since her mate's second marriage yet still influential within traditional faction, carried herself with dignity that commanded respect despite the circumstances. Ava Riverdale, she greeted Jonathan with formal correctness that nonetheless conveyed disapproval of emergency protocols disrupting normal pack operations. This unusual summons suggests matters requiring my specific attention. Your granddaughter has abducted my mate, Jonathan stated without preamble, directness serving both efficiency and strategic advantage, as Margaret's expression revealed momentary surprise at his blunt approach. Using herbal knowledge consistent with traditional preparations documented in your family's private records. The accusation, specific enough to demonstrate informed basis while avoiding details that might alert her to investigation progress, created brief uncertainty in Margaret's composed demeanor before she responded with careful precision. Lydia maintains deep commitment to traditional pack arrangements, she observed, neither confirming nor denying direct knowledge of her granddaughter's actions. Her concern for proper alliance completion reflects generations of careful planning for community welfare. Her actions violate pack law regardless of motivation, Jonathan countered, alpha authority evident in his tone. Abduction carries severe consequences under any circumstances. Interference with mate bonds recognized by the moon goddess compounds those consequences beyond political consideration. Margaret's expression revealed nothing of her thoughts as she assessed the situation with experienced calculation. "What specifically do you believe my granddaughter has done?" she asked finally, the question seeking information rather than offering it. "Accessed forbidden ritual knowledge from restricted archives," Jonathan stated, Elena's research providing factual foundation for his accusation. "Abducted a pack guest using herbal preparations to mask movement and location. Preparations consistent with equinox ceremonies documented in texts prohibited under pack law for over 3 centuries. The specific references, particularly to forbidden texts and their prohibition timeframe, created visible impact in Margaret's composed exterior. Her expression shifted from calculated assessment to genuine concern as implications registered fully. "The equinox rituals were prohibited for valid reasons," she stated, her tone suggesting recognition of greater danger than political maneuvering. "Their effectiveness remains questionable, while their methods violate fundamental pack principles regarding blood and bond." "Your granddaughter believes otherwise," Jonathan observed, sensing potential cooperation beneath Margaret's concern. "Her actions suggest intention to implement ritual procedures during tomorrow's equinox alignment." Margaret's expression hardened with decision born of calculation rather than emotional response. "Lydia's dedication to tradition sometimes exceeds her understanding of its foundations," she stated carefully. "Certain knowledge was preserved in family records for historical documentation rather than practical implementation." "Where would she take someone for ritual implementation requiring isolation and security from interruption?" Jonathan asked directly, recognizing Margaret's shift toward potential cooperation despite her careful phrasing. The elder female considered her response with deliberate attention to implications, before answering with precision that suggested genuine concern overriding factional loyalty. "The Northridge hunting cabin maintained connection to original territory boundaries established before modern pack formation," she stated finally. "Its location was deliberately removed from official records during boundary renegotiations 3 generations ago, while remaining within Blackwood family knowledge." The information, specific location details rather than vague direction, confirmed Margaret's decision to prioritize pack law over granddaughter's actions. Jonathan nodded acknowledgement of both the information and the difficult position providing it created for the elder female. "Your cooperation will be noted in any proceedings that follow recovery operations," he assured her, the promise genuine despite circumstances that might have justified harsher approach. Margaret's expression revealed momentary gratitude before returning to composed dignity appropriate to her position. "The Northridge location contains certain structural elements designed for ceremonial use during our ancestors' time," she added, the additional information volunteered rather than extracted. "Stone configurations that would appeal to someone researching historical ritual implementations." The detail provided further confirmation of Lydia's likely destination, while revealing Margaret's genuine concern about her granddaughter's intentions. Jonathan nodded acknowledgement before turning toward Marcus with clear directive. "Assemble primary response team for immediate deployment to Northridge coordinates," he ordered, mate bond distress signals adding urgency to already critical situation. "Full tactical approach with containment protocols appropriate to ritual interruption." As Marcus implemented these directives with efficient precision, Jonathan returned his attention to Margaret, whose expression now revealed concern beneath her composed exterior. "What exactly did Lydia access in the restricted archives?" he asked, needing complete information before tactical engagement. Margaret hesitated before answering with historian's precision that reminded Jonathan of Elena's careful documentation. "The severance rituals date from pre-unification period when pack boundaries remained contested, and mate bond interference served territorial expansion strategies," she explained, her knowledge clearly extending beyond general awareness. "They were prohibited specifically because they violated the moon goddess's authority over bond formation and dissolution." "Their effectiveness," Jonathan pressed, needing practical assessment rather than historical context. "Questionable at best," Margaret replied with surprising candor. "The rituals caused significant harm to all participants without documented success in actual bond severance. Their prohibition reflected practical failure as much as spiritual transgression. The assessment provided cold comfort given Ava's continued captivity, but confirmed Jonathan's instinctive certainty that their mate bond remained beyond Lydia's power to sever regardless of ritual implementation. The immediate concern remained Ava's physical safety during whatever ceremony Lydia intended to perform. "The response team will prioritize non-lethal containment," he assured Margaret, recognizing her cooperation deserved consideration despite her granddaughter's actions. Lydia's decisions remain her responsibility, but intervention aims to prevent irreversible consequences rather than impose punishment. The assurance, genuine despite his wolf's demand for more direct retribution, seemed to ease something in Margaret's expression. "The North Ridge cabin contains hidden approach route through Western Ravine," she offered, the information tactically valuable beyond mere location coordinates. "Stone markers with family symbols guide the path less visible from main structure." The additional detail, volunteered rather than extracted, confirmed Margaret's decision to prioritize pack law over factional loyalty or family protection. Jonathan acknowledged the information with respectful nod before turning toward the assembled response team with clear directive. "Move out immediately," he ordered, mate bond distress signals adding urgency to already critical situation. "Containment protocols with non-lethal priority, but mate safety supersedes all other considerations." As the team departed with practiced efficiency, Jonathan focused entirely on the mate bond connecting him to Ava. The emotional signature remained consistent, apprehension without panic, suggesting continued restraint without immediate physical harm. Most importantly, the connection itself maintained strength despite whatever preparations Lydia had implemented for her intended ritual. The North Ridge location placed Ava approximately 17 miles from main compound, significant distance that explained the mate bond's muted directional guidance despite its continued emotional transmission. With specific coordinates now established, Jonathan felt his wolf surge forward with protective determination that matched his human strategic focus. Finding Ava had required pack resources and political navigation. Reaching her would demand physical capability and tactical precision. Securing her safety would call upon both aspects of his nature working in perfect integration, the alpha's authority and the mate's devotion combining to overcome whatever threat Lydia's misguided ritual intentions represented. As dawn broke over pack territory, Jonathan joined the response team with single-minded purpose that integrated both aspects of his dual nature. The mate bond pulsed with steady connection despite distance and herbal interference, a reminder that some connections transcended physical separation and traditional expectations, their reality established by forces beyond human or werewolf manipulation, regardless of ancient rituals or modern politics. Chapter 19. Confrontation. The North Ridge hunting cabin stood in a small clearing surrounded by ancient pines whose massive trunks had witnessed generations of pack history. Dawn light filtered through branches, casting dappled shadows across weathered logs and stone foundation that blended natural materials with deliberate construction. From external appearance, the structure suggested nothing more significant than occasional hunting use, its isolation and rustic simplicity providing perfect cover for activities requiring privacy from pack observation. Jonathan approached through the western ravine Margaret had identified, the response team moving with synchronized precision that balanced speed with tactical awareness. The mate bond pulsed with increasing intensity as distance decreased, Ava's emotional signature shifting from steady apprehension to spiking fear that suggested ritual preparations had entered active phase rather than mere setup. "Heat signatures confirmed 2 occupants," Marcus reported quietly, tactical scanner providing information beyond normal werewolf senses. "1 stationary near center, 1 moving throughout the structure. No additional personnel detected within perimeter." Jonathan nodded acknowledgement, relief at the limited confrontation parameters tempered by urgency as Ava's transmitted fear intensified further. The team established containment positions with practiced efficiency, coverage ensuring no exit remained unmonitored while primary approach focused on the cabin's main entrance. Maintain perimeter regardless of interior developments, Jonathan directed the team, his voice steady despite the wolf's growing dominance within his dual consciousness. Intervention authorization remains exclusively mine unless immediate life threat requires emergency response. The directive established clear chain of command while acknowledging the personal nature of the confrontation ahead. This wasn't merely pack security operation, but mate protection with profound implications for both personal relationship and community leadership. Jonathan would face Lydia directly, rather than delegating the confrontation to enforcement personnel regardless of potential danger. As he approached the cabin's entrance, enhanced hearing detected voices from within, Lydia's measured tones carrying ritualistic cadence while Ava's responses remained steady despite the fear transmitting through their bond. The contrast between emotional distress and composed verbal response revealed Ava's remarkable self-control, despite circumstances that would justify panic in most humans. Jonathan paused at the threshold, assessing options with strategic precision despite his wolf's demand for immediate action. Direct entry risked escalation if Lydia held weapon with immediate threat capability. Announcement before entry provided warning that might trigger desperate response. The tactical balance required careful consideration of Ava's position within the structure and Lydia's likely reaction to intervention. The decision crystallized as Ava's transmitted fear spiked sharply, sudden intensity suggesting escalation from preparation to implementation. Jonathan moved with alpha speed, the cabin door yielding to controlled force that balanced effectiveness with precision. The interior scene confirmed his worst expectations while presenting tactical challenges beyond standard containment protocols. The cabin's main room had been transformed from hunting shelter to ceremonial space, furniture pushed against walls to create central area where stone table dominated the available floor space. Ancient symbols marked the floor in patterns Jonathan recognized from historical texts. Ritualistic designs prohibited under pack law for centuries due to their association with blood ceremonies and territorial aggression. Ava lay bound upon the stone table, her wrists and ankles secured with ceremonial cords rather than modern restraints. The positioning, arms extended above her head, ankles separated to form 5-point contact with the stone surface, followed ritual requirements documented in forbidden texts Elena had identified during emergency research. Most concerning, Lydia stood beside the table in ceremonial dress that combined traditional pack elements with symbols Jonathan recognized from pre-unification period when territorial wars had driven desperate measures among competing alpha lines. The silver blade in her hand, ornately decorated with symbols matching floor patterns, hovered above Ava's exposed forearm where ritual markings had been applied in dark pigment that appeared recently drawn. The scene froze momentarily as Jonathan's entrance registered, Lydia's expression shifting from ceremonial focus to startled recognition before settling into determined resolve. Ava's relief pulsed through their bond with intensity that matched her previous fear, though her physical position remained unchanged by his arrival. "This doesn't concern you yet," Lydia stated, her voice carrying formal cadence that suggested continued ritual mindset despite interruption. "The ceremony requires completion before presentation of results." The phrasing, detached from normal interaction patterns while maintaining ritualistic framework, confirmed Jonathan's concern about Lydia's psychological state. She had moved beyond political maneuvering or jealous reaction into ceremonial dissociation, where normal ethical boundaries no longer registered as relevant to her actions. "Release her immediately," Jonathan directed, his voice carrying alpha authority while his positioning maintained tactical advantage near the entrance. "Whatever you believe this ritual will accomplish, it violates pack law and personal sovereignty." "Pack law serves pack preservation," Lydia countered, the silver blade remaining poised above Ava's arm despite Jonathan's presence. When divine selection threatens community stability, correction becomes necessary regardless of conventional limitations. The response, logical within its own framework despite its objective irrationality, confirmed the ceremonial dissociation affecting Lydia's perception. She genuinely believed her actions served greater purpose that justified methods prohibited under normal ethical and legal constraints. The ritual requires completion, she continued, gaze returning to the symbols marked on Ava's skin. The equinox alignment approaches optimal position for energy transfer and bond redirection. The statement revealed more than Lydia likely intended, not merely severance of the mate bond connecting Jonathan to Ava, but attempted redirection of that connection toward herself. The ambition exceeded even the forbidden texts Eleanor had identified, suggesting Lydia had accessed additional knowledge beyond official archives. "Your grandmother revealed your location," Jonathan stated, the information deliberately chosen to challenge Lydia's ceremonial framework with personal connection. She recognized the rituals violate fundamental pact principles regarding blood and bond. The reference to Margaret created visible impact, momentary uncertainty disrupting Lydia's ritualistic focus as family connection penetrated ceremonial dissociation. The silver blade lowered slightly, though her positioning maintained potential threat to Ava's safety. "Grandmother doesn't understand the necessity," Lydia responded, though normal conversational patterns began replacing ritualistic cadence in her speech. "The texts explain correction protocols when misinterpretation occurs. The equinox allows realignment with proper traditional channels." Jonathan moved slightly closer, maintaining careful pace that avoided triggering defensive response while reducing distance to potential intervention position. "The texts were prohibited because they failed, Lydia," he explained, tone shifting from alpha command to reasoned explanation. "The rituals caused harm without achieving their intended purpose. Their prohibition reflected practical failure as much as spiritual transgression." "Modern interpretation lacks traditional understanding," Lydia countered, though uncertainty colored her previously absolute conviction. "The ancient practitioners recognized necessary sacrifices for community preservation." "They recognized nothing of value," Jonathan stated firmly, historical knowledge supporting his contradiction. "The rituals originated during territorial wars when pack boundaries remained contested, and mate bond interference served expansion strategies rather than divine harmony." As he spoke, Jonathan continued his measured approach, each step reducing intervention distance while his words challenged the ceremonial framework supporting Lydia's actions. Ava remained silent during this exchange, her emotional signature transmitting remarkable calm despite her physically vulnerable position. "The mate bond exists beyond your power to sever," Jonathan continued, certainty born of both historical knowledge and personal experience. "Its reality established by forces beyond human or werewolf manipulation, regardless of ritual implementation or traditional expectation." "The transfer requires blood connection," Lydia insisted, though her ceremonial posture had begun dissolving into more natural positioning. "The texts describe energy redirection through sacrificial offering that honors traditional bloodlines while correcting inappropriate attachments." The explanation revealed disturbing interpretation of already problematic historical practices. Lydia believed not merely in bond severance, but actual transfer of mate connection through blood ritual. The delusion exceeded standard misunderstanding of pact traditions, suggesting psychological break rather than mere political ambition or jealous reaction. "Lydia," Ava spoke for the first time since Jonathan's arrival, her voice steady despite her physically vulnerable position. "I understand why this matters so much to you. The unexpected intervention, compassion rather than accusation from the person most directly threatened, created visible impact in Lydia's increasingly unstable ceremonial framework." She turned toward Ava with expression revealing confusion rather than ritualistic determination. "You've built your entire life around expectations established before your birth," Ava continued, insight rather than fear guiding her words. "The alliance, the political position, the future you were promised, all suddenly threatened by someone who never should have entered your world." The assessment, accurate while acknowledging legitimate grievance rather than dismissing Lydia's position, demonstrated remarkable empathy, despite circumstances that would justify anger or terror. Jonathan recognized the quality of character that had drawn him to Ava beyond mere physical attraction or compatibility. Her capacity for understanding transcending normal human response to threat or fear. "The pack needs stability," Lydia responded, though ceremonial cadence had disappeared entirely from her speech. "Generations of careful planning created alliances that protect our territory and preserve our bloodlines." "I know," Ava acknowledged, no condescension or dismissal in her tone despite her bound position. "You're trying to protect everything you value and understand. But this isn't the way, Lydia. This ritual won't transfer the bond. It will only cause harm that can't be undone." Jonathan continued his measured approach during this exchange, Ava's unexpected intervention creating opportunity for non-violent resolution that tactical force might have precluded. When he finally reached position allowing direct intervention if necessary, he spoke with deliberate calm that balanced alpha authority with human understanding. "The mate bond exists, Lydia," he stated simply. "Not through manipulation or misunderstanding, but through divine selection that transcends traditional arrangements or political convenience." "Then everything changes," Lydia responded, genuine distress replacing ceremonial determination as the implications registered fully. Generations of planning undone by random human interference, the alliance dissolved, territories questioned, bloodlines interrupted. "Change doesn't equal destruction," Jonathan countered, recognizing legitimate concern beneath Lydia's extreme response. "Adaptation ensures survival. Our ancestors understood this principle when establishing pack foundations that balanced tradition with necessary evolution." As he spoke, Jonathan carefully extended his hand toward the silver blade that Lydia still held, though its positioning no longer presented immediate threat to Ava. "The ritual implements carry their own danger," he explained, tone suggesting practical concern rather than accusation. "Silver toxicity affects werewolf physiology regardless of ceremonial intention." The practical observation, physical danger rather than moral transgression, created final breakthrough in Lydia's ceremonial framework. She looked at the blade as if seeing it for the first time, recognition of its actual properties replacing ritualistic significance in her perception. "I didn't," she began, confusion replacing certainty as ceremonial dissociation continued dissolving. "The text described necessary implements for proper energy channeling." "The texts described practices prohibited for valid reasons," Jonathan stated firmly, hand remaining extended in silent request rather than forceful demand. "Their methods violated fundamental pack principles while failing to achieve their intended purpose." Lydia hesitated, internal conflict visible in her expression as competing frameworks battled for dominance, ceremonial purpose against practical reality, traditional expectation against undeniable evidence of mate bond legitimacy. When she finally extended the blade toward Jonathan, the action represented surrender of more than physical implement. "I believed it would restore proper order," she stated, genuine confusion replacing previous certainty. "The traditional arrangements established generations ago were created by wolves who couldn't foresee how pack needs would evolve," Jonathan completed gently, accepting the silver blade with careful handling that acknowledged its dangerous properties. "Each generation faces choices between preservation and adaptation, finding balance that honors tradition while embracing necessary change." As he secured the blade, Jonathan moved immediately to release Ava's restraints, the ceremonial cords yielding easily to controlled strength. Her relief pulsed through their bond with intensity that matched her remarkable composure throughout the confrontation. When finally freed from the stone table, she sat up slowly, rubbing circulation back into wrists that showed pressure marks without breaking skin. "The pack will demand consequences," Lydia observed, resignation replacing resistance as reality reasserted itself over ceremonial framework. "Abduction carries severe penalties under pack law." "Actions have consequences," Jonathan acknowledged, neither minimizing the situation's gravity nor imposing immediate judgment. But context matters in determining appropriate response. The measured statement, neither promising immunity nor threatening maximum penalty, reflected Jonathan's recognition of complex factors contributing to Lydia's actions. Traditional expectations established before her birth, family pressure regarding alliance completion, genuine belief in ritual effectiveness despite its objective irrationality, all required consideration alongside the objective severity of abduction and attempted blood ritual. "The response team will escort you back to the compound," he continued, formal authority returning to his tone without vindictive edge. "Council review will determine appropriate consequences with full consideration of all factors involved." Lydia nodded acceptance of these terms. Ceremonial dissociation completely dissolved as normal awareness of actions and potential consequences returned. When Marcus entered at Jonathan's signal, she accompanied him without resistance, the transformation from ritualistic determination to resigned compliance completing the confrontation's de-escalation. As the response team secured Lydia and began systematic documentation of the ritual site, Jonathan turned his full attention to Ava, concern overriding all other considerations now that immediate threat had been neutralized. "Are you injured?" he asked, careful examination noting the ritual markings on her forearm without other visible harm. "Just sore from being restrained," Ava assured him, her composure remarkable given circumstances that would justify emotional collapse in most humans. "The markings are just henna, I think. Nothing permanent." Jonathan nodded relief, though concern remained for potential psychological impact beyond physical harm. "Your compassion toward Lydia was unexpected," he observed, genuine admiration in his tone. "Most would respond with fear or anger given the circumstances. She believed she was protecting everything that matters to her." Ava replied with insight that transcended normal human response to threat or fear. "The methods were wrong, but the motivation came from genuine concern for pack welfare as she understands it. The assessment, compassionate without excusing harmful actions, demonstrated the quality of character that had drawn Jonathan to Ava beyond mere physical attraction or compatibility. Her capacity for understanding transcended normal response patterns, seeing complex motivations beneath surface actions that might appear simply malicious to less perceptive observation. "The Council will consider all factors in determining appropriate consequences," Jonathan assured her, his own perspective influenced by Ava's compassionate assessment, despite his wolf's protective rage at her abduction and threatened harm. As medical personnel entered to evaluate Ava's condition, Jonathan stepped outside briefly, the confrontation's resolution allowing momentary privacy to process emotions his alpha role had required suppressing during tactical operations. The mate bond pulsed with steady connection now free from distress signals, Ava's remarkable resilience transmitting calm acceptance rather than delayed trauma response despite her ordeal. When he returned inside, Ava sat wrapped in emergency blanket, while medical evaluation confirmed absence of significant physical harm beyond minor abrasions from restraints. Her expression revealed thoughtful consideration rather than traumatized withdrawal or emotional distress. "What happens now?" she asked as Jonathan rejoined her, the question encompassing more than immediate logistics of return to compound. "Now we return to pack territory," he answered, addressing the question's immediate dimension while recognizing its broader implications. "The spring gathering begins tomorrow, with formal announcements regarding pack direction and leadership decisions." "Including us," Ava observed, the simple statement acknowledging relationship implications that extended beyond personal connection to pack governance and community direction. "Including us," Jonathan confirmed, certainty replacing previous diplomatic caution regarding their connection's public acknowledgement. "The mate bond exists beyond traditional expectation or political convenience. The pack adapts to divine selection rather than demanding conformity to historical arrangements." The declaration, simple yet profound in its implications, established direction that would guide not merely their personal relationship, but pack governance and community evolution moving forward. Adaptation rather than rigid tradition, divine selection honored above political convenience, individual connection respected alongside community welfare. As they prepared to depart the cabin whose isolation had been intended for ritual severance rather than relationship affirmation, Jonathan extended his hand to Ava in gesture that symbolized choice rather than possession. Her acceptance, deliberate decision rather than passive compliance, completed the confrontation's resolution not through dominance or submission, but mutual recognition of connection that transcended normal human or werewolf experience. The mate bond between them pulsed with renewed strength as they exited the cabin together, its reality confirmed rather than threatened by the confrontation they had navigated. Whatever challenges awaited during spring gathering announcements and council deliberations regarding appropriate consequences for Lydia's actions, the foundation of their relationship had emerged stronger through testing rather than weakened by opposition. The moon goddess's selection stood validated not merely through ritual survival, but through the quality of character both had demonstrated during crisis: Jonathan's balance of alpha authority with human understanding, Ava's compassion transcending fear despite genuine threat to her safety. Together they represented evolution rather than disruption, their connection promising renewal rather than destruction for the pack Jonathan led, and the community Ava had unexpectedly joined. Chapter 20. Ancient Laws. The Great Hall stood filled beyond capacity as pack members gathered for what many recognized as historic assembly rather than routine meeting. 3 days had passed since Ava's rescue and Lydia's return to pack custody, days filled with intense council deliberations, historian research, and preparation for spring gathering ceremonies that would begin the following evening. Jonathan stood at the hall's center, his posture conveying natural authority as he waited for the assembly to settle. Ava observed from position that symbolized her transitional status, neither hidden inside alcove nor standing directly beside the alpha, but seated in place of honor where all could see her, while formal proceedings determined her official recognition within pack hierarchy. When the last members entered and conversations subsided to expectant silence, Jonathan addressed the gathered pack with measured precision that balanced alpha authority with respectful explanation. Recent events have raised questions regarding tradition, divine selection, and proper interpretation of pack law, he began, acknowledging controversy without minimizing its significance. These questions transcend personal preference or political convenience, touching fundamental principles upon which our community was established generations ago. Murmurs of both agreement and concern rippled through the assembly, though respect for formal proceedings prevented open debate before presentations concluded. Jonathan continued with deliberate pace that allowed full consideration of each point. The Council has authorized comprehensive historical research beyond standard references, he explained, gesturing toward Elena, who stood prepared with materials rarely accessed outside scholarly contexts. The findings require full pack consideration given their implications for both current circumstances and future governance. With this introduction, Jonathan yielded the central position to Elena, whose historian status carried special significance during proceedings focused on proper interpretation of ancient texts and traditional practices. She moved forward with dignity appropriate to her role, carrying leather portfolio, whose age and condition suggested contents predating modern pack formation. The Council directed research into our oldest surviving texts, Elena began, her voice carrying academic precision without sacrificing accessibility for non-scholarly pack members, specifically regarding mate bond recognition, divine selection protocols, and hierarchical relationship between different forms of pack commitment. She opened the portfolio carefully, revealing documents whose preservation testified to generations of deliberate protection from environmental damage and casual handling. The founding codex predates modern pack structure by approximately 3 centuries, she explained, referencing the oldest document with reverence appropriate to its historical significance. Its provisions established principles upon which all subsequent pack law was constructed. Elena lifted the document carefully, its fragile condition requiring specialized handling techniques, as she displayed relevant section marked with preservation safe indicator. Section 7 addresses mate bond recognition explicitly, she stated, reading directly from the ancient text with careful pronunciation of archaic terminology. When the moon goddess bestows her blessing through true mate bond, no earthly arrangement shall supersede divine selection. Neither blood oath nor written agreement, neither territorial advantage nor political alliance shall stand against her will, made manifest through bond recognition between chosen souls. The direct quotation, its language formal yet unambiguous, created visible impact throughout the assembly. Eleanor continued without pausing for reaction, maintaining scholarly momentum appropriate to historical presentation. This principle appears consistently throughout subsequent legal codifications, she explained, referencing additional documents with precise citations. The Territorial Accords of 1738, the Bloodline Preservation Statutes of 1842, and the Modern Governance Protocols of 1923 all maintain explicit hierarchical recognition of divine selection over human arrangement, regardless of generation span or formal documentation. She displayed each reference document briefly, their progression demonstrating continuous legal tradition despite evolving language and format. Most significantly, Eleanor continued, reaching final document whose relatively modern appearance contrasted with earlier texts. The Blackwood-Riverdale Alliance Agreement of 1947 contains specific subordination clause acknowledging its provisional status should divine selection indicate alternative arrangement. This final reference, directly addressing the specific alliance at center of current controversy, created pronounced reaction throughout the assembly. Elder Blackwood straightened visibly, his expression revealing surprise that suggested unfamiliarity with this particular provision within agreement his own father had signed. Elena displayed the relevant section with clinical precision, the clause clearly visible despite legal terminology surrounding it. This alliance arrangement, while binding upon signing families through blood oath and written commitment, acknowledges the moon goddess's supreme authority regarding mate selection. Should divine will manifest through true mate bond indicating alternative arrangement, this agreement shall yield to higher authority without prejudice or penalty to affected parties. The provision, explicit acknowledgement that even this specific alliance remained subordinate to divine selection, effectively eliminated legal foundation for opposition to Jonathan's mate bond with Ava. The historical evidence established unbroken tradition recognizing divine selection's priority over human arrangement regardless of generation span or political significance. Elena closed the portfolio carefully before concluding her presentation with historian's precision. The historical record demonstrates consistent legal tradition regarding hierarchical relationship between divine selection and human arrangement, she stated, her tone neutral despite the finding's significant implications. This tradition appears unbroken from founding principles through modern governance, including specific acknowledgement within the Blackwood-Riverdale Alliance Agreement itself. As Eleanor returned to her position, Jonathan reclaimed the assembly's center, allowing momentary silence for the historical evidence to register fully before addressing its implications. When he finally spoke, his tone conveyed certainty without triumphalism, factual acknowledgement rather than victory declaration. The historical record clarifies legal tradition regarding mate bond recognition, he stated simply. Divine selection through true mate bond supersedes human arrangement regardless of generation span or political significance. He turned toward Elder Blackwood with respectful acknowledgement of his position despite their previous disagreement. The subordination clause within our family's alliance agreement demonstrates our ancestors' wisdom in recognizing authority beyond human planning, he observed, offering perspective that honored tradition while acknowledging necessary evolution. Elder Blackwood remained silent momentarily, internal conflict visible in his expression as political ambition battled with traditional respect for divine authority. When he finally responded, his words carried formal acknowledgement rather than enthusiastic acceptance. The historical evidence appears conclusive regarding legal precedent, he stated carefully, his phrasing suggesting technical recognition rather than personal endorsement. The moon goddess's authority regarding mate selection remains foundational to pack governance regardless of human arrangement or political consideration. The concession, limited yet sufficient given the historical evidence's clarity, effectively ended formal opposition to Jonathan's mate bond with Ava. Other traditional faction members followed Elder Blackwood's lead with varying degrees of enthusiasm, their expressions suggesting practical acceptance rather than ideological conversion. Jonathan acknowledged these concessions with appropriate respect before addressing the Assembly's second significant purpose. Recent events require consideration beyond mate bond recognition, he stated, transitioning to the difficult matter of appropriate consequences for Lydia's actions. Pack law establishes clear protocols regarding unauthorized restraint and threatened harm regardless of motivation or circumstance. The reference to standard punishment protocols, typically severe for actions involving abduction and threatened blood ritual, created visible tension throughout the Assembly. Lydia stood flanked by enforcement personnel, her expression revealing resignation to consequences she clearly recognized as justified under pack law, despite her previous ceremonial dissociation. However, Jonathan continued, his tone shifting toward thoughtful consideration rather than rigid application, context matters in determining appropriate response. Traditional expectations established before birth, genuine belief in ritual effectiveness despite objective irrationality, and absence of permanent physical harm all require consideration alongside the objective severity of actions taken. The approach, balanced assessment rather than automatic maximum penalty, demonstrated evolved leadership that considered complex factors contributing to behavior rather than merely punishing actions without examining their context. Jonathan continued with measured precision that established new precedent through deliberate application rather than impulsive reaction. Therefore, the Council has established modified consequences that balance justice with rehabilitation opportunity, he explained, the approach representing significant evolution in pack disciplinary protocols. Lydia Blackwood will undertake 3-year residence with the Northern Alliance Pack, serving as cultural liaison while receiving specialized guidance regarding proper integration of traditional knowledge with contemporary pack governance. The sentence, neither dismissing serious transgression nor imposing permanent exclusion, created murmurs of both approval and uncertainty throughout the Assembly. Jonathan continued without pausing for reaction, the decision representing Council consensus rather than unilateral judgment. This arrangement provides necessary separation while establishing productive purpose that serves both individual rehabilitation and pack interests, he explained, the approach demonstrating sophisticated understanding of consequences that extended beyond mere punishment to constructive outcome. The Northern Alliance has confirmed willingness to provide appropriate supervision and specialized guidance throughout the residence period. Lydia's expression revealed surprise followed by cautious relief, the consequences, while significant, offering pathway toward eventual reintegration rather than permanent exclusion from the only community she had known. She nodded acceptance of these terms, formal acknowledgement of both their justice and unexpected mercy, given the objective severity of her actions. With this difficult matter addressed, Jonathan turned toward the Assembly's final purpose, formal recognition of Ava's position within pack hierarchy, and preparation for appropriate ceremonial acknowledgement. His expression softened visibly as he gestured for her to join him at the hall's center, the invitation representing significant transition in her status from guest to recognized mate. The spring gathering begins tomorrow, he stated, as Ava moved to stand beside him, their positioning symbolizing partnership rather than possession. Traditionally a time of celebration and renewal, this year's gathering carries additional significance as we welcome allied packs and announce direction that will guide our community through coming seasons. He turned toward Ava with expression that balanced formal acknowledgement with genuine connection. The moon goddess has selected Ava Sinclair as my mate through bond that transcends traditional expectation or political convenience, he stated, the declaration simple, yet profound in its implications. In accordance with our oldest laws and continuous tradition, this divine selection receives full recognition with appropriate ceremonial acknowledgement during tomorrow's gathering. Elena stepped forward again, her historian role extending to ceremonial guidance as well as legal interpretation. The acceptance ceremony hasn't been performed in its complete form for 7 generations, she explained, addressing both Ava and the assembled pack. Its protocols honor human mate chosen by divine selection while establishing appropriate integration pathway into pack structure and culture. The reference to ceremony rarely performed yet maintained through historical documentation created excited murmurs throughout the assembly, particularly among younger members who appreciated the historical significance of witnessing tradition rarely implemented in modern pack experience. Preparation begins immediately, Elena continued, her tone shifting from historian precision to ceremonial guidance. The human mate requires specific education regarding significance of bond recognition within werewolf culture, while pack members prepare traditional elements necessary for proper ceremonial implementation. As Elena outlined preparation requirements, Ava felt momentary overwhelm at the proceedings' formality and historical significance. Jonathan's hand found hers, the simple contact providing grounding connection amid ceremonial complexity that might otherwise have seemed intimidating to someone raised outside supernatural community. The preparations sound elaborate, she observed quietly, the understatement drawing brief smile from Jonathan despite the proceedings' formal nature. 7 generations of waiting creates certain ceremonial enthusiasm, he replied with equal quietness, his tone suggesting amused understanding rather than dismissal of her potential concern, though the essential elements remain simple beneath traditional elaboration. The exchange, though brief, demonstrated the natural connection between them, humor and understanding transcending formal proceedings or ceremonial requirements. As Elena continued outlining preparation protocols, Ava recognized the underlying purpose beneath elaborate tradition, community acknowledgement of connection that already existed regardless of formal recognition or ceremonial implementation. When the assembly concluded with appropriate formalities, pack members dispersed with renewed purpose, preparation for both spring gathering and rare acceptance ceremony creating productive focus that transcended previous factional division. The historical evidence had effectively settled legal questions regarding mate bond recognition, while the balanced consequences for Lydia's actions demonstrated evolved leadership that considered context alongside objective severity. Elena approached as the hall emptied, her expression suggesting immediate transition from formal assembly to practical preparation. The education sessions should begin this afternoon, she stated, historian efficiency evident in her approach. The ceremonial elements require specific understanding for proper participation. Ava nodded agreement despite lingering uncertainty about elaborate protocols surrounding what had begun as simple connection between 2 individuals from different worlds. Jonathan's reassuring presence beside her provided anchor amid ceremonial complexity that might otherwise have seemed overwhelming to someone raised outside supernatural community. The ceremony honors connection already established, he reminded her quietly, understanding her unspoken concern without requiring verbal expression. The traditions acknowledge reality rather than creating it. The simple observation, distinguishing between ceremonial acknowledgement and fundamental connection, eased something in Ava's expression. Whatever elaborate protocols surrounded formal recognition, the essential reality remained unchanged, connection established through forces beyond human or werewolf arrangement, its authenticity confirmed through testing rather than created through ceremony. As they left the great hall together, spring sunlight illuminated pack territory, preparing for gathering that would bring allied communities together in celebration and renewal. The historical evidence had established legal foundation for their connection's recognition, while balanced consequences for opposition demonstrated evolved leadership that considered complex factors rather than imposing rigid judgment. The path ahead included ceremonial complexity and continued adaptation as human and werewolf worlds intersected through their connection. Yet beneath these external considerations, the fundamental reality remained unchanged. Mate bond established through divine selection rather than human arrangement, its authenticity proven through testing rather than merely declared through ceremony. The moon goddess had chosen, as Eleanor's historical research confirmed she had done periodically throughout pack history. The community would adapt to this selection as they had to previous divine interventions in carefully arranged human plans, finding balance between tradition and necessary evolution, between preservation and growth, between honoring history and embracing future that included unexpected connections, transcending traditional boundaries between separate worlds. Chapter 21. Healing. Morning sunlight filtered through cabin windows as Ava woke from fitful sleep punctuated by dreams that replayed her captivity in distorted fragments, silver blade gleaming in candlelight, ancient symbols drawn on stone, Lydia's detached voice reciting ritual phrases disconnected from normal human emotion. She sat up slowly, orienting herself to present reality rather than nightmare echoes that lingered despite conscious awareness of her safety. 5 days had passed since her rescue from the North Ridge cabin, each bringing gradual adjustment to both her new status within pack hierarchy and the emotional aftermath of experiences that would have shattered many humans with less resilience. The formal assembly had established legal foundation for her relationship with Jonathan. Yet internal healing followed different timeline than external recognition. Emotional recovery requiring personal process beyond ceremonial acknowledgement or historical validation. A gentle knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. "Ava, are you awake?" a familiar voice called, Sophia's warm tone carrying genuine concern rather than mere courtesy. "Come in," Ava responded, appreciating the respectful inquiry rather than presumed entry despite her visitor's status as Beta's mate and Jonathan's sister-in-law. Sophia entered carrying breakfast tray whose contents suggested thoughtful consideration of human preferences rather than standard pack fare. "I thought you might appreciate quiet morning before ceremonial preparations intensify," she explained, setting the tray on small table near comfortable sitting area. "Elena can be somewhat enthusiastic about historical protocols." The diplomatic understatement regarding the historian's ceremonial intensity drew genuine smile from Ava despite lingering nightmare effects. "I appreciate the consideration," she acknowledged, moving to join Sophia in the sitting area. "The education sessions have been informative but somewhat overwhelming." 7 generations of waiting creates certain ceremonial enthusiasm, Sophia observed, unconsciously echoing Jonathan's earlier assessment with similar blend of respect and gentle amusement. Though the essential elements remained simple beneath traditional elaboration. As they shared breakfast, conversation flowed with increasing ease, Sophia's natural warmth and genuine interest creating connection that transcended formal pack relationships or hierarchical considerations. Unlike previous interactions with pack members whose approach carried political calculation or cautious assessment, this exchange felt genuinely personal rather than positionally determined. "The nightmares continue?" Sophia asked eventually, her perception noting subtle signs of disrupted sleep despite Ava's composed exterior. The direct question, compassionate without invasive presumption, created momentary surprise followed by relief at opportunity for honest acknowledgement rather than continued pretense of complete recovery. "They're improving," Ava admitted, the partial truth acknowledging both ongoing difficulty and gradual progress. "Less intense than initially, though still disruptive." Sophia nodded understanding, her expression suggesting personal familiarity with trauma recovery rather than theoretical knowledge. "The mind processes at its own pace," she observed, "especially experiences that challenge fundamental sense of safety or control." "I've been surprised by the emotional aftermath," Ava acknowledged, professional training providing vocabulary for experience that might otherwise have remained internally contained. "Logically, I understand I'm safe now, yet my body continues responding as if threat remains present." Werewolves experience similar responses despite enhanced physical capabilities, Sophia shared, the information offered as connection rather than correction. Our bodies remember danger independently from conscious understanding of current safety. The pack healer calls it wisdom of the flesh that requires acknowledgement rather than dismissal. The perspective, validating physiological response as natural rather than weakness requiring suppression, provided framework that aligned with Ava's professional understanding while offering specific application to her current experience. Their conversation continued with increasing depth, Sophia's genuine interest and personal sharing creating foundation for connection beyond formal pack relationships or hierarchical considerations. "I'd like us to be friends," Sophia stated eventually, directness replacing careful navigation that had characterized many of Ava's interactions with pack members. "Not because of your relationship with Jonathan or my position as Beta's mate, but because I genuinely enjoy your perspective and appreciate your resilience." The simple declaration, honest without calculation, touched Ava deeply after weeks of interactions carrying political dimensions or positional considerations. "I'd like that too," she responded with matching directness, recognizing potential friendship that transcended formal pack relationships or ceremonial requirements. As they continued talking, Ava realized this represented her first genuine personal connection within pack structure, relationship based on mutual appreciation rather than political necessity or hierarchical obligation. The realization brought unexpected emotion, as she recognized another step in transition from outside observer to integrated community member, the process occurring through personal connection rather than formal ceremony or official recognition. While Ava found personal connection with Sophia, Jonathan faced different healing challenge, addressing fractured alliance with Blackwood family without severing ties essential to pack welfare, despite recent events that justified more severe response. The council chamber provided appropriate setting for discussions whose implications extended beyond personal relationships to community resources and territorial considerations. The historical evidence establishes legal precedent regarding mate bond recognition, Jonathan acknowledged, addressing Elder Blackwood with respect despite their previous conflict. However, practical matters regarding territory access and resource sharing require mutual agreement regardless of ceremonial adjustments. Elder Blackwood nodded, his expression revealing pragmatic acceptance if not enthusiastic endorsement of changed circumstances. "The alliance has benefited both families for generations," he observed, political reality overriding personal disappointment. "Adjustment rather than dissolution serves community interests regardless of ceremonial modifications." The diplomatic phrasing, acknowledging changed expectations without demanding complete severance, provided opening for constructive negotiation rather than continued opposition. Jonathan recognized the practical concession beneath formal language, responding with matching pragmatism that prioritized community welfare above personal vindication. "The eastern hunting grounds remain essential to pack sustainability," he acknowledged, the statement recognizing Blackwood contribution without minimizing its significance. While alternative arrangements could be developed, continuation of established access patterns serves all parties more effectively than disruptive realignment. Marcus provided supporting documentation as Jonathan outlined proposed adjustments, modified alliance terms that acknowledged changed ceremonial expectations while maintaining practical arrangements regarding territory access, resource sharing, and mutual defense provisions. The approach balanced necessary recognition of new reality with practical continuation of beneficial arrangements established through generations of careful cooperation. Additionally, Jonathan continued, addressing sensitive matter with direct approach that honored Elder Blackwood's position despite recent events, Lydia's rehabilitation assignment with Northern Alliance provides opportunity for expanded diplomatic connection that benefits both families beyond individual circumstances. The framing, presenting Lydia's consequence assignment as diplomatic opportunity rather than mere punishment, offered Elder Blackwood perspective that maintained family dignity despite his daughter's actions. His expression revealed momentary surprise, followed by calculated assessment of potential advantages beyond immediate circumstances. The Northern Alliance has expressed interest in expanded trading relationships, he acknowledged, political pragmatism overriding personal considerations. A family representative positioned within their territory could facilitate arrangements beneficial to multiple parties. The perspective, recasting punishment as opportunity, provided framework for moving forward without continued resentment or opposition that might otherwise have lingered despite formal concession to historical evidence. As negotiations continued, Jonathan recognized the healing occurring beneath diplomatic language and formal agreements, not emotional reconciliation or personal forgiveness, but practical accommodation that allowed community functioning despite changed expectations and recent conflict. When final terms received council approval with Elder Blackwood's formal acknowledgement, Jonathan recognized significant step in community healing process, not through emotional resolution or personal connection, but through practical arrangements that allowed continued functioning despite changed expectations and recent conflict. The pack would adapt to new reality as they had to previous challenges throughout their history, finding balance between tradition and necessary evolution, between established patterns and required adjustments. Evening brought different healing dimension as Ava's education sessions concluded, and ceremonial preparations paused for necessary rest before tomorrow's intensive implementation. She returned to her cabin physically exhausted from cultural immersion that challenged both intellectual understanding and emotional processing capacity. Elena's historical enthusiasm had transformed simple mate bond recognition into elaborate ceremonial journey through werewolf cultural traditions spanning centuries of community development. The ceremonial elements connect present experience to historical continuity. The historian had explained with academic precision that nonetheless conveyed genuine reverence. Each component acknowledges specific aspect of relationship between human mate, werewolf partner, pack community, and divine selection that transcends conventional boundaries between separate worlds. The explanation made intellectual sense while remaining emotionally overwhelming. The personal connection between two individuals transformed into community event, carrying historical significance beyond their individual experience. Ava appreciated the cultural importance while feeling occasional disconnection between elaborate ceremonial requirements and the simple reality of connection that had drawn her to Jonathan despite every rational argument against their relationship. As darkness settled over pack territory, that connection manifested in Jonathan's arrival, his presence announced by subtle awareness that preceded actual knock at her cabin door. The mate bond between them had strengthened since her rescue, proximity no longer required for emotional transmission that now functioned across significant distance with increasing clarity. "You're exhausted," he observed upon entering, perception noting signs invisible to casual observation. Elena's enthusiasm can be somewhat intense when historical protocols activate her academic interests. The diplomatic understatement, third such similar observation from different pack members, drew tired smile despite Ava's genuine fatigue. "I've learned more werewolf cultural history in one day than I thought possible," she acknowledged, settling beside him on comfortable sofa that had become their usual evening conversation location. "Though connecting it all to our specific situation remains challenging." "The ceremony honors connection already established," Jonathan reminded her, echoing his earlier reassurance with gentle understanding of her overwhelm. "The traditions acknowledge reality rather than creating it." The simple observation, distinguishing between ceremonial acknowledgement and fundamental connection, provided perspective that transcended elaborate protocols or historical requirements. Whatever traditional elements surrounded tomorrow's formal recognition, the essential reality remained unchanged, connection established through forces beyond human or werewolf arrangement, its authenticity confirmed through testing rather than created through ceremony. Their conversation continued with comfortable familiarity that balanced Jonathan's leadership responsibilities with genuine personal connection. pack business receiving necessary attention without dominating interaction that increasingly focused on relationship development rather than external challenges or ceremonial requirements. The balance demonstrated evolving partnership rather than hierarchical dynamic, each contributing perspective that enhanced their shared understanding of both personal connection and community context. When Ava finally prepared for sleep, Jonathan's departure carried unspoken awareness of potential nightmare recurrence that had characterized previous nights since her rescue. No formal arrangement had been established regarding his potential return, should distress signals transmit through their strengthening bond. Yet mutual understanding existed without requiring verbal confirmation or explicit agreement. Sleep claimed her more easily than previous nights, ceremonial preparation fatigue overriding anxiety that had delayed rest during initial recovery period. Dreams formed with normal randomness rather than traumatic repetition, consciousness fading into natural patterns that suggested healing progress despite ongoing recovery process. Until Silverblade gleamed in sudden nightmare clarity, ritual symbols surrounding stone table where she lay bound while Lydia's detached voice recited phrases disconnected from normal human emotion. The dream memory distorted actual experience, threat magnifying beyond reality as ceremonial preparations transformed from ritual to imminent harm with heightened intensity that triggered physical response beyond conscious control. Ava woke gasping, disorientation momentarily preventing distinction between nightmare imagery and present reality. Before conscious thought formed, Jonathan's presence registered, his arrival so closely following distress transmission through their bond that he must have been monitoring her emotional signature despite physical separation between their sleeping locations. "You're safe," he assured her, presence offering security without imposing unwelcome contact that might have increased rather than decreased post-nightmare disorientation. The dream can't follow into waking reality. The simple statement, acknowledging nightmare's impact while confirming its containment within dream experience, provided anchor as Ava's conscious mind re-established distinction between past threat and present safety. Jonathan remained nearby without demanding verbal processing or immediate response, his presence offering security without expectation or requirement during vulnerable transition from nightmare distress to waking awareness. "It felt so real," she acknowledged eventually, the admission neither weakness nor failure but simple truth shared within safe connection. Not exactly what happened, but distorted version that seemed more threatening than actual experience. Jonathan nodded understanding, his response suggesting personal familiarity with trauma processing rather than theoretical knowledge. "The mind sometimes intensifies threat elements during integration," he observed, especially experiences that challenged fundamental sense of safety or control. The perspective, similar to Sophia's earlier observation yet carrying different resonance through their specific connection, provided framework that normalized her experience without minimizing its impact or suggesting inappropriate response to genuine trauma. Their conversation continued with increasing depth, Jonathan's presence offering security without demanding immediate resolution or complete recovery beyond her current capacity. "Would you stay?" Ava asked eventually, the request reflecting both practical desire for nightmare prevention and deeper acknowledgement of comfort his presence provided beyond mere security consideration. "Just until morning?" Jonathan nodded, understanding the request encompassed both practical nightmare prevention and emotional comfort beyond security considerations. He settled into comfortable chair positioned near but not intrusively close to her bed, the arrangement respecting boundaries while providing reassurance that transcended mere physical protection. As Ava drifted back towards sleep, their connection transmitted calm reassurance that gradually replaced nightmare anxiety with secure awareness of present safety. The mate bond between them functioned beyond conscious control or deliberate management, its reality established through divine selection rather than human arrangement or ceremonial acknowledgement. The simple truth provided foundation beneath elaborate ceremonies and historical protocols that would formally recognize tomorrow what already existed regardless of external validation or community acknowledgement. connection established through forces beyond human or werewolf arrangement, its authenticity confirmed through testing rather than created through ceremony. Dawn brought community healing dimension as pack members gathered for cleansing ceremony that addressed territorial energy rather than individual experience, ritual designed to remove negative residue from recent events while establishing harmonious foundation for spring gathering celebrations. The ceremony combined elements from various pack traditions, its implementation representing collaboration between progressive and traditional factions previously divided by recent conflicts. The land remembers what occurs upon it, Elena explained, as preparations concluded near central gathering space where ceremonial fire would soon be lit. This ritual acknowledges that memory while establishing intention for renewal rather than continued disruption. Ava observed with genuine interest as pack members from various factions participated in preparations that transcended previous division, traditional elders working alongside progressive youth to arrange ceremonial elements with shared purpose that suggested healing beyond mere political accommodation or pragmatic cooperation. The collaboration demonstrated community resilience beyond individual relationships or factional interests, pack identity providing foundation that survived even significant internal conflict. When Jonathan joined her, his expression revealed appreciation for this visible healing beyond diplomatic agreements or formal reconciliation. "The pack adapts," he observed quietly, echoing assessment he had shared during their forest confrontation days earlier. "They always do, eventually." The ceremony itself combined elements familiar from human traditions, fire, water, symbolic cleansing, with specifically werewolf components involving territorial energy and pack bonds that transcended individual experience. Ava participated where appropriate while observing sections requiring pack membership or werewolf physiology, her position reflecting transitional status between outside observer and integrated community member. Most striking, Lydia's grandmother Margaret participated prominently in traditional elements, her presence representing Blackwood family acknowledgement of changed circumstances despite personal disappointment or factional realignment. The elder female performed her role with dignity that honored tradition while accepting necessary evolution, her participation symbolic of broader accommodation occurring throughout pack structure. The cleansing acknowledges what occurred without allowing it to determine future direction, Elena explained, as ceremonial fire transformed specially prepared herbs into fragrant smoke that participants wafted throughout gathering space. Recognition without continuation, memory without perpetuation. The perspective, acknowledging past events while establishing intention for different future, provided framework that extended beyond specific ceremony to broader healing process occurring throughout pack structure. Individual relationships might require additional time for complete reconciliation, yet community functioning had already begun restoration process that would eventually incorporate changed circumstances into new stability rather than continued disruption. As the ceremony concluded with traditional pack howl that unified participants regardless of factional alignment or personal history, Ava recognized healing occurring at multiple levels simultaneously. Individual recovery from specific trauma, relationship adjustment to changed expectations, community adaptation to new reality that incorporated divine selection beyond traditional arrangement or political convenience. The process would continue beyond today's ceremony or tomorrow's formal recognition, healing following timeline determined by natural integration rather than artificial acceleration or ceremonial declaration. Yet foundation had been established through multiple dimensions of acknowledgement and intention, personal support through genuine friendship, practical accommodation through modified alliance terms, community unification through shared ceremonial participation. The pack would adapt to this new reality as they had to previous challenges throughout their history, finding balance between tradition and necessary evolution, between established patterns and required adjustments, between honoring history and embracing future that included unexpected connections, transcending traditional boundaries between separate worlds. As ceremonial smoke cleared and pack members dispersed toward final spring gathering preparations, Jonathan's hand found Ava's in simple connection that transcended elaborate protocols or historical requirements. Whatever traditional elements would surround tomorrow's formal recognition, the essential reality remained unchanged. Connection established through forces beyond human or werewolf arrangement. Its authenticity confirmed through testing rather than created through ceremony. The moon goddess had chosen, as Elena's historical research confirmed she had done periodically throughout pack history. The community would adapt to this selection as they had to previous divine interventions in carefully arranged human plans, finding balance between tradition and necessary evolution, between preservation and growth, between honoring history and embracing future that included unexpected connections between worlds previously considered separate despite their continuous coexistence. Chapter 22. Integration. Morning sunlight streamed through classroom windows as Ava arranged materials for the day's lessons. 2 weeks had passed since the acceptance ceremony formally recognized her position within pack hierarchy. 14 days of gradual adjustment to new reality that balanced her continued human responsibilities with increasing integration into werewolf community. The elementary school where she taught remained central to her identity, despite significant life changes, her professional commitment undiminished by personal transformation occurring beyond classroom walls. She smiled as familiar footsteps approached, Jonathan's distinctive gait recognizable before he appeared in doorway carrying coffee cup that had become morning ritual during their developing routine. His visits to her workplace had initially caused ripples of curiosity among faculty unaccustomed to seeing the reserved owner of Riverdale timber in school hallways, though regular appearance had gradually normalized his presence as staff connected him to Ava's boyfriend, rather than mysterious business figure rarely seen in community settings. "The volunteers will arrive at noon," he confirmed, setting coffee beside her lesson plans with casual domesticity that belied the coordination involved in arranging today's activities. 8 pack members, including Marcus and Elena, all background checks completed and paperwork filed with administration. Ava nodded appreciation for both the coffee and the meticulous attention to procedural requirements she had emphasized during planning discussions. "The garden project needs the extra hands," she acknowledged, excitement evident despite professional composure. "The students have been talking about nothing else all week." The school garden initiative represented first formal collaboration between human institution and werewolf community, pack members volunteering labor and expertise for project benefiting local children while creating natural interaction context beyond Ava's individual connection. The approach balanced meaningful contribution with appropriate boundaries, building relationship through shared purpose rather than forced integration or artificial exposure. "Eleanor's bringing historical materials about native plants," Jonathan added, amusement colouring his tone as he referenced the historian's characteristic enthusiasm. "Though I've suggested limiting presentation to elementary appropriate information rather than complete botanical evolution spanning 3 centuries. The gentle teasing, affectionate rather than dismissive, reflected growing comfort with pack personalities and dynamics that had developed since formal recognition ceremony. Ava laughed in genuine appreciation of both Eleanor's academic thoroughness and Jonathan's diplomatic management of enthusiasm that might otherwise overwhelm young students with excessive detail. "The 3rd graders will appreciate her expertise regardless of historical depth," she assured him, gathering materials for morning lessons that would precede afternoon garden activities. "Their plant journals need authentic information beyond what I can provide from general knowledge." As Jonathan departed with promise to return with volunteer team at appointed time, Ava reflected on the integration process developing through multiple dimensions simultaneously, her gradual incorporation into pack structure occurring alongside selective introduction of werewolf community members into her human professional environment. The approach honored both worlds rather than demanding abandonment of either, creating balanced framework that respected dual citizenship rather than forced choice between separate identities. Afternoon brought transformation to school grounds, as pack members arrived with tools, expertise, and carefully controlled enthusiasm that balanced adult responsibility with genuine enjoyment of interaction with curious children. Marcus organized physical labor with natural efficiency, while Elena established information station where students rotated through botanical education sessions between planting activities and soil preparation. Most striking to Ava, watching from slight distance that allowed observation without interference, was the natural adaptation pack members demonstrated in human environment, their enhanced physical capabilities moderated to appropriate demonstration rather than intimidating display, their communication adjusted for young human audience without condescension or artificial simplification. The integration occurred through mutual respect rather than dominance hierarchy, each group contributing strengths while acknowledging limitations within collaborative framework. "Miss Sinclair!" 8-year-old Ethan called excitedly, waving soil-covered hands to attract her attention. "Mr. Marcus showed us how to test soil pH with special paper strips. The garden has different numbers in different sections." Ava joined the enthusiastic student, noting Marcus's patient explanation of scientific principles using vocabulary accessible to third-grade understanding without sacrificing accuracy or complexity appropriate to genuine learning. The beta's natural teaching ability manifested differently than formal pack training she had observed during recent exposure to werewolf education methods, yet demonstrated similar core principles of practical application balanced with conceptual understanding. "The pH levels determine which plants will thrive in specific locations," Marcus explained to gathered students, his imposing physical presence moderated by crouched position that placed him at eye level with children. "Nature provides indicators through existing growth patterns if we learn to observe carefully." The lesson, scientific information delivered through observational framework that encouraged direct engagement rather than passive reception, reflected educational philosophy Ava recognized from her own professional training, despite different terminology and cultural context. The realization sparked connection between separate worlds she had been navigating, educational principles transcending specific environment or cultural tradition, despite different implementation methods or terminology. As afternoon progressed, this connection strengthened through multiple observations. Eleanor's historical context enhancing scientific information, Sophia's artistic direction of garden layout incorporating both aesthetic principles and practical considerations, younger pack members demonstrating appropriate physical techniques while maintaining safety awareness appropriate to human children's capabilities. The integration occurred naturally through shared purpose rather than forced accommodation, each group contributing strengths while respecting differences within collaborative framework. When school principal stopped by to observe activities, her expression revealed pleased surprise at project scope and organization. "This partnership exceeds expectations," she commented to Ava as they watched students rotating between activity stations with engaged enthusiasm. "The volunteers bring expertise we couldn't access through normal channels." "They value community connection," Ava responded. The simple truth underlying complex reality the principal couldn't fully comprehend without understanding werewolf social structure and territorial connection. Contributing to educational development aligns with their family values. The explanation, accurate while appropriately limited, maintained necessary boundaries between worlds while acknowledging genuine motivation behind pack participation. As principal departed with invitation for continued collaboration on future projects, Ava recognized significant milestone in integration process, formal institutional connection established through practical contribution rather than abstract relationship or personal exception. When afternoon activities concluded with students proudly displaying completed garden sections to arriving parents, the natural interaction between pack members and human families demonstrated successful integration beyond planned activities. Conversations flowed around plant care, future harvest expectations, and educational benefits without artificial separation or awkward accommodation. Connection established through shared purpose rather than forced interaction or deliberate exposure. The children respond differently to pack members, Jonathan observed quietly as they watched final interactions before departure. More direct engagement, less performance behavior than typical adult-child interaction patterns? Ava nodded, professional training providing framework for observation that might have seemed merely intuitive without educational background. Children sense authenticity, she explained. Pack members communicate differently, more direct, less social pretense or artificial authority positioning. Werewolf communication patterns developed for clarity within group hunting and territorial defense, Jonathan acknowledged. Connecting her observation to cultural factors she continued learning through ongoing education sessions with Elena. Social hierarchy exists for functional purpose rather than status performance. The exchange, connecting educational observation to cultural context, demonstrated their developing integration beyond personal relationship to professional understanding and community function. As PACME, members departed with genuine appreciation from school staff and excited farewells from students. Ava recognized foundation being established for ongoing connection between separate worlds she continued navigating with increasing comfort, despite occasional challenges. Evening brought different integration dimension, as Ava joined Jonathan at Pack Compound for informal cub training session she had been observing with professional interest since formal recognition ceremony established her regular presence within territory boundaries. The training combined physical skills development with cultural education and practical knowledge transmission, comprehensive approach that addressed multiple developmental dimensions simultaneously, rather than artificial separation between academic learning and physical capability. The integration possibilities seem natural once you observe both systems, she commented as they walked toward training area where younger pack members gathered for evening session. Educational principles remain consistent despite different implementation methods or terminology. Jonathan nodded understanding, their previous conversations about potential collaboration having established shared vocabulary despite different professional backgrounds. The cubs receive comprehensive development rather than separated subject areas, he acknowledged. Though structured progression sometimes lacks definition compared to formal educational sequencing. The observation, appreciative while identifying potential enhancement area, reflected their ongoing discussions about possible integration between human educational methodology and werewolf traditional training. Ava's professional expertise offered structural elements that might complement existing practices without replacing valuable traditional components or imposing artificial formality on natural learning processes. When they reached training area, Elena greeted them with characteristic enthusiasm that had gradually transformed from intimidating historical intensity to endearing academic passion as Ava's comfort with pack personalities increased through regular interaction. Tonight's session addresses territorial markers and boundary recognition, the historian explained, materials arranged with organizational precision that belied stereotypical assumptions about traditional teaching methods. Practical application follows conceptual introduction. Ava observed with professional interest as Elena presented information using methodology that combined oral tradition with visual demonstration and physical modeling. Comprehensive approach addressing multiple learning styles simultaneously, rather than sequential presentation assuming uniform reception capacity. The cubs engaged with natural enthusiasm tempered by cultural respect for knowledge transmission, their participation active rather than passive despite formal content delivery. The sequential building blocks appear throughout the presentation, Ava noted quietly to Jonathan as observation continued. Though not explicitly labelled as educational progression or developmental staging. He nodded understanding, their shared analysis developing through multiple observation sessions that had established common vocabulary despite different professional backgrounds. Traditional knowledge transmission evolved through practical necessity rather than formal educational theory, he acknowledged. Effective methods preserved through generations without theoretical framework or explicit methodology documentation. When Eleanor concluded conceptual presentation and cubs transitioned to practical application. Under Marcus's direction, Ava approached the historian with respectful inquiry, rather than presumptive suggestion. The presentation sequence follows natural cognitive development patterns, she observed, professional appreciation evident in her tone. Have you documented the progression methodology for training consistency across generations? Elena's expression revealed momentary surprise followed by genuine interest. Academic recognition transcending cultural difference as shared intellectual curiosity establish connection beyond formal pack relationships or hierarchical considerations. The sequence follows traditional patterns preserved through oral transmission, she explained, historian precision evident despite informal setting. Though formal documentation remains limited to content rather than methodological framework. Their conversation developed with increasing depth, as shared intellectual interest created connection beyond cultural difference or formal position. Ava's educational expertise provided terminology and theoretical framework for practices Elena had preserved through historical documentation without explicit pedagogical analysis, while Elena's comprehensive knowledge of traditional methods offered implementation examples beyond Ava's professional training in human educational systems. A collaborative documentation project could preserve methodological wisdom alongside content transmission, Elena suggested eventually. Academic enthusiasm engaging with practical application possibility. Integrating traditional practices with contemporary educational theory without replacing effective methods or imposing artificial formality. The suggestion, collaborative enhancement rather than replacement or correction, demonstrated integration approach developing throughout pack interactions with Ava's human perspective. As their discussion continued with increasing specificity regarding potential project parameters, Jonathan observed with appreciation for connection developing beyond his direct involvement or facilitation, natural integration occurring through shared purpose and mutual respect rather than forced accommodation or artificial inclusion. When practical training concluded and cubs departed with characteristic energy barely contained by cultural expectations for respectful exit, Ava and Elena continued conversation with developing plans for documentation project that would preserve traditional methods while providing structural framework for consistent implementation across generations. The collaboration represented integration beyond personal accommodation or individual exception, professional contribution establishing value beyond mate status or ceremonial position. The project honors traditional wisdom while providing enhancement through structural documentation, Jonathan observed as they walked back toward main compound after session concluded. Preservation through evolution rather than static maintenance or complete replacement. Ava nodded agreement, the perspective aligning with her professional understanding of educational development across cultural contexts. Effective methods transcend specific cultural frameworks, she acknowledged. The integration possibilities emerge naturally once artificial separation dissolves through mutual respect and shared purpose. Their conversation continued with comfortable familiarity that balanced professional analysis with personal connection, educational theory and pack tradition examined through shared vocabulary developing beyond initial communication challenges or cultural differences. The integration occurred through multiple dimensions simultaneously, professional collaboration enhancing personal relationship, while community connections strengthened individual belonging beyond ceremonial recognition or formal position. 3 nights later, full moon illuminated pack territory with silver brilliance that transformed familiar landscape into otherworldly beauty transcending ordinary perception. Ava stood at designated observation point overlooking main clearing where pack members gathered for monthly celebration, combining ceremonial tradition with natural biological imperative that human perspective could appreciate without directly experiencing. The transformation remains individual choice rather than lunar compulsion, Jonathan had explained during her continuing education about werewolf physiology and cultural practices. Though the moon's energy facilitates easier shifting and enhances sensory experience during full phase alignment, the information provided framework for understanding celebration she now witnessed, pack members choosing transformation timing individually rather than simultaneous shifting, the process occurring with varying degrees of ceremonial acknowledgement or casual implementation, depending on personal preference and traditional adherence. Some followed formal positioning and ritualistic preparation, while others shifted with practical efficiency that suggested routine implementation of natural biological function rather than significant ceremonial event. Most striking to Ava, observing with human perspective that acknowledged limitation without resentment or artificial pretense, was the beautiful fluidity with which pack members moved between forms, the transformation representing extension of natural identity rather than dramatic alteration or fundamental change. In wolf form, individual personalities remained recognizable through movement patterns, interaction styles, and relationship dynamics visible despite physical transformation that might have seemed complete metamorphosis to less informed observation. Jonathan remained beside her in human form despite obvious pull toward participation evident in his heightened awareness and acasy. Onal muscle tension suggesting partial transformation impulse controlled through deliberate choice. His decision, remaining accessible to her experience rather than immediately joining pack activities, demonstrated integration approach developing throughout their relationship, compromise reflecting mutual accommodation rather than unilateral adjustment or expected conformity. "You should join them," Ava encouraged. Genuine appreciation for his consideration balanced with recognition of his natural inclination toward participation. "I'm comfortable observing from here." He studied her expression carefully, assessing sincerity rather than merely accepting verbal permission that might have concealed unspoken expectation or hidden disappointment. When satisfied with assessment, he nodded appreciation for both her understanding and her honesty about personal boundaries and comfort limitations. "The observation point provides complete overview of main activities," he confirmed, practical information accompanying his gradual preparation for transformation. "Elena will remain in human form near Eastern Section if you need anything during my participation." The arrangement, consideration without overprotection, support without assumption of inability, reflected developing balance in their relationship that honored both human limitations and werewolf needs without demanding unreasonable accommodation from either perspective. As Jonathan completed transformation with fluid grace that still inspired wonder despite her increasing familiarity with the process, Ava recognized integration occurring through mutual respect rather than dominance hierarchy or expected conformity. From observation point providing both safety and comprehensive visibility, she watched pack activities with genuine appreciation for beauty transcending ordinary experience, coordinated movement patterns, communication systems beyond verbal language, relationship dynamics expressed through positioning and interaction rather than spoken declaration or formal acknowledgement. The celebration combined ceremonial elements with natural joy that transcended rigid categorization as either spiritual observance or physical recreation. Integration of multiple dimensions within single experience that honored both traditional significance and natural biological function. Elena joined her briefly, providing context for specific activities without overwhelming observation with excessive historical detail or unnecessary explanation that might have suggested inadequate understanding rather than different perspective. Their conversation flowed with increasing comfort as shared intellectual curiosity created connection beyond cultural difference or formal position. Human educational background and werewolf historical knowledge combining to enhance understanding beyond either individual perspective in isolation. The integration occurs through multiple dimensions simultaneously, Elena observed as they watched younger pack members engaged in play activities that combined physical training with social bonding and hierarchical negotiation. Each full moon celebration demonstrates both continuity with traditional practices and evolution through contemporary implementation. Ava nodded understanding, the observation aligning with her developing perspective on integration process occurring throughout her experience with pack culture and community structure. The balance honors traditional foundation while allowing necessary adaptation, she acknowledged, preservation through evolution rather than static maintenance or complete replacement. Their conversation continued with comfortable exchange that balanced intellectual analysis with personal connection, historical context and educational theory examined through shared vocabulary developing beyond initial communication challenges or cultural differences. When Elena departed to participate in specific ceremonial element requiring historian presence, Ava continued observation with appreciation for beauty transcending ordinary experience, while acknowledging limitation without resentment or artificial pretense. Later, as celebration transitioned from formal activities to natural exploration and individual experience, Jonathan returned to observation point, his wolf form approaching with respectful pace that acknowledged potential intimidation factor, despite their established relationship and growing comfort with dual nature. His presence offered silent companionship without demanding response or participation beyond her comfort boundaries. The connection maintained across form difference through mutual respect rather than expected conformity or unilateral adjustment. Ava extended her hand in welcome gesture that acknowledged his identity transcending physical form. Connection established through forces beyond external appearance or communication method. As massive wolfhead pressed gently against her palm in greeting that balanced affection with appropriate restraint, she recognized integration occurring through acceptance rather than transformation. Her humanity and his werewolf nature creating complementary wholeness rather than competing identities requiring resolution through dominance or submission. The full moon illuminated this understanding with silver clarity that transcended ordinary perception. Integration occurring not through becoming same but through honoring difference within unified purpose and mutual respect. Her humanity and his werewolf nature created complementary wholeness rather than competing identities. The relationship framework developing through balanced accommodation rather than unilateral adjustment or expected conformity. As night deepened around them, stars emerging with brilliant clarity visible through mountain air unpolluted by urban interference, Ava recognized foundation being established for ongoing connection between separate worlds she continued navigating with increasing comfort despite occasional challenges. The integration occurred through multiple dimensions simultaneously: personal relationship, professional collaboration, community connection, each aspect developing through balanced framework that honored both human and werewolf perspectives without demanding abandonment of either identity or artificial conformity to external expectation. The moon goddess had chosen connection transcending traditional boundaries between separate worlds. The implementation of that divine selection continued developing through daily choices, practical accommodations, and mutual respect that honored difference while establishing unity beyond superficial similarity or artificial conformity, integration through acceptance rather than transformation, connection through complementary wholeness rather than identical experience. Chapter 23. Final Challenge. The ceremonial clearing stood transformed from everyday gathering space to ritual grounds through decorations that combined ancient tradition with contemporary aesthetics. Lanterns hung from surrounding trees, their light creating warm illumination that would complement natural moonlight during evening ceremony. Stone markers arranged in circular pattern established sacred space according to oldest pack traditions, while flower arrangements contributed by younger members added vibrant color, reflecting modern sensibilities without diminishing traditional significance. Ava observed preparations from slight distance, appreciation for the beauty tempered by awareness of ceremonial complexity awaiting her participation. 3 weeks of intensive education with Elena had provided theoretical understanding of mate acceptance rituals, yet intellectual knowledge differed significantly from emotional preparation for public demonstration of qualities traditionally expected from potential Luna. The challenges appear more intimidating than their actual implementation, Elena assured her. Historians' precision balanced with genuine empathy developed through their growing friendship. Each test allows demonstration of character qualities rather than physical capabilities beyond human limitation. Ava nodded appreciation for the reassurance while maintaining honest acknowledgement of natural anxiety. Understanding the purpose helps, she admitted, though performance anxiety transcends species boundaries regardless of rational assessment. Their conversation continued with comfortable exchange that balanced ceremonial instruction with personal support, historical context providing framework for understanding without overwhelming emotional preparation with excessive detail or unnecessary complexity. As final arrangements neared completion, Elena departed to oversee specific ritual elements requiring historian supervision, leaving Ava momentarily alone with thoughts that balanced excitement with natural apprehension about public demonstration regardless of supportive community context. Jonathan's approach registered through their strengthening bond before visual confirmation, his emotional signature transmitting calm confidence that provided anchor without dismissing legitimate concerns. "The preparations look beautiful," he observed, joining her observation position with natural grace that balanced alpha presence with personal connection. "The integration of traditional elements with contemporary contributions creates striking balance," Ava agreed, aesthetic appreciation providing momentary distraction from ceremonial anxiety. Eleanor mentioned each lantern represents specific pack value demonstrated through acceptance challenges. Jonathan nodded confirmation, his expression revealing appreciation for her continuing education about pack traditions, despite intensive preparation schedule that might have justified focusing exclusively on immediate ceremonial requirements. "The challenges themselves follow similar integration principle," he explained. "Ancient qualities demonstrated through contemporary implementation adapted for meaningful participation regardless of physical form or biological capability." The explanation, emphasizing adaptation rather than limitation, provided perspective that eased something in Ava's expression. Their conversation continued with comfortable exchange that balanced ceremonial significance with personal connection, historical context with present implementation, traditional expectation with contemporary adaptation. This comfortable exchange interrupted abruptly as Marcus approached with expression suggesting unexpected development requiring immediate attention. "Lydia has returned from Northern Alliance territory," he reported without preamble, direct communication reflecting situation's potential significance. "She requests participation in tonight's ceremony." The information created momentary silence as implications registered fully. Lydia's rehabilitation assignment with Northern Alliance had begun barely 3 weeks earlier, her return for ceremonial participation representing significant deviation from established consequence protocol regardless of specific intention. Jonathan's expression revealed careful assessment rather than immediate rejection or acceptance, his response measured when it finally came. "What specific participation does she request?" he asked, the question seeking information rather than indicating decision direction. "Assistance with third challenge implementation," Marcus replied, providing complete information without editorial commentary despite personal opinion evident in his controlled expression. "She claims Northern Alliance elders suggested her participation would demonstrate genuine rehabilitation commitment through symbolic reconciliation." The explanation carried plausible justification while raising legitimate concerns about potential disruption to carefully planned ceremony with significant community importance beyond personal relationship recognition. Jonathan remained silent momentarily, internal assessment considering multiple dimensions simultaneously: security implications, ceremonial integrity, community healing potential, personal forgiveness capacity. "Her presence would be closely monitored throughout," Marcus added, practical security consideration addressing obvious concern without requiring explicit articulation. Elena suggests historical precedent exists for reconciliation demonstration during acceptance ceremonies, though implementation typically occurs through different challenge structure. The additional information, practical security assurance combined with historical context, provided framework for consideration beyond immediate emotional response or automatic rejection based on previous conflict. Jonathan turned toward Ava with expression that communicated decision authority resided with her, despite his alpha position and ceremonial responsibility. "The choice belongs to you," he stated simply, respect evident in both tone and direct acknowledgement of her authority regarding this specific decision. "The ceremony honors your acceptance within pack structure. Your comfort and security supersede traditional expectations or rehabilitation considerations." Ava considered carefully. Professional training providing analytical framework beyond emotional response, despite legitimate concerns based on previous experience. What specifically would her participation involve? She asked finally, the question seeking information necessary for informed decision rather than indicating specific direction. The third challenge traditionally demonstrates community commitment through protective response assessment, Elena explained, joining their conversation with historian precision that provided context without overwhelming immediate decision requirements. Lydia would assist with scenario implementation rather than evaluation or judgment components. The explanation provided practical understanding while maintaining appropriate boundaries regarding Lydia's potential involvement, participation without authority, assistance without evaluation power. Ava considered further, weighing legitimate security concerns against potential healing significance beyond individual relationship or personal forgiveness capacity. If appropriate security measures remain in place, she decided finally, the qualification establishing clear boundary while allowing potential reconciliation demonstration, her participation seems consistent with rehabilitation principles that balance consequences with reintegration opportunity. Jonathan nodded acceptance of her decision, respect evident in both expression and immediate implementation direction, provided to Marcus regarding security protocols and participation limitations. As preparations resumed with adjusted parameters incorporating this unexpected development, Ava recognized the decision represented significant step in her integration beyond ceremonial recognition or formal position, active authority regarding pack protocols rather than passive acceptance of predetermined arrangements or traditional expectations. Evening brought transformation to ceremonial clearing as pack members gathered for ritual implementation that would formally recognize Ava's position within community structure through demonstration of qualities traditionally associated with lunar role rather than mere acknowledgement of mate bond existence. Lanterns illuminated sacred space with warm glow, complementing natural moonlight filtering through surrounding trees, while stone markers established ritual boundaries according to oldest pack traditions. Jonathan stood at northern position within ceremonial circle, his formal attire combining traditional elements with contemporary styling that reflected integration principle evident throughout ceremony preparation and implementation. Council members occupied designated positions representing cardinal directions and traditional values, their presence establishing official recognition beyond mere community celebration or social gathering. Ava waited at preparation area slightly removed from main ceremonial space, final instructions from Elena providing reassurance regarding challenge implementation, while acknowledging natural anxiety about public demonstration, regardless of supportive community context. H. Our ceremonial attire, designed by Sophia with careful attention to both traditional requirements and contemporary comfort, represented visual integration of human and werewolf cultural elements without artificial appropriation or inappropriate adoption of sacred symbols beyond her legitimate position. The challenges appear sequential but actually represent integrated assessment of fundamental qualities, Eleanor reminded her, historian precision providing clarity without increasing performance pressure through excessive significance emphasis. Each demonstration allows natural expression of character rather than artificial performance or rehearsed response. Ava nodded understanding, appreciation for continued guidance balanced with growing confidence developed through intensive preparation and genuine community support beyond ceremonial requirement or formal obligation. As final preparations concluded and Elena departed to assume historian position within ceremonial circle, Ava took deep breath that balanced ceremonial significance awareness with personal centeredness necessary for authentic participation rather than anxious performance. The ceremony began with traditional invocation delivered by eldest council member, ancient language carrying rhythmic cadence that transcended specific word meaning through tonal quality and emotional resonance. Jonathan's response followed in modern language that maintained traditional respect while ensuring contemporary understanding, the exchange establishing ceremonial framework while honoring both historical continuity and present community composition. When formal invocation concluded, Elena stepped forward with historian authority that balanced traditional knowledge with contemporary implementation. The acceptance challenges demonstrate qualities essential to pack leadership and community support, she explained, her voice carrying throughout ceremonial space without requiring unnatural projection or artificial amplification. Each challenge allows natural expression of character through adapted implementation appropriate to participant capability and position. With this introduction, the first challenge commenced, traditional assessment of wisdom through problem resolution requiring balanced consideration of multiple perspectives rather than simple solution implementation or linear decision process. The scenario presented involved resource allocation during theoretical shortage affecting multiple pack segments with competing legitimate needs, its complexity requiring consideration beyond immediate sympathy or automatic prioritization based on hierarchical position. Ava approached the challenge with thoughtful consideration that balanced analytical assessment with empathetic understanding, her response demonstrating educational background without imposing human systems inappropriately on werewolf community structure. The solution proposed incorporated traditional values while introducing resource-sharing innovation that honored pack hierarchy without sacrificing vulnerable members' welfare regardless of status position or political influence. Council members exchanged approving glances as her response concluded. Traditional assessment criteria satisfied through demonstration of balanced wisdom rather than specific solution details or particular resource allocation decisions. The challenge completion acknowledged through formal gesture from Northern Cardinal representative, ceremonial progression continuing without unnecessary commentary or explicit evaluation that might have increased performance pressure or disrupted natural demonstration flow. The second challenge addressed courage dimension through scenario, requiring personal risk assessment balanced with community benefit consideration, theoretical situation designed to evaluate willingness to face legitimate danger when necessary, while maintaining appropriate caution, rather than reckless disregard for personal safety or unnecessary martyrdom impulse. The implementation involved physical demonstration adapted for human capability rather than werewolf strength or supernatural healing capacity, balance beam positioned at height representing significant challenge without creating actual danger beyond reasonable risk parameters. Ava approached this challenge with determined focus that acknowledged natural anxiety without allowing fear to prevent necessary action or appropriate risk acceptance. Her progress across narrow beam demonstrated physical courage balanced with practical caution, steady movement without reckless speed, careful placement without paralyzing hesitation, appropriate concentration without excessive tension that might have increased rather than decreased fall probability. When she reached opposite platform successfully, ceremonial acknowledgement came from Eastern Cardinal representative, whose traditional association with courage and dawn symbolism connected to challenge purpose beyond mere physical demonstration or arbitrary test implementation. The completion gesture established formal recognition while maintaining ceremonial flow without interruption or unnecessary commentary that might have disrupted ritual progression or increased performance pressure for remaining challenges. As preparation for third challenge began, Ava noticed Lydia's presence for first time since ceremony commencement, her position near implementation area suggesting participation role Elena had described during earlier discussion about unexpected return request. Their eyes met briefly across ceremonial space, Lydia's expression revealing complex emotion beyond simple categorization as either remorse or resentment, genuine complexity suggesting internal conflict rather than straightforward motivation or singular intention. The third challenge traditionally demonstrated protective instinct through scenario requiring response to community member vulnerability. Assessment designed to evaluate fundamental caretaking orientation, essential to lunar position, regardless of specific implementation details or particular situation parameters. Elena's explanation had emphasized adaptation for human participation without compromising essential quality demonstration or fundamental assessment purpose. The protective response evaluation examines orientation rather than capability, she had explained during preparation sessions. The scenario allows demonstration of fundamental instinct rather than physical intervention capacity or supernatural defensive ability. As challenge implementation began, Ava moved toward designated area, where scenario would unfold according to carefully planned parameters, ensuring both authentic assessment and participant safety, regardless of specific response or particular demonstration method. Lydia's role appeared limited to preparation assistance rather than direct interaction or evaluation participation, her movements suggesting technical support function without authority position or judgment capacity. The scenario unfolded with carefully orchestrated progression that maintained ceremonial dignity while creating authentic assessment opportunity beyond rehearsed response or artificial performance. Young pack member, approximately 8 years old based on physical development and behavioral indicators, participated as designated vulnerability representative, his position within scenario designed to evaluate protective orientation without creating actual danger or legitimate risk beyond ceremonial parameters. Ava observed initial implementation with focused attention that balanced ceremonial awareness with genuine response capacity, her orientation demonstrating authentic engagement rather than performance consciousness or audience awareness that might have created artificial reaction or calculated demonstration. The scenario developed according to apparent plan, controlled progression suggesting careful preparation and thorough safety consideration despite emotional impact or ceremonial significance. Until subtle shift occurred in implementation pattern, deviation from expected progression that initially registered as minor adjustment rather than significant alteration or concerning development. Lydia's movements near structural elements supporting ceremonial platform created momentary distraction that divided Ava's attention between scenario participation and peripheral awareness, the split focus creating brief vulnerability within assessment implementation that wouldn't have registered as significant without subsequent developments. The platform supporting young pack member shifted suddenly. Structural integrity compromised through mechanism that appeared accidental rather than deliberate sabotage or intentional disruption. The movement created genuine instability beyond ceremonial parameters or planned implementation, actual risk replacing theoretical vulnerability as support beams separated from main platform structure, with concerning sound that triggered immediate alert response throughout ceremonial space. Ava's reaction occurred without conscious calculation or deliberate decision process, protective instinct engaging automatically as genuine danger registered beyond ceremonial scenario or planned implementation. She moved toward platform with focused determination that disregarded personal safety considerations or individual risk assessment. Her entire orientation centered on reaching vulnerable pack member before structura. Collapse completed beyond recovery possibility or intervention opportunity. The distance required crossing unstable section where supporting elements had already separated from main structure, creating genuine physical danger beyond ceremonial parameters or planned implementation. Without hesitation or visible calculation, Ava navigated compromised section with determined focus that acknowledged risk without allowing fear to prevent necessary action or appropriate intervention attempt. She reached young pack member moments before complete structural failure, securing his position with protective embrace that prioritized his safety above personal stability or individual security considerations. As remaining support elements separated from main platform, Ava maintained protective positioning that ensured young pack member remained above her own body. physical arrangement guaranteeing his safety regardless of fall impact, or landing conditions that might affect her own well-being or personal injury probability. The fall occurred with controlled descent rather than unmanaged plummet, intervention from nearby pack members creating partial support that mitigated worst impact possibilities without eliminating genuine physical consequences or actual injury risk beyond ceremonial parameters. Ava maintained protective embrace throughout descent, orientation unwavering despite personal danger awareness or individual safety considerations that might have justified alternative response or different priority arrangement. When landing finally occurred on emergency cushioning materials deployed by quick-thinking pack members, Ava remained curled protectively around young participant, despite impact discomfort or personal pain indicators, suggesting genuine physical consequences beyond ceremonial parameters or planned implementation. Her first words addressed his well-being, rather than personal condition or individual status assessment. Protective orientation, maintaining priority, despite ceremony disruption or implementation deviation beyond planned parameters. "Are you hurt?" she asked, concern evident in both tone and focused attention that disregarded ceremonial audience or ritual significance in favor of genuine welfare assessment and authentic care demonstration. The young pack member shook his head, wide eyes revealing emotional impact despite physical safety secured through her protective intervention and community response coordination. "You saved me," he stated with childlike directness that transcended ceremonial context or ritual significance through authentic acknowledgement and genuine recognition. As medical assessment team approached with appropriate urgency balanced with ceremonial respect, Jonathan reached their position with controlled speed that acknowledged concern without creating additional disruption or unnecessary alarm beyond situation parameters. His expression revealed complex emotion beyond simple categorization as either anger or relief, genuine complexity suggesting multiple response dimensions operating simultaneously rather than singular reaction or limited emotional range. "The structural failure wasn't planned implementation," he stated quietly. "Assessment rather than accusation, despite obvious deviation from ceremonial parameters or expected challenge progression. The platform supports were compromised beyond safety redundancy or planned vulnerability simulation." Ava nodded understanding while maintaining focus on young pack member until medical team confirmed his uninjured status through thorough assessment rather than cursory examination or superficial evaluation. Only after receiving this confirmation did she allow attention to shift toward her own condition assessment or personal impact evaluation beyond immediate protective response or primary intervention priority. "I'm fine," she assured Jonathan despite discomfort indicators suggesting minor injury beyond ceremonial parameters or planned implementation. "Just bruised from impact despite cushioning materials." Medical assessment confirmed this evaluation while identifying specific injury locations, requiring attention beyond ceremonial continuation or ritual completion, minor yet genuine physical consequences, resulting from protective intervention and prioritized response demonstrating fundamental quality beyond planned assessment or structured evaluation. As treatment began with appropriate discretion balancing medical necessity with ceremonial dignity, council members approached with expressions suggesting significant impact beyond implementation deviation or procedural interruption. "The third challenge has been completed beyond traditional parameters," eldest council member stated. Formal acknowledgement carrying ceremonial authority, despite unexpected implementation or unplanned demonstration method. The protective response demonstrated fundamental quality through authentic action rather than theoretical scenario or simulated vulnerability. The declaration, recognizing genuine demonstration beyond planned implementation, established ceremonial validation despite procedural deviation or traditional interruption beyond expected parameters. Other council members nodded agreement, their expressions revealing impact transcending ceremonial formality or ritual procedure through authentic demonstration of essential quality beyond structured evaluation or planned assessment. As ceremonial order gradually restored through coordinated effort balancing ritual significance with practical necessity, Ava noticed Lydia's position near platform remains, her expression revealing complex emotion beyond simple categorization as either satisfaction or disappointment, genuine complexity suggesting internal conflict rather than straightforward motivation or singular intention. Their eyes met briefly across ceremonial space, unspoken communication occurring beyond verbal exchange or explicit acknowledgement despite significant context and complicated history. When medical assessment concluded with minor treatment recommendations compatible with ceremonial continuation, Jonathan helped Ava to standing position with support that balanced assistance with respect for independent capability and personal dignity. The ceremonial circle reformed with adjusted positioning, accommodating physical limitations without compromising ritual significance or traditional arrangement beyond necessary adaptation. The challenges have demonstrated qualities essential to pack leadership and community support, Eleanor announced. Historian authority establishing ceremonial continuity despite implementation deviation or procedural interruption beyond planned parameters. Wisdom through balanced consideration, courage through appropriate risk acceptance, protection through instinctive prioritization of vulnerable community members, regardless of personal consequences or individual safety considerations. The formal acknowledgement, recognizing demonstration completion despite unexpected implementation, established ceremonial validation while honoring authentic quality expression beyond planned scenario or structured evaluation. Council members moved to traditional positions representing cardinal directions and fundamental values, their arrangement creating sacred space within ceremonial circle where final recognition would occur according to oldest pack traditions. As Jonathan guided Ava to central position with support accommodating physical discomfort without compromising ceremonial dignity or personal autonomy, she noticed Lydia's departure from ceremonial space, movement suggesting completion rather than rejection, purpose fulfilled rather than participation terminated through external direction or forced removal beyond voluntary withdrawal. The ceremony concluded with traditional blessing delivered in ancient language whose rhythmic cadence transcended specific word meaning through tonal quality and emotional resonance. Jonathan's response followed in modern language that maintained traditional respect while ensuring contemporary understanding, the exchange establishing formal recognition while honoring both historical continuity and present community composition. When final words faded into respectful silence, ceremonial completion acknowledged through traditional howl that unified participants regardless of factional alignment or personal history. The sound carried beyond clearing boundaries into surrounding forest, announcement reaching beyond immediate gathering to territorial awareness that transcended physical presence or direct participation through communal acknowledgement and collective recognition. As formal ceremony transitioned to celebration gathering combining traditional elements with contemporary social interaction, Ava received congratulations from pack members whose expressions revealed impact beyond ceremonial completion or ritual acknowledgement. Most striking, traditional faction representatives approached with respect transcending mere political accommodation or pragmatic acceptance. Genuine recognition evident in both formal acknowledgement and personal interaction beyond ceremonial requirement or obligatory engagement. Your protection instinct manifested without calculation or conscious decision, Elder Wilson observed. Traditional perspective balanced with genuine acknowledgement rather than reluctant concession or qualified acceptance. The quality exists beyond training or preparation, fundamental orientation, rather than acquired behavior or developed response. The assessment, recognizing innate quality beyond ceremonial demonstration, represented significant acknowledgement from traditional faction leader, previously aligned with opposition position or resistance perspective regarding human integration within pack leadership structure. Ava accepted the recognition with appropriate respect, while maintaining authentic response rather than calculated performance or strategic engagement beyond genuine interaction. When celebration gathering established comfortable rhythm balancing ceremonial significance with social enjoyment, Jonathan guided Ava toward quiet area where private conversation could occur without isolation from community celebration or complete withdrawal from collective acknowledgement. His expression revealed complex emotion beyond simple categorization as either pride or concern, genuine complexity suggesting multiple response dimensions operating simultaneously rather than singular reaction or limited emotional range. The structural failure wasn't accidental, he stated quietly. Assessment shared rather than information withheld despite potential impact or difficult implications beyond immediate situation. Preliminary examination indicates deliberate compromise beyond material failure or construction error. Ava nodded, her own observation having suggested similar conclusion, despite limited technical knowledge or structural expertise beyond basic understanding. Lydia's positioning near support elements created momentary distraction, she acknowledged, sharing perception without accusation or definitive conclusion beyond observed behavior and sequential development. Creating genuine danger rather than simulated vulnerability, Jonathan completed, the assessment carrying significant implication beyond ceremonial disruption or implementation deviation. Actual risk replacing planned scenario through deliberate intervention rather than accidental failure or unintentional compromise. The conclusion, recognizing intentional action beyond procedural deviation, created momentary silence as implications registered fully. When Ava finally responded, her perspective demonstrated insight transcending immediate reaction or automatic condemnation, despite legitimate concern or justified anger beyond ceremonial disruption. The test became real rather than symbolic, she observed, understanding extending beyond personal impact or individual consequences to fundamental purpose and essential assessment beyond planned implementation or structured evaluation. Authentic demonstration rather than ceremonial performance or ritual participation. Jonathan studied her expression carefully. Assessment seeking genuine perspective rather than expected response or anticipated reaction beyond ceremonial context. You're suggesting deliberate challenge creation rather than malicious disruption or vengeful sabotage, he stated. Clarification seeking confirmation rather than correction or contradiction beyond initial interpretation. The Northern Alliance elders suggested her participation would demonstrate rehabilitation commitment, Ava reminded him, connecting earlier explanation with current assessment beyond immediate situation or isolated incident. Perhaps their suggestion carried different implementation understanding than our interpretation assumed. The perspective, considering alternative explanation beyond obvious conclusion, demonstrated wisdom quality beyond ceremonial demonstration or ritual assessment through balanced consideration, transcending immediate reaction or automatic assumption, despite legitimate concern or justified suspicion. Their conversation continued with thoughtful exchange that balanced security implications with rehabilitation possibilities, ceremonial disruption with assessment authenticity, traditional expectations with evolving implementation beyond rigid categorization or absolute conclusion. As celebration continued around them with joyful interaction balancing ceremonial significance with social connection, Ava recognized completion occurring beyond formal recognition or ritual acknowledgement, integration established through authentic demonstration rather than ceremonial performance, acceptance earned through genuine quality expression rather than procedural completion or traditional requirement satisfaction. The moon goddess had chosen connection transcending traditional boundaries between separate worlds. The implementation of that divine selection continued developing through daily choices, practical accommodations, and mutual respect that honored difference while establishing unity beyond superficial similarity or artificial conformity. Tonight's ceremony had demonstrated fundamental qualities beyond planned assessment or structured evaluation, wisdom, courage, protection manifesting through authentic expression rather than calculated performance or rehearsed demonstration. Whatever Lydia's specific intention or particular motivation beyond observable action or visible behavior, The outcome had established undeniable validation, transcending ceremonial parameters or ritual implementation. Lunar qualities demonstrated through genuine response rather than simulated scenario or theoretical situation. The acceptance had been earned through authentic demonstration beyond traditional requirement or ceremonial obligation. Integration established through real quality expression rather than procedural completion or formal acknowledgement. The pack would adapt to this reality as they had to previous challenges throughout their history, finding balance between tradition and necessary evolution, between established patterns and required adjustments, between honoring history and embracing future that included unexpected connections transcending traditional boundaries between separate worlds. Chapter 24. Acceptance. Full moon illuminated the ceremonial clearing with silver brilliance that transformed ordinary landscape into sacred space beyond mere physical location or geographical coordinates. Ancient trees surrounding the area stood as silent witnesses to proceedings that connected present moment to historical continuity, spanning generations of pack development and community evolution. Stone markers arranged in circular pattern established ritual boundaries according to oldest traditions, while flower arrangements contributed by pack members added living beauty to ceremonial structure. Ava stood at eastern entrance to the circle, her ceremonial attire combining traditional elements with contemporary styling that reflected integration principle evident throughout preparation and implementation. The white dress, designed by Sophia with careful attention to both ritual requirements and practical comfort, incorporated symbolic embroidery representing pack values alongside subtle elements, acknowledging her human heritage and professional identity beyond ceremonial position or ritual role. Jonathan waited at Circle's center. Traditional alpha ceremonial clothing balanced with contemporary elements that maintained dignity without sacrificing accessibility or imposing unnecessary formality beyond ritual requirements. His expression revealed depth beyond public presentation or ceremonial performance, genuine emotion visible to Ava through their strengthening bond, despite distance separating their physical positions within ritual arrangement. Elena approached with historian dignity balanced with personal connection developed through friendship beyond formal relationship or hierarchical interaction. The bonding ritual connects present commitment to historical continuity, she explained quietly. Final guidance offered before ceremonial commencement rather than procedural instruction or performance direction. The words carry meaning beyond literal translation or explicit declaration through intention alignment and spiritual resonance. Ava nodded understanding. Appreciation for continued support balanced with growing confidence developed through intensive preparation and genuine community acceptance beyond ceremonial requirement or formal obligation. As Elena departed to assume historian position within ritual arrangement, Ava took deep breath that balanced ceremonial significance awareness with personal centeredness necessary for authentic participation rather than anxious performance or mechanical recitation. The ceremony began with traditional invocation delivered by eldest council member, ancient language carrying rhythmic cadence that transcended specific word meaning through tonal quality and emotional resonance. Pack members formed outer circle beyond stone markers, their presence establishing community witness without ceremonial participation or ritual involvement beyond supportive observation and collective acknowledgement. When formal invocation concluded, Ava began her approach towards Circle's center where Jonathan waited. Each step following ritual pattern Eleanor had explained during preparation sessions while maintaining natural movement, rather than artificial precision or mechanical progression that might have suggested performance rather than genuine participation. The path incorporated spiral element representing journey rather than direct line. Symbolic progression acknowledging development process beyond simple destination or immediate arrival. As she moved through spiral path, pack members nearest her position offered traditional blessing elements, small tokens representing cardinal values and fundamental qualities associated with lunar position beyond ceremonial role or ritual function. Each item carried symbolic significance explained during preparation sessions. their collection creating physical representation of community investment and collective support beyond individual relationship or personal connection. When Ava finally reached Circle's center where Jonathan waited, their physical proximity created immediate strengthening of mate bond connection that had developed steadily since initial formation, despite separation challenges or external interference attempts. The sensation registered visibly in her expression, momentary surprise followed by warm recognition of connection transcending ordinary experience or typical relationship development beyond ceremonial context or ritual framework. The bond strengthens through proximity and intention alignment, Jonathan explained quietly. Recognition rather than instruction offered through personal connection beyond ceremonial performance or ritual recitation. The ceremony acknowledges reality already established through divine selection rather than creating connection through procedural implementation. The perspective, distinguishing between ceremonial acknowledgement and fundamental connection, provided framework that transcended performance anxiety or procedural concern through recognition of essential reality beyond ritual implementation or ceremonial structure. Their exchange, though brief, established genuine connection within formal context, personal relationship acknowledged within community framework, without sacrificing authenticity through excessive formality or unnecessary rigidity beyond traditional requirements. Eleanor stepped forward with historian authority balanced with ceremonial function beyond academic knowledge or scholarly expertise. The bonding ritual establishes formal recognition of connection already existing through divine selection, she explained, her voice carrying throughout ceremonial space without requiring unnatural projection or artificial amplification. The acknowledgement honors moon goddess blessing, while establishing community support beyond individual relationship or private commitment. With this introduction, she presented ancient texts containing traditional vows adapted for contemporary implementation without sacrificing essential meaning or fundamental purpose beyond literal translation or exact replication. The adaptation balanced historical continuity with present relevance, traditional significance with modern understanding, ceremonial requirement with authentic expression, beyond mechanical recitation or performative declaration. Jonathan began with traditional alpha declaration, ancient language flowing with natural cadence suggesting comfort beyond mere memorization or rehearsed recitation. The words carried power beyond literal meaning through intention alignment and spiritual resonance, their significance transcending specific vocabulary or particular phrasing through essential commitment and fundamental promise beyond ceremonial performance or ritual obligation. When his declaration concluded, Eleanor provided translation that maintained essential meaning, while ensuring community understanding beyond those familiar with ancient language or traditional phrasing. The interpretation balanced literal accuracy with spiritual significance, technical precision with emotional resonance, historical continuity with contemporary relevance beyond mere vocabulary substitution or simple word replacement. I acknowledge the divine selection that has joined our souls beyond human arrangement or werewolf tradition, the translation conveyed, essential meaning preserved despite language transition or vocabulary adaptation. My strength becomes your protection, my territory your home, my pack your family through bond that transcends physical form or biological limitation beyond ceremonial declaration or ritual acknowledgement. The commitment, recognizing connection beyond species difference or traditional expectation, established foundation for relationship transcending conventional boundaries or typical limitations beyond ceremonial framework or ritual structure. As translation concluded, Eleanor presented Ava with adapted text containing response vows modified for human participant without compromising essential meaning or fundamental purpose beyond literal replication or exact duplication. Ava began with careful pronunciation that honored traditional language despite human limitations or pronunciation challenges beyond werewolf capability or supernatural facility. The effort itself carried significance beyond perfect execution or flawless delivery. Commitment demonstrated through genuine attempt rather than effortless performance or natural ability beyond human capacity or ordinary capability. As she continued, something unexpected occurred beyond ceremonial parameters or ritual expectations. Subtle energy shift registering through physical sensation rather than visual perception or auditory recognition. The feeling began as gentle warmth spreading from connection points where ceremonial tokens rested against her skin, gradually intensifying to noticeable presence beyond ordinary experience or typical sensation, without reaching uncomfortable level or concerning intensity. Jonathan's expression revealed recognition beyond surprise or confusion, understanding rather than uncertainty, suggesting familiarity with experience beyond her perception, or awareness despite its unexpected manifestation or unanticipated development. He maintained ceremonial focus while acknowledging the phenomenon through subtle gesture, encouraging continued participation despite unusual sensation or unexpected development beyond planned implementation or anticipated experience. Ava continued with increasing confidence as energy sensations stabilized at noticeable level beyond ordinary experience without interfering with ceremonial participation or ritual completion. The ancient words flowed with growing natural cadence, suggesting connection beyond mere memorization or rehearsed recitation, intention alignment creating resonance transcending pronunciation challenges or language limitations beyond werewolf capability or supernatural facility. When her declaration concluded, Elena provided translation that maintained essential meaning while ensuring community understanding beyond those familiar with ancient language or traditional phrasing. The interpretation balanced literal accuracy with spiritual significance, technical precision with emotional resonance, historical continuity with contemporary relevance beyond mere vocabulary substitution or simple word replacement. I accept the divine selection that has joined our souls beyond human expectation or ordinary possibility, the translation conveyed, essential meaning preserved despite language transition or vocabulary adaptation. My understanding becomes your perspective, my compassion your support, my strength joined with yours through bond that transcends separate worlds or divided existence beyond ceremonial declaration or ritual acknowledgement. The commitment, acknowledging connection beyond conventional boundaries or typical limitations, established reciprocal foundation for relationship transcending traditional expectations or ordinary possibilities beyond ceremonial framework or ritual structure. As translation concluded, the energy sensation intensified momentarily before stabilizing at levels suggesting presence beyond ordinary experience without reaching concerning intensity or uncomfortable manifestation beyond natural phenomenon or expected development. Elena's expression revealed recognition beyond ceremonial continuation or ritual progression, historian knowledge providing context for unexpected manifestation or unanticipated development beyond planned implementation or anticipated experience. The goddess acknowledges, she stated simply, traditional phrase carrying significance beyond literal meaning through ceremonial context and ritual framework beyond ordinary declaration or typical observation. The statement created ripple effect through observing pack members, murmured recognition suggesting significance beyond ceremonial procedure or ritual protocol, through unexpected manifestation or unanticipated development beyond planned implementation or ordinary experience. Jonathan's expression confirmed this assessment, his recognition suggesting understanding beyond Ava's perception or awareness, despite her direct experience or personal sensation beyond ordinary manifestation or typical development. The energy signature indicates divine acknowledgement beyond ceremonial recognition or ritual implementation, he explained quietly, information shared rather than withheld despite unusual circumstance or unexpected development beyond planned procedure or anticipated experience. Direct blessing manifesting through connection points rather than general presence or ambient manifestation beyond ordinary ceremonial experience or typical ritual observation. The explanation provided context for sensation continuing beyond initial manifestation or temporary development, persistent energy presence suggesting significance beyond momentary phenomenon or transient experience through ceremonial completion, and ritual conclusion beyond temporary manifestation or limited duration. As final ceremonial elements proceeded with traditional exchange of physical tokens representing commitment beyond verbal declaration or spoken promise, the energy maintained steady presence without increasing intensity or concerning development beyond natural phenomenon or expected manifestation. When formal ceremony concluded with traditional blessing delivered in ancient language, whose rhythmic cadence transcended specific word meaning through tonal quality and emotional resonance, the observing pack responded with unified howl that carried beyond clearing boundaries into surrounding forest, announcement reaching beyond immediate gathering to territorial awareness, transcending physical presence or direct participation through communal acknowledgement and collective recognition. As ceremonial structure transitioned to celebration gathering combining traditional elements with contemporary social interaction, pack members approached with congratulations and acknowledgement beyond formal requirement or obligatory recognition. Most striking, their expressions revealed response to energy manifestation beyond ceremonial completion or ritual acknowledgement, recognition of divine blessing beyond ordinary experience or typical observation through unexpected development or unanticipated manifestation beyond planned implementation or anticipated experience. The goddess rarely manifests direct acknowledgement beyond ceremonial witness or ritual presence, Elder Wilson explained. Traditional knowledge shared rather than withheld, despite previous reservations or initial concerns regarding human integration within pack leadership structure. The blessing confirms divine selection beyond ceremonial validation or ritual recognition through tangible manifestation rather than symbolic representation or traditional interpretation. The information, provided through respectful sharing rather than condescending explanation or superior instruction, offered context for continuing energy sensation beyond ceremonial conclusion or ritual completion, persistent presence suggesting significance beyond temporary phenomenon or transient experience through celebration transition, and social interaction beyond formal structure or ceremonial framework. As celebration established comfortable rhythm balancing traditional elements with contemporary enjoyment, unexpected approach created momentary pause in ongoing interactions and social exchanges. Lydia moved toward central area where Jonathan and Ava received congratulations, her expression revealing complex emotion beyond simple categorization as either submission or resentment, genuine complexity suggesting internal resolution rather than external pressure or forced compliance beyond personal decision or individual choice. Her appearance created brief uncertainty among nearby pack members, recent history suggesting potential disruption or uncomfortable confrontation beyond ceremonial completion or ritual acknowledgement. Jonathan maintained composed presence while positioning subtly shifted toward protective stance, without aggressive presentation or threatening posture beyond appropriate caution or reasonable awareness given previous interactions and recent developments. Lydia stopped at respectful distance that acknowledged both hierarchical position and personal boundaries beyond ceremonial status or ritual recognition. Her posture conveyed formal approach rather than casual interaction or social engagement, beyond significant purpose or deliberate intention, requiring appropriate acknowledgement and proper response beyond ordinary conversation or typical exchange. Ava Riverdale, she began with traditional address, demonstrating proper protocol beyond mere formality or empty ceremony through genuine acknowledgement and authentic recognition. Ava Sinclair, she continued, the title acknowledgement carrying significant meaning beyond ceremonial designation or ritual terminology, through direct recognition and explicit acceptance beyond required compliance or forced acknowledgement. The formal address, particularly lunar title acknowledgement, created noticeable impact among observing pack members. Traditional terminology applied to human mate representing significant acceptance beyond ceremonial requirement or ritual obligation, through personal declaration and individual recognition beyond collective acknowledgement or community designation. Jonathan's expression revealed assessment without revealing conclusion, evaluation without indicating judgment beyond appropriate caution, or reasonable consideration given previous interactions and recent developments. I formally acknowledge the divine selection manifested through your mate bond beyond ceremonial validation or ritual recognition, Lydia continued, traditional declaration carrying significance beyond literal meaning through personal delivery and individual acknowledgement beyond required statement or obligatory declaration. My allegiance extends to both Alpha and Luna, beyond hierarchical requirement or positional obligation, through recognition of divine will manifested through blessing beyond human arrangement or werewolf tradition. The declaration, particularly divine will acknowledgement, represented significant evolution beyond previous position or initial resistance through personal recognition and individual acceptance beyond external pressure or forced compliance. Most striking, her reference to blessing suggested awareness of energy manifestation beyond ordinary observation or typical perception, through special sensitivity or particular awareness beyond general knowledge or common understanding. The Northern Alliance elders provided perspective beyond traditional interpretation or conventional understanding, she explained, addressing unspoken question evident in both Jonathan's expression and Ava's curious assessment beyond polite acceptance or diplomatic response. Their teaching emphasized recognition of divine will beyond human arrangement or werewolf tradition through genuine manifestation, rather than theoretical principle or abstract concept beyond practical application or direct experience. The explanation suggested rehabilitation progress beyond superficial compliance or strategic adaptation, through genuine development and authentic evolution, beyond calculated performance or strategic presentation. Her expression revealed complex emotion beyond simple categorization, as either complete transformation or tactical adjustment, genuine complexity suggesting ongoing process rather than finished development or completed evolution, beyond current manifestation or present demonstration. Your acknowledgement is accepted with appropriate recognition of personal growth beyond initial position or previous conflict, Jonathan responded. Formal acceptance balanced with cautious assessment beyond diplomatic response or political calculation, through genuine evaluation and authentic consideration, beyond automatic rejection or uncritical acceptance given previous interactions and recent developments. Ava studied Lydia's expression with professional assessment, balanced with personal caution, her training providing analytical framework beyond emotional response or reactive judgment, despite legitimate concerns based on previous experience or recent history. What she observed suggested genuine development, rather than calculated performance or strategic presentation, beyond superficial compliance or tactical adjustment, through authentic evolution and real transformation, beyond temporary adaptation or situational adjustment. The journey toward understanding often follows unexpected paths beyond initial direction or anticipated destination, she offered. Insight rather than accusation or judgment beyond diplomatic response or calculated statement, through genuine observation and authentic assessment, beyond automatic suspicion or uncritical acceptance given previous interactions and recent developments. Lydia's expression revealed momentary surprise followed by thoughtful consideration, unexpected insight receiving genuine reflection rather than defensive rejection or automatic dismissal beyond typical reaction or ordinary response. The Northern Alliance provides perspective beyond familiar territory or comfortable understanding, she acknowledged, genuine response rather than calculated statement or rehearsed declaration beyond diplomatic exchange or political interaction. Their exchange, though brief, established potential foundation for future interaction beyond immediate ceremony or present celebration through mutual recognition and reciprocal acknowledgement beyond formal declaration or ritual statement. As Lydia departed with appropriate protocol observance and proper hierarchical acknowledgement, the energy sensation that had maintained steady presence throughout ceremonial conclusion and celebration commencement pulsed briefly with noticeable intensity, before returning to previous level beyond ordinary experience or typical sensation, without concerning development or uncomfortable manifestation. The goddess acknowledges truth beyond ceremonial declaration or ritual statement, Eleanor observed quietly, Historian knowledge providing context for energy response beyond ordinary explanation or typical interpretation through traditional understanding and ceremonial expertise beyond common knowledge or general awareness. The observation provided framework for understanding persistent energy presence beyond ceremonial conclusion or ritual completion, continuing sensation suggesting significance beyond temporary phenomenon or transient experience through celebration progression and social interaction beyond formal structure or ceremonial framework. As celebration continued with joyful integration of human and werewolf traditions, music combining instrumental elements from both cultures, food representing diverse preparation methods and ingredient combinations, activities accommodating different physical capabilities and cultural preferences, the energy maintained steady presence without increasing intensity or concerning development beyond natural phenomenon or expected manifestation. Dawn approached with gentle illumination, gradually replacing moonlight as celebration concluded through natural progression rather than abrupt termination or formal dismissal beyond ceremonial requirement or ritual obligation. Pack members departed in small groups or family units, their expressions revealing satisfaction beyond mere enjoyment or simple pleasure through meaningful participation and significant experience beyond ordinary celebration or typical gathering, despite extended duration or unusual timing beyond normal schedule or typical arrangement. Jonathan guided Ava toward forest path leading to private location he had prepared for personal exchange beyond ceremonial requirement or community observation. Intimate setting, allowing private commitment beyond public declaration or formal acknowledgement through personal connection and individual expression beyond collective witness or communal participation. The energy sensation that had maintained steady presence throughout ceremony and celebration continued during their journey. Persistent manifestation suggesting significance beyond temporary phenomenon or transient experience through consistent presence and stable intensity beyond fluctuating manifestation or variable development. The destination revealed itself as small clearing overlooking Eastern Valley, where first light illuminated landscape with golden brilliance contrasting with silver moonlight that had blessed ceremonial proceedings and celebration gathering. Simple arrangements provided comfortable seating without elaborate decoration or unnecessary formality beyond practical consideration and aesthetic appreciation through natural beauty and environmental integration beyond artificial enhancement or excessive modification. The private exchange traditionally follows public ceremony, Jonathan explained, as they settled into comfortable position, allowing valley view while maintaining intimate proximity beyond ceremonial distance or ritual positioning through natural arrangement and comfortable alignment beyond formal structure or rigid organization. Personal commitment beyond community witness or pack acknowledgement through individual expression and private declaration beyond ceremonial requirement or ritual obligation. Ava nodded understanding, appreciation for tradition balanced with genuine desire for personal exchange beyond ceremonial performance or ritual recitation through authentic connection and real commitment beyond formal declaration or public statement. The energy sensation that had maintained steady presence throughout previous proceedings pulsed gently as dawn light strengthened across eastern horizon. Natural alignment suggesting significance beyond coincidental timing or random occurrence through deliberate manifestation and purposeful development beyond accidental phenomenon or incidental experience. "I feel it responding to the sunrise," she observed, direct acknowledgement rather than continued uncertainty, or polite disregard beyond diplomatic avoidance or uncomfortable ignorance through honest recognition and genuine acceptance beyond artificial pretense or strategic denial. The energy shifts with changing light beyond random fluctuation or variable intensity through deliberate response and purposeful adjustment beyond accidental change or incidental variation. Jonathan nodded confirmation, appreciation for her perception evident in both expression and emotional transmission through strengthened bond beyond verbal acknowledgement or explicit confirmation through direct connection, and immediate understanding beyond explanatory requirement or interpretive necessity. The goddess blessing responds to natural cycles beyond ceremonial framework or ritual structure, he explained. Knowledge shared rather than withheld, despite unusual circumstance or unexpected development beyond ordinary experience or typical manifestation. Their conversation developed with increasing depth as dawn light strengthened across Eastern Valley. Personal exchange transcending ceremonial formality or ritual requirement through authentic connection and genuine communication beyond performance necessity or procedural obligation. The private vows emerged naturally through conversation rather than formal recitation or rehearsed declaration. Commitments expressed through genuine communication rather than ceremonial performance or ritual implementation beyond procedural requirement or traditional obligation. I promise to honor your humanity while sharing my werewolf world, Jonathan expressed. Commitment beyond ceremonial declaration or ritual statement through personal promise and individual pledge beyond formal requirement or traditional obligation. The balance requires continuous attention beyond initial adjustment or temporary accommodation through ongoing consideration and mutual adaptation beyond static arrangement or fixed solution. I promise to respect your werewolf nature while maintaining my human perspective, Ava responded. Reciprocal commitment beyond ceremonial exchange or ritual response through genuine promise and authentic pledge beyond formal requirement or traditional expectation. The integration creates strength through complementary contribution rather than identical experience or uniform perspective beyond superficial similarity or artificial conformity. Their exchange continued with increasing depth as dawn fully established across Eastern Valley. Personal commitments addressing practical considerations alongside emotional connection and spiritual alignment beyond ceremonial formality or ritual requirement, through authentic communication and genuine expression beyond performance necessity or procedural obligation. The energy sensation that had maintained steady presence throughout previous proceedings gradually integrated with natural awareness beyond separate perception or distinct sensation, through harmonious alignment and natural incorporation, beyond artificial distinction or unnecessary separation. The blessing becomes part of connection rather than separate manifestation or distinct phenomenon, Jonathan explained as Ava's expression revealed recognition of changing sensation beyond concerning development or uncomfortable transition through natural evolution, and appropriate progression beyond artificial manipulation or forced transformation. The integration represents acceptance beyond temporary visitation or transient manifestation through permanent incorporation and lasting presence beyond ceremonial duration or ritual limitation. The explanation provided framework for understanding changing perception beyond concerning development or uncomfortable transition, natural evolution suggesting appropriate progression rather than artificial manipulation, or forced transformation beyond ceremonial requirement or ritual implementation. As full daylight established across Eastern Valley, their private exchange concluded with natural completion rather than abrupt termination or formal dismissal beyond ceremonial requirement or ritual obligation. The private vows complete ceremonial acknowledgement through personal commitment beyond community witness or pack recognition, Jonathan explained as they prepared to return toward main compound where daily responsibilities would resume beyond ceremonial pause or ritual interruption through normal function and regular operation beyond special circumstance or exceptional arrangement. The integration continues through daily choices and practical implementations beyond ceremonial declaration or ritual acknowledgement through ongoing development and continuous evolution beyond static establishment or fixed arrangement. Ava nodded understanding, professional background, providing framework for developmental perspective beyond immediate completion or final achievement through ongoing process and continuous growth, beyond terminal accomplishment or ultimate conclusion. The energy sensation that had transformed from distinct perception to integrated awareness remained present through harmonious alignment rather than separate manifestation or distinct phenomenon beyond artificial distinction or unnecessary separation. As they walked together toward responsibilities awaiting beyond ceremonial completion or ritual conclusion, Ava recognized foundation established through multiple dimensions simultaneously: ceremonial acknowledgement, community acceptance, divine blessing, personal commitment, each aspect contributing essential element to integrated whole beyond individual component or separate dimension, through complementary function and harmonious operation, beyond isolated contribution or disconnected provision. The moon goddess had chosen connection transcending traditional boundaries between separate worlds. The implementation of that divine selection would continue developing through daily choices, practical accommodations, and mutual respect that honored difference while establishing unity beyond superficial similarity or artificial conformity. The blessing had confirmed divine approval beyond ceremonial validation or ritual recognition through tangible manifestation rather than symbolic representation or traditional interpretation. Whatever challenges awaited beyond ceremonial completion or ritual conclusion, the foundation established through multiple dimensions provided stability beyond temporary arrangement or transient agreement through genuine connection and authentic alignment beyond artificial construction or forced establishment. The integration would continue through daily choices and practical implementations beyond ceremonial declaration or ritual acknowledgement through ongoing development and continuous evolution beyond static establishment or fixed arrangement. The pack would adapt to this reality as they had to previous challenges throughout their history, finding balance between tradition and necessary evolution, between established patterns and required adjustments, between honoring history and embracing future that included unexpected connections transcending traditional boundaries between separate worlds. The divine selection had been acknowledged through ceremonial validation, community acceptance, and personal commitment beyond formal requirement or traditional obligation, through genuine recognition and authentic implementation, beyond procedural completion or mechanical execution. As they reached main compound, where pack members began daily activities beyond ceremonial interruption or ritual pause through normal function and regular operation, Jonathan and Ava exchanged final private glance that communicated connection beyond verbal expression or physical demonstration, through mate bond transmission, and emotional alignment beyond ordinary communication or typical exchange. The silent communication confirmed shared understanding beyond ceremonial completion or ritual conclusion, integration continuing through daily choices and practical implementations beyond formal acknowledgement or public declaration through ongoing development and continuous evolution. The journey had begun with unexpected connection, transcending traditional expectations or ordinary possibilities. It would continue through balanced integration, honoring both human and werewolf perspectives, without demanding abandonment of either identity or artificial conformity to external expectation. The moon goddess had blessed this path beyond ceremonial validation or ritual recognition through tangible manifestation rather than symbolic representation or traditional interpretation. The acceptance was complete beyond ceremonial acknowledgement or ritual declaration through divine blessing, community recognition, and personal commitment beyond formal requirement or traditional obligation through genuine implementation and authentic integration beyond procedural completion or mechanical execution. The journey would continue beyond ceremonial conclusion or ritual termination through daily choices and practical implementations, beyond formal declaration or public acknowledgement through ongoing development and continuous evolution. Two worlds connected through divine selection, beyond human arrangement or werewolf tradition. The integration would continue through balanced accommodation and mutual respect, beyond superficial adjustment or temporary adaptation, through genuine acceptance and authentic appreciation, beyond artificial tolerance or strategic accommodation. The blessing had confirmed divine approval beyond ceremonial validation or ritual recognition through tangible manifestation, rather than symbolic representation or traditional interpretation. The acceptance was complete. The journey continued.